still be that relevant threat in the team fights. Now, interestingly, Top Esports not falling for the community perception. They're still committed to the Jarvan here. Of course, it is a best of 3. The first taste of Fearless we get in Swiss. So again, as you highlighted, it's not the end of the world if the Jarvan does fall down, but you have really excellent engage, and with an early pick like the Neeko, you don't guarantee lane priority, but it does set you up for success in that bot lane 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I love this combination. I do think a lot of the Jarvan, failures, there have been a lot of like user error with some of those Jarvans.
I see. Get good is the problem. Yes.
Well, yeah, not all of them, some of them. Neeko, though, with Jarvan is such a good jungle and support combo. Massive amounts of engage, really good sneak plays where both of them can really play vision games and come up with huge jungle and support synergy. But let's take a look at the other side. They take away the Rumble, which is a classic combination you do pair with the Jarvan for that AoE. So it looks like we're just going to have both teams with big team fighting, big AoE here, Dracos.
Yeah, and it looks like the pick and ban overlay is not updating, but an Aurora has been locked in the mid lane for BDD. We'll update that for you as soon as we can. In the meantime, you'll have to settle for us describing it. It's Aurora. She's a bunny lady. And team fighting seems to be the name of the game. Honestly, for both sides, Kai'Sa, a pick that if they do opt to lock in here, can be vulnerable in the laning phase, but we've seen really easy way to play the mid game, playing for those picks on side. And KT, every single pick they've brought to the table, excellent in those big 5v5 fist fights.
Yeah, and I love the Kai'Sa when we do see all these CC heavy comps that are looking to dive on priority targets. Neeko and Jarvan set up for that very nicely. You can go in for the executes. So let's take a look. Do they want to even ban out like Galio and Ornn here since the early Rumble pick? Those are kind of the really frequent answers that you see into that on top side. So KT, they have the opportunity to take away some of these options from 369, who has been very good so far this tournament. And there's one of those two options, the Ornn down at least.
See what they want to do here. Of course, we always have to have in the back of our mind, the Viper swap, that top lane swap up. I think originally popular in the LPL, but Viper was the first big name player to kind of pull it out on HLE. So see if they do want to optimize some of those bot lane 2v2s and top lane matchups by moving an 80 carry around. But with the Rumble locked in, Ornn now banned away, KT doing what they can to shape that top lane matchup for Perfect. A guy who gets a lot of flack. Sometimes, it's underperformance, he's not up to par. Sometimes I think it's because they leave this man on an island. We'll see what the situation ends up being as the Alistar now banned away, really trying to take away that immediate follow-up or immediate engage tool to go alongside this Wukong and Rumble.
Yeah, and he's good engage, and also headbutt is annoying for Neeko.
Yes.
Because there are multiple ways where Alistar can try and like mark a Neeko and keep the Neeko engages out. So Alistar can be problematic in kind of defensive and offensive ways. So that is a very good ban. And as you say, double tank bans versus 369, so he might just be fine locking in something else, but they are red side, so they could save him for, I mean, they are already playing into Rumble, so yeah, I guess they're going to show it early.
Reminder, if you are just joining us, bit of a graphical issue. We do have Aurora locked in, most likely almost 100% guaranteed headed into the mid lane for BDD. Now we're rounding out the rest of the composition with the Nautilus and the Corki. Corki, very conventional answer into the Kai'Sa. Doesn't always see the most success in Western regions. People aren't able to shut that pick down, but this is a champion who can make Kai'Sa's life so miserable in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, plus it has a dash, and that is very critical when you're looking at Jarvan, Neeko, Kai'Sa comps here with Annie as well. So you definitely want some mobility on your carry there, and the Corki is going to fill that role. So there's the Mbessa that was hovered previously. Definitely has been a good champ here at 4-3-6-9. The answer into the Rumble. Dracos, I mean, this one is just looking to be an absolute bloodbath already. Huge engage from both sides.
And I'm nervous for KT, if I'm honest. They had such excellent scaling options you highlighted before. They've just played Orianna Caitlyn. In the 2 games that we've seen before, they did scale up. They were able to execute in those team fights, absorbing that engage. This is a very different composition. Of course, we've seen stuff like this domestically, but top esports in the early game are a force to be reckoned with, and team fights can fall apart quickly if you fall behind against something like a Kai'Sa.
Nervousness is a very similar feeling to excitement as well, so that's also dangerous. All right, let's get into it though. Game number 1 here in the 2-0 bracket. Dracos, this is just a celebration, series. Somebody gets to move on, and even if you lose, you have more chances.
100%, we're flying high. If you hear us today, we'll talk about the history of these teams, but there's no do or die today for either of these lineups. It's just the elation of getting out early, being able to watch the rest of the competition, scrim whoever you want. It's an excellent spot to be for one of these teams. Of course, only one can make it. Someone's going to need to fight a little bit harder as we get deeper into the further rounds of Swiss. But for now, loading onto the Rift. Again, team fights, team fights, team fights, the name of the game. The Corki Knot coming through from the side of KT means we expect them to have some control of the bottom side. NiKo might put a stop to that, and always prepared for a potential lane swap. You love them or hate them. They're pretty good strategically. Always a potential option.
Some very interesting signs in the audience as well. Let's get on to the ref. So one of the big topics here between these two teams especially is the difference in early games. KT has not had very powerful early games, have definitely been a bit slow, and Doctem even was talking about that in his interview as well. And so going up against TES, who is one of our teams that have had the best early games, it's one of the reasons why Kanavi and TES have been so heavily lauded. Really has done a very good job. It has been really well planned as well as executed from them, both here as well as in the LPL.
And I think it's important that we'd like to crack jokes a lot when it comes to this team, but don't let the memes and the history distract you from how lethal this team really is, right? Good reason that they were able to make it here. Good reason why they were in the finals of the LPL. And Cream, of course, on this utility champion. Annie falling down in Prio, obviously nerfed a ton over the last few patches, adjusted here and there, but still can be that lethal engage option as Doctem and Peter zoned away from the wave early on, but Fossbomb does mean that Doctem's at least able to get some of this CS.
Yeah, early brush ward for TES though, going to help them out a decent amount here with the range versus melee support matchup, trying to work around the outside.
The slow race for level 2, the trades of autos.
TES have to push, so you have to be cognizant of the level 2 coming in. They are. Just back off. Nobody in any danger range just quite yet. And it is interesting with Kanavi pathing up towards top side, not down towards the bottom side. JackeyLove going to do the tri-brush ward first because of that. But Wukong, of course, is one of the slippery junglers that can wrap around, and going towards a Nautilus lane always does have the possibilities of Cuz making an early visit, and Nautilus having some good setup for him in lane to try and burn summoner spells.
Definitely a good spot to be in. Of course, double range makes it hard, as you highlighted, for KT to get the push, but a gank from Wukong, a gank from Cuz can change that very quickly. Jungle, we're looking at it a lot, right? Cuz and Kanavi. Cuz in that series, in the crucial series versus Gen G, this man was a demon, completely outplayed Canyon.
Truly.
KT fans want to see that same form, but to be honest with you, it hasn't been there. Whereas for Kanavi, still looking like a beast, still looking terrifying. Look at that K plus A at 14. Cuz is a little quiet.
We did talk about the difference in the early games. Yeah, 0 kills and assists pre 14 minutes there. Meanwhile, Kanavi, an absolute terror in the early game and all game, actually. And Kanavi in the regular season of LPL, getting that first team all-pro really has been quite the engine for this team. A lot of carry champions for him, and he's the one piloting the Jarvan. So, Daniel, do you believe in Kanavi to get the first win on the board for a Jarvan?
I mean, yeah, I do, because it looks like he's going to get the first kill in this game! Caster blessed, Caster cursed, I'm not sure what to say, but a clean play, good setup from Cream. Kanavi, very easy for him to snag that one.
I'm telling you, a lot of the Jarvans have been user error. You go to the Annie lane, you get the stun, easy follow-up.
Swag, and then you drag. I got it. Yes, user error, of course.
At first you stun,
That's a
Cream,
good way to start.
It is worth mentioning, Cream invested the flash to do that. It's a wise investment, but you're always then looking, can that be punished? Annie is a champion in mid lane that I've seen a lot of play, and a lot of people do like to go then attack the Annie and try and make you pay for that a little bit, because your shield is good. The shield move speed is nice, but it is not going to get you out of a lot of other situations, and having no flash now Cream's going to have to be a little bit more worried. That's why Peter comes through, clears out some of that vision around mid lane, and they'll see what they can do about it.
And I think the frustrating thing about this for both BDD and Cuz is the gank is so fast, it really costs Kanavi almost none of his time. So he's still on par in jungle clear. There's not really a, a cross-map play or anything else to get back. It is just that gold deficit in the mid lane for BDD. And yeah, that window of opportunity you talked about to capitalize on a flash miss thing, but Cuz hasn't found an avenue to go through mid yet, is now moving down to the rafters, but Kanavi might just spot him.
And Kanavi did walk over that ward in the banana brush. So you see BDD, good positioning. He positions to the upward side of the lane.
Cream again, no flash. Kanavi happy to just zone away. I was not sure how committed he was going to be to auto-attacking the Aurora to death, but zoning BDD out, making Cream's life a little bit easier.
Yeah, BDD loses experience on some of those minions that are dying up by the tower. So even though you're not, actually taking him down or burning his flash, it still is a gank worth going for. Pushes him out, a little bit of damage on the Aurora, make him miss a couple of minions.
And he doesn't hit the bear, crucially. BDD able to move away without even burning the flash.
Or did he just not have the stun? I think the damage goes through.
Damage went in. You're probably right, given that he does have 3 stacks ready to go. Either way, you get what you want out of the Tibbers again. If you, for some reason, haven't seen Annie, which would be crazy, she uses the bear, she pushes the wave. That's as simple as it gets. As Peter, the heal now coming up from Jackie Levenhong. Looking for a chase down, looking to get control of the lane. Full mid prio coming in for Cream, courtesy of the summon Tibbers, means that this Drake should be easy pickings for Kanavi.
Yeah, TES, another good early game for them. Kanavi grabbing Scuttle Crab first. It looks like BDD with his reset. I honestly would bot side push too. Maybe they, okay, they're just going to look for level 6 on Kanavi first maybe.
And this is an incredibly comfortable early game for TES. We did expect them to be a little bit more powerful in terms of, on paper what they'd be able to bring, but setting themselves up for success with this Jarvan pick, finding those early ganks, Cuz might be able to counter jungle a bit here on the top side, but of course difference in timer between the Grubs and the Dragon these days means there's not an easy objective for him to take back in response.
Yeah. Krugs for Dragon is a very good trade for TES, and 369's full HP, so they're not even worried about any sort of topside, dive or play up there in response from KT. Of course, Wukong also, you really want that level 6, so Cuz trying to squeeze out as much experience as he possibly can. Does have his flash ready. Maybe he will be able to get in there once he has level 6 and can go for a flash play, but Annie's cooldown here for flash for Cream. Only has, about 80 seconds left on it. So still a little bit of time where he has to be fairly safe, but not too worried.
Definitely looking comfortable. No action after the initial kill. Drake really the only big tangible advantage that TES have held onto. Outside of Prio on the bottom side, another use of the summon Tibbers, this time not connecting. Again, BDD spacing really well in this matchup. Input buffering on the Weirding to jump backwards to make sure that the follow-up damage from Annie isn't there. And while the pressure is going in favor of TES, BDD seems relatively unfazed in the 1v1.
Yeah, support roam timers are resulting in a little bit of movement over here towards the Void Grubs as well. Looks like Cuz wants to grab one before Kanavi arrives, and he does have Smite, so Smite bite.
Going in, Cuz grabbing the initial. Now immediately going to clone out, but Cream is on the way, just forced to flash. Fear of the point-and-click CC coming in from Cream. Stopping Cuz from getting anything else. Really wanted that cheeky steal, but it just does not work out.
Yeah, okay, and that's going to be a full rotation. So look at the cost for this play. TS, full 5 members at Grubs means that Corki down here is actually getting the minions all the way up to the tower. So turret plate for Dokdam, and some minions going down to the tower as well is your little bit of payment. Still good for TS though, in my opinion. Grabbing up those Grubs.
Get the flash. Give up a single Grub for it, but still hold on to the true Grub buff. Still feeling comfortable as the lane swap has come out. Following that, getting pressure on the top side. Perfect. Forced to use the equalizer to clear the wave. 369, bit of a struggle to try and approach this tower. Will immediately ult onto Dokdam, though. Good damage. Just wants to make sure that he has access to the wave.
A lot of deep vision here for KT as well behind this side. So they might actually go for a repeat play on 369. I mean, Kanavi's on the top side, so Cuz kind of has a free route to go pressure 369, who, even without your ultimate, he still has flash and is Mbessa very mobile, and they're making the good call here, just communicating, I know, I'm on weak side, I'll back up. So 369 was able to get some experience from those previous minions that were dying, but not the rest of them, and the race for the tower
has begun. Grub advantage, but of course the mid lane is the immediate 1v1. Russell Veil used just for a bit of extra damage onto Cream. Cream forced out of lane, but top lane left isolated. Perfect doesn't even bother to approach, so it's tower for tower trade, but first tower does go to the side of KT.
All right, rushing down the first turret for them towards Feats of Warfare. Continuing on the push. Seems like it's just going to be caught by each of the solo laners here. 369 gets this one. And BDD should be able to catch the opposite side for KT.
One of the first games we've had in the tournament, I feel like, where teams are so content to just handshake these objectives, trading sides of the map.
Yeah, right out of Champ Select, we're like, all right, it's coming down to these big team fights.
It's going to be a fist fight.
Yeah, we've got huge team fights ahead of us, though, Dracos, because both of them have so many weapons. And I want to see if
there's an imposter in the mid lane. That was not a very effective imposter.
Good awareness here from Peter and Docdam. Able to avoid. Now, no Neeko ultimate does make it less explosive. These team fights that I'm trying to hype up.
Yeah.
Like, all right, there's no Annie ultimates and there's no Neeko ultimate. Does make it a little bit more difficult to pull that off. But as of now, yeah, they have, for the most part, been content to trade.
It's interesting, of course, for the side of TES, Kanavi getting that initial kill means he's ahead in terms of overall gold. Does have the Sunder Sky, right? We know how powerful he can be in those skirmishes. No one else really with a major completed item quite yet, although we are getting very close. Cream and BDD continue to match up on the top side of the map, but this can be tricky for Cream. He does have to be careful not to overstep. Aurora, a lot more mobility, a lot more catch tools with the support of a jungler to chase down, but Kanavi is here to shadow, here to cover. Control Ward gives them perfect information as to where Cuz is, and Kanavi wants to kick this one off. Cream looking for the follow-up. BDD ready to go. Weirding doesn't connect. Cream trying to find the angle to get the CC down. Trapped in. Dashed out from Cuz, but just a dash to his death. Cream with a nice kill.
This is the featured matchup for a reason. Kanavi finds Cuz. Kanavi takes him down with the help of Cream. Another flash invested, so you can try and make the same thing where like, oh, well, maybe you can punish Annie later. But TES here, very smooth operators in the early game. I mean, it just feels like they have been so controlled and just executed so effortlessly in all of their games here. This is going to turn into the Dragon. They should be able to burn it down.
Second Drake, perfect coming in. KT, hard to play for exit kills. They just don't have enough members in the area. Of course, Cuz just now respawning, which was what made taking that Drake such an easy decision. And I will say, credits to DS. They open with the Neeko. They get lane prio, even in a Kai'Sa versus Corki matchup, which can often be tricky. And now we're at a point in the game where JackeyLove got his own skin, got one item. You're feeling pretty good about having this Kai'Sa on the lineup with so many effective dive threats.
Yeah, let's see if they can defend the blue buff here, because that one's getting taken away pretty quick. Looks like Kanavi, as long as you can get your own Gromp, not the end of the world here.
This is, of course, KT's response to the Drake, knowing that TES likely have to reset. 369 really starting to hurt, does now have that first completed item. Awkward bit of timing here for Perfect, hasn't been able to back to get that item himself.
And everybody really matched there, so both supports were kind of hanging around, shadowing the plays, waiting to see if anyone was going to overcommit. But again, in the opening game of this series, nobody taking too big of a risk yet.
You can see there, JackeyLove without Hung in the area does have to back off a bit. Cream still confident to step forward. We got first item completions. We're going to have to wait a while for the next objective, unfortunately, which I think will be the big catalyst for potentially our first team fight of the game.
And for the KT enjoyers, you know, they really have been looking towards mid-game and late-game team fights, you know, as their way into, whoa.
Bit of a catch. Blast cone means not much is going to happen.
But yeah, they really have been looking a lot towards mid and late-game team fights, and so now moving in vision on the other side as well.
Cuz finds Kanavi, the burst damage from Docdown. Doing a lot of work there with that Triforce, but Kanavi is able to walk away.
Yeah, that is double Triforce burst action right there. That could get spicy very quickly. So Kanavi has to flash, forced away instantly here, but nobody goes down. So we continue fairly close pace, and the decider are going to be these team fights. TES stacking up the Dragons. Wait.
Jackie Love on the bottom side. BDD trying to get away, but he's already marked up. Nice initial escape across the veil. Comes out. Jackie Love getting lower. Oh, but the Nico's on the way, trying to catch all possible options. Nice footwork from BDD. One more second. Does he have enough to get out? No, he does not. 369 brings down the hammer and takes him out on the top side. It's a split play. Kanavi, they know he has no flash. He's easy pickings, but Cream wants to try and turn it back. He summons the bear, but the redemption is there, and there's nothing left for TES.
Nice counterplay from KT. Both teams making plays opposite side of the map. The TES play is going to result in bot tower, but KT are answering, pushing mid. They'll get their tower answer there, and they got their kill answer onto Kanavi, capitalizing on the previously blown flash. Going blow for blow here, Daniel.
And super important that they're able to do so, right? Because it felt like they were just starting to fall behind, but this is giving them that bit of momentum, giving them that control on the top side, now leading to the Herald. Clone there for Hunk to spot out Cream, but we know he doesn't have access to the bear or the flash, so KT feel pretty comfortable to just take this. They lose mid in the process as well, so KT really swinging things back into their favor. Navi not even gonna go for it. I think a good shout overall as Cuz is gonna grab the Herald. Potential for KT now to leverage that to get some more prio elsewhere on the map.
All right, still kind of trading sides here as far as information goes. And the long lane on the bottom side, Hung is just gonna go be the battle ward, the person ward, to get vision for 369. Here's a look at how they softened up BDD, and you already see on the minimap, you notice Jackie coming down. You also notice Hong coming down. And so even though they don't get Jackie here, BDD did force his barrier. BDD then flashed though, and dodge as many times as you want, but you're not gonna escape Mbessa.
Yeah, you got 4 seconds till those cooldowns are back up, and then you're cooked. And Kanavi cooked as well, right? Know that he has no flash, tried to get some vision back, seeing the play on bottom side, but does cost him his life.
Yeah, and so these flashes that have been invested from both sides for each team, those are gonna be an area to look out for the big team fight that actually does happen, but Perfect's gonna be without his. Same thing, obviously, for Kanavi and BDD. So neither solo laner for KT gonna have that extra option. It's gonna be a little bit dangerous, honestly, in their approach. For TES, which, by the way, I think the overlay is a little bugged, doesn't show the other dragon. They have 2 dragons. They have Cloud as well.
Cloud and the Chemtech.
So for TES, of course, they're gonna have the extra emphasis on coming down here to stack up. But KT, good early positioning. They get the vision set up preemptively.
TPing mid to make sure that they get this push out first. Showing force here. Of course, BDD not in the area. Doesn't have the flash, as you highlighted before, but does have access to the teleport. KT very grouped up, though. They don't have any way to flank at the moment. Could see a TP coming in from bottom wave. Instead, it's just a full 5-man stack in the face of TES. Eyes on Kanavi and Cream. That's the big AoE damage. The flash bill for Hung as well.
Battle Herald summoned in the middle.
Ready to ride away in a blaze of glory. Hung gonna get things kicked off. Only managed to catch Cuz, and he just turns right back and starts free firing. Kanavi cut out the Sundered Sky, doesn't do a damn thing. TES, though, fighting back. Cream burned down on the side by Perfect. TES holding the line. It's an absolute bloodbath around the Drake, and it looks like they might be able to grab it in the end. They've taken the Hextech. Drake, Docdam running. BDD in the back lines. Jackie Love taken down. It's a double kill for Perfect.
And KT destroy them in the team fight. TS, they do get the dragon. They get the objective, but KT, clearly, they're playing for the team fight here. They summon the Herald first. Look at this engage and how it quickly gets stuffed. Hung goes in. He blasted for it. Immediately annihilated on the Rumble ultimate, and Cuz just bursts him down. Then you look at the other side where they did get the Annie engage, but they didn't critically finish off BDD, and then Perfect just chases down the Annie. So KT, full numbers advantage. Even though Jackie and 369 are able to finish off the dragon with no smite, they lose most of their members in the process.
And credit to KT playing with slivers of life for the back health of that team fight. But even without the Caitlyn and the Orianna, they're showing us a lot of what we saw in their first 2 matches. Absorbing the initial gauge, splitting up this big wombo composition, and then playing cleanup in the fight. The way Cuz isolated Kanavi so he could not do anything was fantastic.
Nice stuff there from KT in the team fighting. See if they can continue to progress this, because it does make it a little dangerous. You always get nervous when enemy team is on soul point. You have to worry about every 5-minute timer. Every 5-minute timer is going to cause a spike of excitement.
Yeah, and we do have a situation here where while both teams have excellent team fighting tools, I'm looking at Jackie Love, I'm looking at that ultimate, the potential to collapse on a flank, for one member of KT to slip up and go down around one of those timings. Make contesting this objective impossible. You highlighted it. 3 minutes until the soul on the line, but also 50 seconds till Otacon on the top side. Cream already trying to set up. KT knowing they don't have a huge window to reset, but will need to be in the area.
Or if Cuz just steals one. Cuz is good at stealing objectives, and he's got a Trinity Force Q on Wukong that is a decent amount of burst damage. So if Cuz could just steal one dragon on one timer.
We were really excited about the Jarvan. We said, is Jarvan going to be good? He immediately got a kill. But Cuz is making an argument that I think Wukong probably should still be above in the tier list.
Wukong is very, very good, especially in the team fights. But yeah, so got to worry about stealing objectives. Got to worry about setting up for them preemptively as well. And right now, KT getting a lot of topside vision for the Otacon arrival.
And while you can see 369 is uncontested in his bot side push, someone will eventually have to respond to that. Mid prio going
they're going to pull it immediately.
KT just going to try to pull the trigger, make the fast play happen. Kanavi moving in, control ward's matched. They don't have perfect information here, but they generally know that it's going on. Vision coming in from the standard probably gives them all that they need to know. Hung here as well. Recall coming in from 369, but if he TP's in, is it going to be fast enough? 6K getting lower. KT backing off, going to play to punish the TP instead. Looking to delete 369, unstoppable for a brief moment, dashing out to safety now. Ulti coming in from Cream. It's a bloodbath as Otacon remains in the mix, but it's a beautiful equalizer across the lineup. Hung tries to fire back. Across the veil comes BDD, bouncing to the other side, looking to finish up TES. JackeyLove the barrier, keeping him standing. Peter goes a little bit too far, and 369 is happy to punish.
Oh, BDD!
Dash back, Weird and keeping him safe. Kanavi ready to cover. KT, are they confident enough to stay on the objective? Yes, they are. They're unconcerned. So many of the ultis missing. They know they can finish this one up, but it's the steal you mentioned, Kobe. Kanavi the hope. JackeyLove here as well. Docdam zoning him out. 5K getting lower, but 369 now has access. Their resistance is getting shredded by the Otacon, but Docdam full health. Zoning with the rockets, the Foss bombs. KT will take the Otacon.
Kanavi's too low. Docdam did a great job bursting him and pushing him out there so they can secure this Otacon without the threat of the smite fight. KT come up big in another team fight, and they're waiting for the arrival of 369. 369, though, really good job. He was able to immediately go for the engage himself, use his ultimate, go unstoppable, but the counter is so big. Cream gets annihilated by Perfect, and they're able to chase through on the outside.
And Cream, of course, tries to catch Cuz, hits the Wukong clone, isn't able to have that effect. We know how it should work. Jarvan puts him in a circle, everyone pushes their buttons, but KT are splitting up the fight so nicely, collapsing on 369, but not staying clumped to leave themselves vulnerable to this TES composition. Gold, super close. Otacon to KT, but it is still sole point for the side of TES, and they're the ones with members in the river. They're the ones with setup on the bottom side.
Yep, TES have not been able to catch their targets on the engage quite as they planned. Now though, KT returning yet again to the Dragon area 20 seconds before the arrival of this particular Dragon Soul opportunity.
KT very grouped. Cream, no flash, but it's coming up now. 369 doesn't have access to his. JackeyLove will have the summoner available. Docdam's gonna need to wait a bit longer, but BDD. Perfect, not gonna have access to a crucial summoner spell, but maybe Cuz with flash is enough.
I will note too, 369 did a good job pushing bottom lane, so they've got the full opportunity to wrap around here. BDD's watching the flank though.
Crucial not to let 369 get onto that back line. Peter going in with the Hex Flash, immediate follow-up. He just gets burned to death by the Equalizer. Hung with the counter engage, but again, the follow-up damage is not there. TES split apart and divided. They fall at the soul. The perfect secure coming in from Cuz just in time. JackeyLove running, flashing, will barely survive, but the soul will not go to TES.
Yeah, soul denied. KT, can they chase anything else down? Doesn't.
Catch out. The public execution, but for who? 369 turning back now. Cuz burned down. BDD might be in trouble. JackeyLove still sticking around, but Docdam happy to just jump in, riding the Corgi off into the night. JackeyLove wants to turn it with the barrier, but it's just not happening. Cream trying to prep the stun. It's ready to go, but he's just waddling out.
Yeah, BDD's
no
got
room
this.
Left. Slow down. The big one. The triple for Docdam. KT coming alive in the late game.
Docdam with the big damn here coming through. Corgi is pumping. All right, let's take a look at this one. Once again, you mentioned it. Peter goes in, and look at that. They delete the Jarvan. Perfect has had really good Rumble ults, by the way. I mean, you talked about earlier, Perfect sometimes gets some flack, but man, he has had some really good Rumble ultimates for their team fights, and they annihilate. So JackeyLove does get the kill on the outside, and it's just 2 for 2 right now. So this re-engage, the choice of TES and 369 to go in onto Cuz, flash from Cream to make sure they can get the kill, but that was an offensive flash, and then 369 also ends up flashing. So they invested 2 to get that. Dr. M's like, okay, I'm going to finish this one. And as a result, in all 3 of their deaths, all of this extra gold into the KT carries, with the big one coming through from Dr. And KT, they have just flipped that mid-game switch, team fight after team fight after team fight, and now they're looking unstoppable.
And again, they just play so well around these big ultimates, these big cooldowns, forcing the engage, trying to take Kanavi out of the equation as quickly as they can, not giving Cream an angle to hit that multi-man Tibbers that will always be a threat to just turn the game on its head. And the person suffering the most from this is JackeyLove. He's never had a moment where he can ult in like a hero, clean up these fights, lay down the Icathian Rain. It just isn't happening because there's never a clear moment for him to go in. And in the meantime, Dr. as you said, pumping. Baron on the line now. Big moment of contention. Kanavi, is it going to be an angle for a steal? Do TES even feel confident in that full-on 5v5? Because even though the gold has been close for the entirety of the mid-game, they've never had the angle in these fights.
Truly, KT. All right, the setup again, good from KT. They black out the vision. They try and punish Kanavi, a little chunk, but he gets out this time.
Zoss down. Could matter a lot if JackeyLove is able to find access to the backline, but only on 2.5 items to the 3 of Dr. so it won't be the end of the world. BDD, presumably at some point will finish a full second item. Maybe hasn't had a chance to back quite yet. His Cream throws down the bear, but it's not doing a whole hell of a lot. Cuz happy to essentially just grab a solo kill. Perfect. And Dr. there to spectate.
Nice job. Perfect soaking the cooldowns. And he uses everything, and that opens up a nice, easy dive for Cuz, knowing there is no more threat. And so he goes to collect, and KT, now they can really open up the actual gold lead, because they had won fight after fight after fight, but those fights were very necessary, Dracos, because they have been down 3 dragons the majority of the game. Now they've got, you know, the one for themselves, so they're only -2 on them, but they have to keep winning dragon fights. They have to keep on winning and trying to actually open up the gold lead for themselves.
Definitely. You cannot afford to let the soul get away from you. Would be terrifying to deal with. 369, the sole member of this TES lineup, did grab that kill onto Cuz in the previous exchange around the bottom side, so holds on to a gold lead of his own. Maybe he's going to be able to find that backline access, but it is just so hard when KT have been the ones with better setup, ones to pull the trigger first very often, or absorb some of these fumble engage from TES. Still time though, we talked about it, right? All it takes is one big anti-stun, one mysterious minion. Oh. That was not it. That is the second one that's gone completely awry. KT happy to turn it back. Peter finding the multi-man knockup. BDD to finish that initial kill off. Now starting the chase. Excellent equalizer from Perfect. Living up to his namesake as TES are sent packing in the mid lane.
Dr. has been so good. You are not catching him sleeping. He is locked in. Come for me again with these Nico ults, my friend. You're not going to catch me.
But this speaks to the desperation of TES. That's the second time they've tried that play. He's gotten away both times. It's dangerous to look at a play like that and say, this time it will be different. KT, eyes locked on this Baron, however, no one waiting over the wall to try and zone Kanavi quite yet, but BDD inbound. Peter chasing it. Dr. out for blood. Cream waiting to fire back with Annie. Cuz is the only one left in the pit. It's 369 to the back line. He's the strong member of the team trying to finish off Peter. JackeyLove finding the angle to Dr. That's going to be big. The plasma stacks finally popping. BDD, though, chasing him down. Going to finish that one off. It's a double kill for Cuz. Hung the last man left standing, and he's going to be quick to fall. KT again taking the fight.
Cuz is even going to kill the ward while they're finishing off the enemy support there. This should be KT denying another soul, grabbing another dragon. Team fight after team fight after team fight, they come out ahead. This time, it is 369 and JackeyLove actually assassinating the Corki, but everybody else had already taken so much damage that then they were deep in enemy lines, and they go down as well. So KT, another victorious team fight. Here's the opener where they burst down Jackie. It's BDD around over this control ward. Huge burst onto Jackie. So then by the time that 369 goes in and ults on him, Jackie goes in to answer as well, and he can actually finish off the Corki, but he's already chunked down to half health, and they already killed the front line. The rest of KT are able to finish the job.
Yeah. And you can see, again, the slight difference in the compositions. They're all happy to throw down ultimates, to play these fights based around their ultimates. But in the extended fights, the Rumble, the Aurora, the Wukong are so much more powerful, whereas this Annie and Jarvan really is that shotgun, the Nico alongside it. If you hit those multi-man ultimates together, you can see the path for TES to win a fight, but it just has not been happening. So another 4 minutes where KT don't have to be concerned about that Soul, slowly getting closer to it themselves, and in a pretty nice position for them around Baron as soon as they're able to push out these lanes.
So I still think Jarvan is a fine champion. You know, kit's good, good engage, lots of early game options, but maybe he's cursed.
I like that. It feels appropriate.
I'm willing to
in this
entertain
matchup.
curses.
There's a lot of sports superstition surrounding this particular matchup, so it feels like an appropriate place to have that discussion.
Because it's looking like he's headed towards 0-9 at the tournament.
If Kanavi
That's
cannot
insane.
win with Jarvan, surely no one should be playing Jarvan. That would be my.
Anyway, we'll revisit this later.
We could be wrong.
This is just, you know, broaching the topic here of possible superstition.
It's like
curses.
it's an intervention for the meta. You know, there's never really a right time. Sometimes you just got to have the hard conversation. Cuz nice backstep coming in. Hung going to be initially caught out. 369 retreating. Redemption coming down from the sky, and Cuz still happy to keep chasing forward. TES zoned away from the pit, but here comes BDD as well. Cream instant flash out. Kanavi going to be caught up by the ultimate coming in from Nautilus, and down he goes. BDD on a rampage.
This team fight is just seamless from KT. Again, another really good Rumble ultimate here from Perfect. Right when Cuz goes in on the Wukong, they delete their target just like that. It's 5v3 for KT. They can take Baron and they can defend mid.
Really comfortable in this game. 369 trying to cut the wave, and they actually want to get this fight kicked off. Cream coming in very slowly. Doesn't have access to the flash, but 369.
369, kind of a one-man army right there. Him and Jackie Love now can move over towards Baron. Can they actually contest, though?
It's going to be tough. They have to expose themselves to the flank. 2 angles of attack potentially coming in for KT. Hung waiting over the wall. Access to the flash. The Proto Belt. Nico ready to go, maybe to kick the fight off. Cream taken out in the blink of an eye, though. Oh, my God. 369, the last man left standing. Another double kill for Doc Damon. Pack it up, boys. KT not messing around.
Yeah, they get their Baron and some extra kills on top of it, Dracos. Now can they chase down a couple more? Hung is going to be able to snare, is going to be able to walk away this time around. But now it's KT wearing purple with a comfortable gold lead.
This is going to be a wild Red Bull Baron power play. It's going to transition beautifully into the next Drake. Soul point for the side of KT. TES again can play for that Miracle Steal, but I feel like we've been saying play for the steal for the last.
Yeah, I see Laura over there. She's got a really big smile. I don't know. She's like kind of jumping up and down. Calm down over there.
Getting it. What we talk? Put some money in the jar,
Calm
Lord.
down.
We talked
over
about
there.
this.
All right. Well, let's see them moving up through the jungle. KT take away red side jungle with the Baron buff. Easily take down this tower.
Okay, Kobe, we got a theory craft. If TES are going to make the comeback, is it just a steal? How can they do this? Because KT have been so oppressive, they've been better in the fights, and now they are just so far ahead.
Yeah, if you haven't won the last 5 team fights, then it becomes progressively worse each time because the other team is getting richer and richer and richer. And the other team has 2 Guardian Angels and 2 Zhonyas. And they have a Mikhails.
Yep. And a Redemption, which Hung obviously does not have.
All right,
Oh, that's the ulti. Initial burst damage coming out. Hung looking for the re-engage. BDD able to make it over the wall using the power of the ultimate. Kanavi living for an extra second, but it's not quite enough. Cuz now unstoppable, going right over the wall. It's the 3-man. And we said it, Cuz needed to step up, and he absolutely has in this game 1. Dominant performance on this Wukong. They're not going to wait for Soul. They don't even need it. KT, when you win all the team fights, you win the game. TES sent packing in this series.
Honestly, great performance from every KT member. Great coordination.
Fantastic stuff there. First blood in the series. TES, the dominant early game we thought we would see. It was a single kill mid lane. It was a bit of lane prio, but otherwise KT held on and came back in those mid to late game fights. Impressive stuff.
Okay, Desk, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling hyped right now. I'm for the love of God. It was a pretty cool game.
Yeah.
Honestly, a lot of changes compared to the early game, and I want to say, how do they keep on getting away with this? That is my first question.
You notice she's smiling at the moment because
I'm
it
not
wasn't in the middle.
I can see it. I can see it.
I'm not smiling.
I wonder
You're
what that
smiling.
means.
You're smiling.
Okay, yeah, I
No,
am.
but what was that?
Oh my God, it's that magic. It's the cinematic. But no, it's interesting because this is, for a while, with every win that KT's been getting, it's like, well, it's just because it's MKOI, but they're also the early game deficits. No, this is the best game we've seen from KT so far.
Yeah, and I think 100% it came down to the team fighting. Like, in the beginning, it didn't look so hot. Top Esports got off to an early lead. They're starting to stack dragons, and I was kind of, well, we were all kind of like, this looks like it's just going to be Top Esports
Yes.
easing themselves into a clean team one, or game one, but it fell apart once we got into the team fighting.
For me, because like this looked amazing for TES initially, having Ambessa come from the bot side and of course Cream come up top. Perfect had a really good angle here, where he also caught Annie coming in, so Annie really couldn't get that engage or follow up on the Nico ulti. And then as the fight progressed, you're like, okay, Perfect is really starting to get fed off of the fight. So it was nice that they had the presence of mind to know that TES were looking for the flanks.
And they really needed that Rumble to get fed, honestly, because I feel like the map plays early on, the trades that they were taking were really not the right one, and TES really had the upper hand here. What did it take for KT to come back in those clutch team fights, outside of the perfect impact we've talked about?
I think a huge amount of it was how they play around the big engage tools that were coming through from Top Esports.
Yes.
Like, constantly Hung was getting denied access onto key carries or having any sort of follow-up whenever he did catch some of the key carries. You look across the Annie as well. I don't think Cream hit a single big ultimate in the game. This is where it felt like KT really understood what the threats were on their team. And as you said, because Perfect got so far ahead and 369 was set so far behind, whenever he did end up ulting in, he just wasn't really a threat to the backline.
And Cream, we saw him. He was trying with that Annie, but thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Perfect, as we said, flashes at the perfect timing from the Annie combo, turning that Arakan fight completely.
Yeah, it was a great reaction because they knew that Annie was on the way. They were turning on 369 to make the fight happen. And as you saw, that was like just really discombobulated engages off of that one. Like, if the Annie damage didn't come through, well, Nico's coming in thinking that she can save the fight, and a lot of these things were happening. Sure, I'm happy that the camera cut off there because KT was just trying to give him angles, Peter hooking through, and all these things were happening. But no, that did turn into an Otacon for the team. That was the best fight in the early portions of the game that they had.
We have talked about a specific champion at the beginning of the day, and I would like to mention it again because I understand best of 3, you want to approach them differently than the best of ones we had, but Jarvan didn't find any success so far at Worlds. So was it really worth it to trade that Wukong that had such a huge impact for Jarvan that had none? What was the goal here?
I think the options were limited because obviously they were on the red side. They had already given the Wukong cross. They're like, look, we'll try and take something. Maybe the Wukong can, or sorry, the Jarvan can contain the Wukong. And they got off to a good early start. But that seems to be kind of the story of Jarvan is you can find these early ganks, but when you get to the later team fights, you are so squishy. There isn't any sort of follow-up that can really come through. And when you're left on your lonesome like that, it's very easy to be picked off. And I think that's where teams have just been finding the success against him.
Yeah, and this is one of those picks where I'll be an apologist for it, and teams will be for sure still picking it because, like, throughout the game, like, Kanavi, sure, got them a really good lead. There are certain times where it's like, okay, well, TES are looking for a bot lane play with 3-man, but then Kanavi was still invading, so then he gets picked top lane. So they were still making mistakes, and you have to be perfect with your execution, with your engages. And in those, we already saw in some of those team fights, KT did a great job at, like, biffing it. So at the end of the day, the pick I still think is great. But the execution is not panning out.
Yeah, and you don't want to rely on a champion like this the later the game goes, especially against a team like KT, because you know that those team fights, they're going to have to find ways to come back, and they will do it. Now, moving forward to game 2, what do we want to see from both teams? I know what I want to see from my team. I want to see proactivity from the early game right off the bat, because I know they can do it.
For me, on TES side, like, it's hard for a team that's lost to look at the good points. They were on Soul Point for a very long point of this game. Like, their dragon stacking was something that was very good. The early game when they were trying to find those picks were very good. It's more about just, like, recognizing the angles. Like, Hong is going to definitely look back at his play and realize that, like, the Nico engages were just not panning out. And if he looks at that, just make minor adjustments, the game looks completely different.
Yeah, I think it's a similar story for Cream, though. Step up on finding that engaging, trying to set up if you're on the Annie, but maybe shift him across onto something he's more comfortable on, and then have a carry for Kanavi. Kanavi's been so strong when he's on things like even the Trundle, but the Kiana, these picks that he can be a menace from the jungle, and I want to see a more supportive pick for Cream that can enable Kanavi to be a carry when he gets these early leads.
What I love about this, by the way, it's the first time we're going through Fearless, so those 3 mid lane bans that we saw in game 1, we're still keeping them. We're not allowing BDD to have the Azir, the Orianna. Good luck with that.
He still looks good, though. So, you know, I got to say it. I'm excited.
The whole wallet in the jar.
I'm ready to get on board. They
I
look
don't-
sick. KT's team fighter looks amazing.
I don't have any friends here, so I'm gonna leave it here for now. KT Rolster leads that series. Let's see what TES can come back and do here in Game 2. Guys, really?
Can you?
Really?
Looking to lead 369, unstoppable for a brief moment, dashing out to safety now. Ulti coming in from Cream. It's a bloodbath as Otacon remains in the mix, but it's a beautiful equalizer across the lineup. Hong tries to fire back. Across the veil comes BDD, bouncing to the other side, looking to finish up TES. Jackie left the barrier, keeping him standing. His barrier goes a little bit too far, and 369 is happy to punish.
베이징에서 월드 우승을 하고 좋은 기억들이 많이 잊혀져가지고 다시 신인대로 돌아갔다라는 생각을 하고 촬영이나 연습, 뭐 대회 되게 새롭고 즐길 수 있는 환경이 된 것 같아서 되게 기뻐요.
저랑 상혁이 형 그리고 재혁이 2017년도에 베이징에서 경기를 떠본 선수들이라고 하는데 다시 이렇게 와가지고 경기할 수 있게 돼서 너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Never thought I could love, I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise, there was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter, December night, December night. You know what I like, do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December night, December night, December night. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like. Do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire, December night, December.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025 in this best of 3 matchup between KT and Top Esports to see who will be the first to advance to the bracket stage. Of course, game 1, we got to see something from KT that I think a lot of KT fans wanted to see, which is consistency, because the way that they won the first 2 games we saw in Swiss against opponents who aren't at that top level, we weren't sure if it was going to translate to TES, and while they did have a different draft, it wasn't the Caitlyn, it wasn't the Orianna, they still played those team fights immaculately, and that's something that TES are going to have to contend with as we head into the second draft.
Yeah, KT with some mobile carries, and TS never found their engages, never were able to connect. So let's take a look at what they do next game. Will they invest again in such a straightforward, hard engage? Kiana, I think, should remain banned, should remain perma'd. Kanavi, very dangerous, and so limit him a little bit. Let's see what else here. So we're whittling kind of down on the Sundered Sky AD jungles in game 2, but there's still plenty of them left up here. Xin, Trundle, Pantheon even. So plenty of options there. Ryze is up. So maybe, okay, yeah, first pick Ryze. Then you get probably what, the Taliyah trade for it?
Yeah.
Maybe you go Taliyah plus the Pantheon or Xin or something like that. I like the Pantheon because it's point and click, but since the little nerfs, people have kind of cooled off a bit on that champion. So Trundle is definitely a big priority with both these junglers. Okay, and it would dissuade you. Yeah, would dissuade you from tanks too.
Well predicted there, Kobe. So here in Champ Select powered by Omen and HyperX, what is the response going to be from the side of TES? I like getting something comfortable for Cream. Obviously looked like a monster on the rise last time we saw him. Something maybe safer for the bottom
He did
side.
not look like a monster on the Annie.
No,
Last game.
No, it was.
He did not.
It's good he's not on social media right now. That's all I will say, because he is getting some heat on the platforms across the world, across languages. So we'll see if he can have a redemption moment as BDD responds. Cassio, conventional answer. Matchup that's kind of, again, rising to prominence with the return of Ryze.
Interesting early Xayah Rakan too. So let's see what the punishment is. Because there's a few ways they can go about it. But yeah, the Cassiopeia, definitely the other really common answer into Ryze that we have seen. And let's see, I like the early Alistar pick for them too, to really bring that structure. But since no jungle picked up early for TES, KT will still ban out the Xin, even having the Trundle already. They really want to push Kanavi down.
Just wanting to take away any of that early game comfort. And again, when you evaluate these two teams' strengths coming into the series, it makes sense, right? Early game felt like the biggest disparity between both these lineups, so making sure Kanavi can't start to take over with one of these dominant early game champions is a good look. That said, I'm a little nervous for TES. I think they have some really strong comfort picks for the lineup, but whenever I see Xayah into the Trundle, that pillar can obviously make things so much more difficult, but reliable engage for Jackie Levenhong, never too bad to see, as the Pantheon is also going to hit the bench, right?
So I think those are all the ones that we mentioned. So he's pushed kind of past the top tier of the Sundered Sky junglers.
There has to be another jungler that will build Sundered Sky.
I mean, yeah, anybody. if you have AD ratios. Lee Sin, okay, Lee Sin is an odd. What about that? Maybe, because Lee Sin with the mobility is decent too. That's definitely still an option for Kanavi. Of course, Kanavi has tremendous amount of options. I mean, could do Nocturne as well for the extra global.
Ezreal, going to be the lock-in here for Doctim. I do like it, right? Has a little bit more range. doesn't always fit the like hyper-scaling carry archetype, but you have the Cassio, who can really easily compensate that, punishes for the double short-range carries of the Xayah and the Ryze.
Yeah, poke against Xayah, always nice. So we'll see what they pair the Ezreal with. Is it going to be a poke pairing as well in the support role, or more engaged? Or excuse me, I'm absolutely trolling. I'm absolutely trolling. It was first McAllister. Back to the other side though.
The worst part is I didn't correct you, so we were joined hand in hand predicting Alistar top for absolutely no
Here we
reason.
go. There we go. Kanavi carry. All right, Kanavi carry. We got the Zed jungle here. Let's go. This thing is absolutely insane. Zed clears so fast. You can just do your full clear, recall, get your purchase, and then walk to the Scuttle Crabs before they even spawn still and fight. So let's see it. Big Kanavi Zed coming through. And we'll round it out with the kind of standard Renekton here.
This is interesting, right? It feels like top esports are putting a lot of faith in the individual confidence of their players, because while there is some solid setup for Kanavi in the lanes, it's definitely not as clear-cut as the previous composition where you're all trying to push R. KT a bit more well-rounded, a bit more stock standard. Perfect, of course, the guy I'm kind of keeping my eye on because he had such a fantastic game. One, I want to see if, you know, some of the criticism that has been levied against him domestically will show up a little bit more in this top lane matchup. But in the meantime, it really is TES who need to fire back, and Kanavi Zed is the perfect tool to kick off a comeback.
Yeah, I like Zed too because it is a jungle champion where you're like, well, I can do a lot myself without relying on my team. I do still need to rely on my team, of course, but you can do a lot yourself without relying on them as well. Lots of possibilities of 1v1s. Very, very quick clear. And let's see, can TES push us a little further? Dracos, they had the early game lead. It was going quite smoothly for them, and then they just failed every single team fight. Every single engage, it felt like came up short for Hung and for Cream, and they just were completely demolished in, what, like 6 consecutive fights?
It's so rare that you see a game where a team gets sole point that early on, and they're not able to convert a single fight or look for a creative steal angle. Again, testament to how good KT can be in these late game team fight scenarios, but late game isn't a concern right now. We're getting ready for an early game with Kanavi Zed in it. You talked about the clear speed. Gonna have to keep our eyes on these lanes as well. We're set up for a much more volatile early game as Cousin Kanavi already trading blows.
You know one of the coolest things about doing the tournament in China is the Gyos. Like, I love this. It makes me wish we did this at LCS. Like, it is powerful.
Also, you can hear the passion. We're right next to the fans right now. You can hear the passion in the voice. There's a guy next to us shouting his lungs out.
Yeah,
no regard. If he has to speak tomorrow, he's doomed.
I can kind of feel it too, because our thing shakes a little bit. We get the physical sensation. Okay, so let's take a look. Is it going to be top-down clears? That's kind of what I would expect. The top lane match is K'Sante Renekton, so I don't really care about that. So both junglers, let's look at clearing down towards the bottom lanes, boys.
Poor top laners. Bot lane will be interesting, of course, as well. The Rakan does give you, with the Gleaming Quill, of some tools to survive the poke of the Ezreal, and we know kind of how weak the Alistar level 1 is, so we'll keep track of that. But here's the fabled Zed clear. This isn't the super fast part, although this is also pretty fast.
Yeah, it is. It's super fast from second one.
Yeah.
His passive is insane. And we'll see if he does do the full clear into recall for early base and then get back out to fight towards Scuttle or not. Regardless, it is going to be TES here with the onus on them. Like, they really do need to have a much different look to this game. I mean, Hung is on a squishy engage support. And we saw him multiple times. He would go, whether it was disguising himself as a minion and then going for the Corki and not being able to get Doctum, or whether it was him, in the team fight going straight for the front line and then just getting immediately blown up and deleted. They were, for the majority, unsuccessful. So he's going to have a completely different game here on Rakan, who is way quicker, but is kind of similar in the fact that you can get blown up too. So if you do mess up your engage, you'll get punished quickly. So, all right, well, we are timing our Zed clear here. Dracos,
That's a
252. That's pretty good. And does go for the instant recall for the purchase. Okay.
All right, let's check Cuz. He's very far away.
Yeah, I mean, it's
But
not fair, bro.
If
That's not
Trundle
fair.
could start with Tiamat, I think it might be close, but
Dude,
he just can't.
Trundle doesn't need any more help, all right? This champ is pretty good.
Okay, well, if Volibear was in the game, you'd be singing a different song, I'm sure. Suddenly,
Fair enough,
Trundle's the
fair enough.
problem.
Okay, so here it is. Now is where the Zed comes back with the double longsword we're talking about, and you want to go to the crab of the side that your opponent is actually going to, because with your double longswords,
Yep, Kanavi
you want to fight him,
immediately
but Cuz knows. He's like, all right, yeah, Kanavi's definitely going to be coming for me. I am not going to give him the fight. Yeah, and so he leaves the side. But wait a second, Kanavi's staying so long. Do they want to punish this push on BDD? BDD is 50%.
Flash forward. Rude, it's only going to be the slow, but Kanavi immediately goes in. One more auto content for the week. He does not quite get the damage. BDD still living. Cream in trouble. Hung over the wall. Hits him with the feather.
They get it. Kanavi flashes the JDG. Are they gonna? They're fine. I think they're still fine, right? Yeah. Okay. They walk out, even though look at the river, because there is a roam up from Alistar. They're fine. All right, yeah, they go for the dive. They didn't even go for the Scuttle Crab here. I love it. They chunk him out. Cream flashes in, and even just the slow is enough. But they really did need the roam from Rakan. If Hung is not on the way to finish that, then they might have had to stick around long enough for Cuz to counter. But regardless, it ends up being successful with the full roam from Rakan coming over as well. Flashes blown from both sides in jungle and mid.
And that flash is going to be crucial as we go later in, right? That setup for Cream. Easier to pull off now that BDD doesn't have access, and really clutch timing for BDD. Instantaneous reaction. Any later and he would have gotten rooted. Would have been easy pickings for Kanavi.
And honestly, it was good movement from BDD to just last that long. Unfortunately for BDD, 3 members of TES are enough to take him down.
It's that third member. That's Slippery Rakan, who shows up and just autos you. So all in all, still positive for TES. Definitely the worst version of the positive outcome, as the gold does go to Hung, but maybe it does mean an earlier redemption, which can be crucial in those early fights.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, too, like with both of them blowing flashes, I mean, it means these wards are critical, the wards that are going to continue to track jungle, but mid lane will continue to be volatile. And I do like that. I want to see more fights around Ryze Cassio. These junglers are over vision.
He backwards from Doctem. Now, of course, you've got Kanavi. There's so much vision, it's important to highlight, on the bottom side here from KT. They do not want to give Kanavi any angle into attacking these lanes. He brings the damage. The rest of the team bringing that simple setup. Just checking Hung, poking their heads up into the river. No one taking an early Drake this time around. And TES, again, in control in the earlier stages. But I think Kanavi on the Zed, a much more potent threat as we move further into the game.
All right, so they know there's a lot of vision on bottom side of mid lane, but on reset, it is going to be a topside Scuttle Crab, and then they can try and attack from the other side. Ryze does have quite good setup, and Kanavi is quite close to level 6. If he can... Oh, nice. Cream turns his back, and should be fine there. Okay. Dragon will get burned down, but Kanavi is going to go Zed to the top side for that top side Scuttle Crab and get his level 6. KT and Cuz pretty happy to stack dragons, though, with this comp.
Yeah, definitely a lot of potent scaling as we get later in the game. Won't be an Infernal Soul, but they will get that first Infernal Drake. Meanwhile, on the top side, Perfect and 369 continue to trade blows. Level 6 is where we might start to see some action here on the top side, but as you so eloquently put it, Kobe, it's K'Sante versus Renekton, so.
Yeah, don't care too much about it, but you're right that with their ultis, there's a lot more potential for kills. So Renekton Ultimate does actually so much damage ever since they buffed it. If you're allowed to stay close to someone and keep them within range, and K'Sante, yeah, enough has been said about that ultimate, so you know the possibilities there.
Navi poking his head in, seeing if he can. Again, he's ahead in XP, so it's
Level
easy for him to
6.
step up here. Hung there as well to cover. Level advantage massive. Kanavi with access steal, but Doctem waiting over the wall. Kanavi, shadow forward, knock up connecting onto Peter. Exhaust already down with the death mark now going in. Peter might just be in trouble, but the CC's flawless. Kanavi immediately forced to step back, manages to get the red, healing up just a bit, but BDD now on the way. Miasma over the wall, it means Hung is gonna get taken down. Red buff for support, KT covering very well.
I feel like every assassin player is always like, man, they had exhaust. He gets exhausted. Kanavi gets exhausted. It is rough. And 1 for 1 in the very end.
A little bit of damage goes over. Tries to get tricky with it. Peter!
And now he's actually dead.
Now Jackie Love's chasing down Doctam. Doctam only level 5, Jackie Love level 6. Surely this is another kill to follow. This game is an absolute bloodbath. Barrier there for Doctam. Tries to land one more Q, doesn't get it. Cream comes over the wall. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. So in the end, wait, we're not even done yet. Peter here's got the wave pushing towards him. Double buffs on the Alistar.
2 members coming up. You can take a look at the mini map. Hex Flash faking out just in case.
Okay.
Trying to hold the wave just to make sure the dive can't come through, but very likely in trouble. Using Hong as a taxi. Pulverize looking for the interrupt. BDD now here, and once again, Hong might be the sacrificial bird, but is able to use Jackie Love to escape. Now you can take a... Never mind, the play is still going.
Heck yeah, we've got
Heal.
a pillar.
He's on Hong. He is the one who's able to backstep. Jackie Love, of course, still has access to the ultimate. Now you may explain what we just saw.
Well,
no, maybe not.
Not
Never mind.
quite yet.
Never mind.
Still messing with them. Even though they are going to look towards the grubs for sure, they do have teleport advantage for 369 though. So Perfect is trying to walk his way over to lend support, but it is
Coverage good there. Hung able to get outside of the miasma though. Not quite perfect setup. Kuzdo has already started the objective. Crucially, they don't really have mid prio here. It's an even lane state. Because doesn't have vision. Doesn't anticipate them to be dropping a wave. True Shot Barrage is used. They're able to grab 2 grubs. Likely to be just happy with that, but Peter wants a little bit more. Flash out from Hong. Nice look for KT. Able to grab the Summoner spell as well as the 2 grubs, but TS firing back with a grub of their own.
Yeah, no miasma cooldown available there to follow it up. So Hung is able to get out with his flash and does live. Successful for KT, grabbing 2 of the grubs. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Perfect just stays close to 369. You know, nobody's going to fully overcommit and go up towards that top side. And Kanavi's only able to slip in time to grab 1 of the grubs. Meanwhile, we do get a fairly inconsequential interrupt on the recall.
Kanavi here to Shadow, maybe hoping for an angle onto BDD, but you can already see some of the threat that KT's comp poses when they are able to group up. The power of the miasma plus the Trundle Pillar, really making it impossible for a lot of these more mobile champions to escape, if you can set it up perfectly. Of course, again, Perfect holding on to lane prio at the very least on the bottom side for now. 369 only continuing to stack armor, however.
Yeah, 369 stuck around, cleared out the extra wave, and again, okay, the teleports are going to be evened up very quickly, but he's going to use his bottom, and they're going for the swap here for KT. KT sending Perfect back to the top side. So that means 369's teleport down bottom side is going to get the early push on the wave, and it'll be answered instead by Cassio going bottom to collect. So they're going to position the Renekton into the lane here versus Ryze, and that is Steel Caps on Renekton. Steel Caps Rush versus the Thornmail Rush for Cassante.
Thornmail still, in terms of the healing reduction, of course, not the armor. Not the worst against Cassio. She does have a lot of sustain between the Roa and the Twin Fang.
Yeah, maybe don't auto-attack the Cassante.
Yeah, that's... You want the E? A single target?
Yeah.
But you can't help yourself sometimes, you know? You just gotta throw one out there. It's not enough for the Fangs. It's 369. Keeping an even lane state. Both teams seemingly content to set up for the objectives. 6 seconds till the next Drake. Won't have an Ocean Soul, won't have an Infernal, but TES with control. KT earlier on were able to grab the first Drake. We're going 1 for 1 this time around. Neither side going to be able to amass too much.
Oh, we are converging though. Peter's chasing.
Peter wandering his way in. Drake is going to go down. Kanavi able to take that. Peter holding onto the ulti as long as possible. Heal coming out. Perfect flashing and immediate stun. Cleanse coming out from Jackie Love. Charm is there from Hung. Jackie Love now moving backward. You're going to be able to pull in the feathers, but Peter just refuses to go down. Hung waiting off to the side. Kanavi going in with the ulti. And in the meantime, it's a turn right back. BDD not quite able to land it, but the interrupt going to come through just in time. 369 dropping down. Cream able to make it out with the Realm Warp. And again, KT in the team fights are unmatched.
Did you see that focus? That was so clean, actually. Wait a second, we're not even quite done here. There's some pings coming out as Cream shouldn't be able to get anything done, but another really well-coordinated team fight from KT. They force everything out of Jackie so early, Perfect flashes in, and yeah, he does cleanse very quickly, but the pillar behind Jackie meant that Jackie had to also ult and use his flash. So even though they don't kill Jackie, they get everything out of him. So cleanse early, then the pillar behind him, and then as Hong comes through, Perfect able to gain the distance. There's the ultimate, and Peter gets the triple Q knockup into the headbutt back, and then they focus down Kanavi. They take down the Zed, not slippery enough. And KT, another beautifully executed team fight, focusing on these damage dealers, getting everything out of Jackie, pushing him out of the fight, then focusing on the Zed. The melee carry can't get away there, even with the shadows.
And it's got to be said, you look at a player like Kanavi on Zed, you know there's the potential to do a lot, but this is a difficult composition to execute against as the Zed. Reliable point-and-click stun of the Renekton. If you go in when he's in the area, he immediately gets to lock you down. Things like the Miasma, how slippery an Ezreal can be, how tanky a Cassio can be. This is not an easy game once we get out of the early stages to pull off these clutch Zed flanks, and so far KT have just been executing better. Pressure in mid now in favor of TES. KT with a slight gold lead, but we're approaching the next crucial objective, that Rift Herald. See who wants to prioritize it.
All right, like they're continuing their assignments here for the lanes at least. Cassio slow pushing on bottom side. Looks like we shouldn't have any, big explosion just yet. Docton, by the way, he's the only one with all of his summoners. Well, I guess spellbooks don't really count. Okay, spellbook.
Just keep going. No one noticed. That's fine.
Spellbook players don't count. But this Ezreal is going to be so hard to kill. Aside from inherently being Ezreal with the Arcane Shift, with Flash and Barrier, is going to be hard even for a Zed comp here to try and put the pressure on. So we'll see. Maybe Hung is going to be able to get a good engage for them with the Rakan combination. Currently, though, looking bottom side.
Moving in, Hung immediately forced to Ghost. Kanavi there has already used the Living Shadow. TES pushing back, random Polv. I think Peter may be anticipating something there from Cream. TES, good coverage of the bottom side to make sure Cream was safe there around it. And it's important when you look at the items. Let me have to hold that thought for top side. The items are still incredibly close, right? So while it does feel like KT are in control, while it feels like KT are fighting better in terms of just the math of League of Legends, items and members, there's not a massive deficit for TES. It's just a bit harder for them to execute.
Let's
Q3, 369. Looks like he's fishing for the all-out angle, but will hold on to that cooldown. And damn, alongside Peter, maybe ready to make a move here in mid lane.
They definitely want BDD again, though. Blue Trinket is going to see him, and BDD's out. They're going to make a counterplay.
TP, happy to sack bottom side. There's not even a way for them to play for. Now it's 369 who needs to get running. Cuz can just steal away all those resistances as well. Locked up, the pillar there too. BDD just running him down. 369, nowhere left to go. The Q3, not enough.
Is it cathartic how everybody, has just seen so much Cassante, and like he's coming at you, he wants to get an ult somewhere, and everyone's just kind of kiting him, keeping him at arm's length. You're slowed, you're on the Miasma.
It's the counterplay the balance team promised us.
Yeah.
But we infrequently see.
3v1 him. That's
3v1, just CC him. Got it, yes.
But that one was good. I mean, I really like that call. If they're going to make the bottom side play on you, BDD just teleports out. They go make the cross map play on the other side. They get a kill. Plus, they're going to still do the side lane tower trades. And Cuz is going to get +1 on the mid lane tower with his Rift Herald. So Cream does get the bottom tower, but BDD is going to get the top side one as well.
This is just such a good, comfortable position for KT to be in. Already breaking open the mid lane. Going to make it that much harder for JackeyLove to find these safe lanes to farm in. Perfect now completing that first item. Overall, KT doing all right. TES firing back where they can, making sure to keep the CS relatively close. But these little gold leads across every single role are just starting to grow in the favor of KT. Now, Archangel's completed, not quite the Seraph's Embrace, but once that ticks over for BDD, that is going to be a huge spike in the fight, and yet another reason why it's going to be so difficult for TES to find that clutch kill.
Yeah, can TES get a good angle here? They're trying to get some opportunities for Hung to sneak around and actually find the flank engage, but KT and Peter doing a good job. They go bully out, they take the vision. Dragon started up. I think, honestly, just keep 369 pushing top. Don't even teleport him down.
The controversial Arcane shift into the Zed move, probably a testament to how comfortable KT are feeling in this game, as it's Jackie Love who now might be in trouble. Headbutt pulverized comes out, Pillar ready to follow, Redemption coming down, Jackie Love getting a little bit more space, the Feathers ready to be pulled back, double root, but he'll still die in the end. Perfect TPing to the top side. KT might be playing for a little bit more here.
Jackie caught. Are the rest of them caught? At least some of them are.
Oh,
ooh,
okay.
nice.
Kanavi's gonna need to get tricky. Now goes back, wants to ult onto Doc Dam. Is gonna spin a little bit, needs to get to the blast cone in time. I don't think there's any way he's gonna be able to grab the kill. The Pillar sends him sky high. Peter in the end gonna knock him down.
So at the very least during that game of hide and seek, Cream is split pushing. So still kind of focused here on TES on getting some cross maps, some gold. He can't quite finish out the tower though on that last wave.
And I gotta say, I was expecting this to be maybe even a dominant series for TES after the first game. Close, as I expected TES to come back, but KT have just been a step ahead the entire time. TES, of course, doing their diligence. They're good enough on the map to make these response plays, but it is always KT trading up, and the opportunities, the angles of attack are just getting smaller and smaller, especially as Hung is learning firsthand. Wandering into KT's jungle might just be a death sentence. That's the quickness burned. We're only a minute before the Otacon.
That makes, I feel like it gets so hard here for TES now. No Rakan ultimate either to even try and threaten a pick play with. So, I guess it would have to be like a trailing split push play where you like trail your Ryze with a Zed or something, try and make a quick assassination attempt, or maybe they get some fancy Realm Warp play, but barring something like that, I feel like KT can methodically move in, take their vision. They're taking red buff right now. Pings are coming down from TS to contest, though.
TS, Kanavi in the area. They want to at least fight for this. We'll just be forced to lose it. 369 doesn't want to push too far on the top side. Obviously, Otacon on the bottom side means overstaying could cost him. But TES really just haven't been first to set up on these objectives, and KT with this Ezreal really have the range advantage. It's so hard for TES to approach. Kanavi caught out, beautiful layering. Kanavi forced back, that's the Living Shadow. Redemption now coming down, holding on for an extra second. Peter getting low, the Unbreakable Will about to fade away. Jackie Love still here, but it's perfect on the flank. The cleanse being forced out from Jackie. Perfect dashing back with the dice. Jackie Love continues to auto attack. In the meantime, the combo! It comes in, Cuz getting the kill onto Cream. Perfect zoning off single-handedly the TES bottom lane. It's just feeling like death by 1,000 cuts as KT turn their attention to the Otacon.
BDD with the petrifying gaze. Hits the stun, Cream down, and Otacon soon to follow.
Jackie has flash, but BDD terrifying. That 2-item spike for Cassio is massive. Hung does not, has spellbook, but doesn't have smite. No reason to walk forward there, but wants to spot it. Will know that it's going down, and again, the advantages for KT only continue to stack further and further in their favor, and this time around the counterplay is it's 369 instead of Cream, but it's the same thing we've seen all game, these desperate tower pushes just to get something back.
Yeah, and they're, in both cases, they're not able to finish them off, so they don't even like get some sort of gold, cash in or payoff. It is just KT once again, reset after the play. They got everything they came for. They took the bottom side, and now, Kanavi at least, did he even get any?
Didn't look like it.
Cuz able to smite there, just annihilating everything.
Do you know what the awkward thing about KT games is, Kobe?
The awkward thing?
Yeah, because you can't tell when fans aren't cheering if it's because they're really big KT fans or if they're not KT fans.
Yeah, is it quiet because okay, wait a second.
Because they don't want to believe, but I'm starting to believe because Kanavi looking good as dead. The body block's coming in, the Feathers are flying. Kanavi just barely able to make it out. Peter locked up, the Feathers coming through, the Will looking breakable. Is the shutdown finally there? A glimmer of hope for TES.
Top play as well, teleport up here for a 2v1 on Perfect.
Perfect, quick stun. Cream now coming around the wall. Cuz trying to collapse on Jackie Love in the meantime. It's a split play across two fronts. Jackie Love caught out. Realm Warp to get them a little bit closer to Perfect. Jackie Love holding on nicely. They don't really have an angle of attack there. Dominus coming out for Perfect in the meantime. One dash going through. Knocked back by 369, but he manages to make it over the wall. Hung now chasing. Flash forward. The stun to interrupt, but it's not enough to stop the knockup. It's a shutdown for Cream. TES grab another.
TES invest heavily in trying to take down Perfect on the top side, and they are successful in taking him down, but it was a pretty heavy investment. See if that money...
TP?
Arrival on...
Right on top of BDD.
Okay.
He's in, he's out.
That's a hard champ to catch.
Very true.
All right, so as we progress into the 1-3-1, the Dragon being available at the moment, TES, yeah, they are, KT are showing Ezreal top, but I think it's still fine to force here. Perfect comes up with teleport in 1 second.
And you saw in the previous fight, if somehow TES can get KT to fight into a choke, JackeyLove does do a lot of damage, even on 1.5 items, but they're just really not in a good spot here. Kanavi laying down the shadow, but immediately forced out of the pit. Good discipline from the side of KT to not give him that angle.
Yep, chased out, and soul point for KT. They can continue to force TES to come to them. Cream was unable to get much damage on this top tower. He didn't have teleport, so he couldn't join either. And now that's a 3-item Cassio that you're looking at, with Cosmic Drive also done, extra speed.
If you enjoyed seeing a Cassio Kaita Cassante without the extra speed, let me tell you, it's only going to get better here, although 369 at least is finally building a little bit of MR. Of course, still heavily a physical damage composition from KT, so it makes sense that he would delay a bit. Peter, I'm going to step forward, alting the quickness now there. Miasma to block a bit more as Kanavi's forced back solo by Peter, but BDD's just on the chase. Kanavi zoned away. Excellent pillar to isolate Cream. Twin Fangs coming out. That's the ulti. Cream able to sidestep. BDD getting a little bit lower, but the Redemption keeping him topped up. And now he's just running Cream down. KT. Effortless collapse on the top side. Kanavi trying to get tricky. Good sidestep. To get away from the Mystic Shot. Will be able to escape.
KT are honestly just dominating them, running them down here, and they can push in on this secondary tower. There is split push going on, so they will get 1 tower in payment this time around.
But now the setup on the top side, we're 38 seconds from that Baron spawning. There is a Cassio on this KT lineup. They will delete this objective if they're given even 30 seconds. Right now with the death timers on Cream, they've already got 15. KT might just settle for this tier 2, however. The position they're in, it doesn't really demand that they force an objective. They're very calmly advancing through this game.
Yeah, they certainly are. Really well controlled from KT. As you mentioned, they have Cassio, so they can put so much pressure on these objectives. And Cloud Soul is massive for this type of team. Trundle, turbo sped up with Cloud Soul, super crazy. Cassio already with a Cosmic Drive and Cloud Soul, gonna be insane here. BDD, at least for TS's side, BDD used his flash offensively, and so they can kind of cope and be like, all right, well, there's no flash on Cassio. Maybe we can actually kill the Cassio. Is that possible?
All I'm saying is, it is concerning when you're playing Zed jungle and you look at the enemy mid laner and they didn't build as Zhonya's. They're not even scared. There's not even an item or component leading towards the Seekers. That is how unconcerned BDD
Probably
is
going
about
like
the threat on
Rylai's
him.
or something next, but they're just going to burn this thing down.
Kanavi, 10K on the objective. Have to keep eyes on Kanavi. He's the one that can make the steal happen immediate. Start to the fight is looking good as Cream is caught out. Redemption to hit him topped up, but most of TES is going to be splitting off. Peter going to use the Mikhails on himself to survive a little bit longer. In goes 369 trying to find the isolated target, but for now BDD is untouched. The feathers fly as JackeyLove goes up and comes right back down. Triple kill for Docdown and the isolated 1v1. 369 only find a brief moments for an honorable duel as KT cut him to pieces.
Quadra kill for Docdown this time around, and KT are staring straight at a 3-0 through Swiss.
Incredible stuff from this lineup. So composed in these mid to late game scenarios. TES so often dominant in the early game, so often clutch in the team fights, but we are seeing none of that in the face of KT.
Are KT going to be the first team to group stage, Dracos? Is that the world we are living in?
It must be. Lore must really have doubted them. It's really all come together.
All right, well, let's take a look at the approach. Cassante teleported to mid-tower, so he's very far away. So TS are starting this 4v5. And so they engage from KT towards Cream, chunks him out and puts so much pressure. Even though Peter does go down, we get a huge petrifying gauge over the rest of them. Cream was already focused. Cream was already burned down. And then BDD came up with the petrifying gaze on everybody else, making it easy for KT to clean up.
And again, that's kind of the choke point you'd normally want to fight in as the Xayah, but BDD is just so far ahead. Doing so much work with the Miasma, with the petrifying gaze as KT set their sights on the bottom side of the map. This Red Bull Baron power play likely to break open the base of TES, but TES commit to the 1-3-1. In this case, it'll be a 4-1 as Cream still solo pushing that top side, wants the additional gold, wants that bounty. However, it's just so hard for them to defend the range of the Ezreal, the all-in threat. Cream returning means they might have an angle of attack. Heal comes out from Peter. Headbutt pulled only onto 369. In the meantime, Perfect getting things off. Perfect getting lower, or Peter, excuse me, getting lower as Doctem continues to rain Mystic shots from the sidelines, and KT content to just take 2 inhibs with the Realm Warp.
Yeah, that would be a dangerous one.
Not going to be something they take, so KT happy for that. Soul, of course, next. Reset comes in for BDD. He's immediately going to teleport to the bottom lane. If TES overcommit to face check here, it could kill them, but they already have the vision set up, crucially, so they know when this is being started. Sweeper's now going to get used. TES, see, they have a potential angle of attack, but walking through the choke against BDD is terrifying. The miasma to stop the follow-up. 4K getting lower. Kanavi needs to move in, but the stun, Perfect ready with it to try to take it away. 3K, eyes on the objective, eyes on the soul. KT holding on to the fight in the meantime. Doctem and BDD for now untouched. The dragon ignored. It's no longer important. Cuz keeping things going. Cuz versus 369 in the pit. It does not matter. Jackula flashing back. Feathers ready to pull back, but the damage is not there. BDD is just stronger. The soul is theirs. The series is theirs. KT dominance in this 2-0 matchup.
Welcome to the group stage. KT gonna get through unless Cream and Kanavi literally can have a miracle happen right now.
KT pushing in, BDD flash forward, Perfect dashing through to give us, okay, that wasn't it. But at the end of the day,
no miracle.
It still works out. KT, I don't know if you believed or didn't believe, but either way, KT fans, it worked. KT moving on to knockouts, moving on to the bracket stage.
Making quick work of it here. 2-0 for KT. Team fight after team fight after team fight, spanning both games.
But you know, it's kind of nice to, you know, have some quick, you know, like Jeffrey Epsteinings. And TS looked okay, but like, holy shit, man, this KT, if they're in this form for knockouts, bro, they could possibly just win Worlds, and that would be the funniest shit ever.
Honestly, that's actually what happened. Like, no one was clapping. I was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. But what a way of doing it, honestly. Like, I know we were talking about predictions and everything and anticipating that game. 2-0 is something we could have predicted, but not that way. Not like this. But TES, once again, Ox, you fell for it.
Oh, no! Look, they can still get there. They can still get there, right? Yeah.
Combination, both of them.
And yeah, Perfect, you can look happy. He had a difficult year. It hasn't always been easy for him, but he showed up today, and so did the rest of the team. And I know that we've been heavily critical of some stages of the game for KT, the early game being one. I felt improvements here on that game.
Yeah, it felt fantastic. Like, the early game went way more smoothly. The team fighting was spectacular. It felt like they'd outdrafted them. Yeah. Everything had gone in the order that KT wanted to, and they looked so, so good.
It's insane. Take a step back. No one would have expected KT to be the first team to make it out of Swiss.
That's crazy.
They're the team now in the highest pool going into the knockout stage. No one would have expected. In fact, I'm pretty sure I left them out of my pick, as I have to actually check to make room for FlyQuest. But that's just kind of proves how like strong the team has really become. They out-team fighted TES throughout the series.
Yeah, that was really the difference maker for me, was how strong they were in these fights. Peter looked fantastic on the Alistar, being able to set things up. The Cassiopeia was doing a ton of work when it came to getting the miasma and preventing the engages that TES were trying to go for. It just felt overall like KT read Top Esports like a book.
Absolutely, and one of the questions that we had coming into today was Cuz and what he was going to be able to do, especially against Kanavi, who's been overperforming, or not overperforming, performing really well so far here at Worlds. And it took him a bit of time, but I felt like this game specifically was his game. But on a pick like Trundle, that could be expected.
Yeah, and I think Cuz, that's what we wanted to see. When they took down Gen G in the upper bracket, it was a combination of BDD and Cuz. That combination is lethal when Cuz has woken up, and he is definitely wide awake. So it was great to see that, and it was actually a really hard game for Kanavi. I mean, he picked the Zed. We were all excited for it, but that was a lot of the pinching of the AD junglers that had really forced him into that pool.
Yeah, and I feel overall, because just was fantastic when he picked it up, working well with Peter, trying to get that the early game to the success. But as you say, Raz, like I think the draft was really the main part of this.
Yeah.
Like it felt like KT had a really good read on what to do. The Ryze first pick comes through, which then immediately go, okay, we're going to take the Alistar, we're going to take the Trundle. The Trundle, as you were saying, makes it very, very difficult to go for these tank junglers because you don't want to end up in that matchup. So you try to then force something alongside that's an AD pick. The Zed comes through, but it's not really what you want to go for. And even then, like very early rotation, the Xayah Rakan, which was just perplexing to me.
Yeah, I like the Rakan. Xayah was really heavily punished, right? The Ezreal, Cassio, like Trundle was already there. Like it is impossible to be able to play out those team fights in an even setting. And if KT's on the ball, they were on the ball. So I love their draft. We love their play. We are
happy because the job's not done. They move on to quarterfinals for now. Convincingly, the whole team was connected, clicking together today. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do in the next stage. But on the side of TES, a few improvements that we want to see from them. Draft was one today. Rob, what do you want to see?
Yeah, I think it's going back to basics, what worked for them, right? It's like having something that is strong for Cream that can set up Navi, having the support come through to work in that jungle support synergy. Like, it just felt like Hung wasn't really performing today to the top of his ability. And I think it felt like overall there was just individual performers not stepping up to the mark.
One last note on KT, though, the fact that they advanced as the first team here in quarterfinals. I remember, Raz, on the first day, we were talking about the fact that T1 felt like the 3rd seed and KT should actually be the 4th seed.
Yeah.
Not talking about T1 here, but do we want to readjust expectations for KT considering that series?
I think it's time to readjust a lot of things. You didn't want to say it. We have to say it.
I'm excited for them. No.
Put all the money in the draft.
I'm excited. You have to be.
So that happened. We're going to take a short break here. Thank you guys so much. We're going to be back in a few minutes for the second series of the day. It's going to be Anyone's Legend versus CFO. Do not go anywhere.
CFO versus AL, probably going to be the much bloodier series. I'll be honest, if CFO managed to take a game off AL with how good AL have been looking, because look, AL looked fantastic at like MSI and MSI and EWC, right? But then during the main season, they kind of looked like shit, and then in playoffs they started looking good again. So I don't know, man. Like I feel like we've got the in shape AL, because they booty spec, they like molested the shit out of Gen G. I mean, to be fair, Gen G played into a Poppy draft without like the intention of drafting properly into a Poppy draft, and so Kyle just took out his 15-inch baby maker and he's like, hell yeah, come here, Chovy. And he made Cuz his bitch. He made Canyon his bitch. But anyways, yeah, that's my little comment for that series. But I'm really excited to see what Doggo is able to get done in the bot lane against Hope.
Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Fisher flashes in! And down goes Light!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The Crunchyroll music is fucking bomb. Oh yeah.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Under my spell tonight. Oh, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when the one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside me, I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when the one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things.
Welcome back to the desk ahead of our second series here today. Another team is about to fly to quarterfinals.
You can't
Hello,
see me.
driver. You can't see me.
We got
Let's
John
see
Cena
who
in
can
here.
see him on the Rift. Anyone's Legend is ready here as well to take on CFO. I do hope they are ready though, because it has been an amazing run for CFO so far. Upset T1 yesterday. Is that really an upset though, given how they've been performing all year long?
I don't know if it is. Honestly, they have looked absolutely spectacular. Obviously, domestically, stomping people.
Yes.
But here at the International as well, they've looked great when it comes towards playing towards sides, how they've been drafting, they're controlling the early game. Their team fighting has been spectacular. They are hitting on all fronts.
And usually, like all of us, we have experience with our top team having some peaks and valleys, the
Whatever
valleys
do you
being
mean?
specific. You guys have a lot of valleys.
It has to be an up for a Valley Raska.
But for CFO, they have just been experiencing the peaks. It just feels amazing for them. Being able to experience those 3 internationals, driver, of course, dancing because of the dub. Like, that game that they had versus T1 was exceptional through and through. And for me, Doggo was crazy. When I see the Draven locked in, you have some doubts. The game seems kind of difficult. He plays it out so expertly. The dives that he finds, like when he's that confident, I was like, oh, please give me some more.
And you can't be happy, honestly, when you see the way this team has been performing, because I remember at the beginning of the year, we were saying that it was all about jungle, but it is now a unit. And the man of the hour yesterday was, in fact, Doggo. The aggressivity on the side of that Draven.
It feels like every time we come to Worlds, though, we end up seeing Doggo step up. Last year was the Kai'Sa play versus BLG, and this year now in the Draven versus T1. This man, when the clutch is needed, steps up massively, and the fact you can rely on this AD carry to carry through what has been a strong early early game for CFO just sets them up as very, very strong opponents here today.
And coming into today, what can we expect on the other side of the rig? Because AL yesterday, they beat Gen.G, an upset considering the fact that they're supposedly the best team in the world. Here it came down to team fights.
Yeah, some of our expectations are just based off of MSI. I mean, beating HLE, beating Gen.G, the actual excitement oozing out of the coaching staff when it's happening. Like, first, yes, you make the excuse of the HLE one. It's like, okay, maybe if Zeka built here with how good Viper's playing, you could maybe tomorrow won't be that good. Boom, it happens again, and you can see the light shining in the Chinese fans as they see hope in this team.
And it's well-deserved hope. I think Tarzan has been spectacular for this roster, linking up so well with KL in these early stages to take over, get the early kills that they need, and then when it comes towards the team fights, they've been able to find those successes, and a large portion of that, honestly, has been coming through some of the plays that we got to see from Kyle. I think he's been spectacular in, setting up these plays, stealing some of these dragons. It has been a masterclass from him.
Kyle is just on something, man.
Yeah.
What is going on with this guy? So, like, yes, being able to steal out this dragon with this Q.
That was beautiful.
That was nice. And then there was that game where you're stealing, like, basically on Poppy. This was beautiful. Knocking both carries out. Kai'Sa tries to dive back in. Steadfast presence to block her. 3, 2, 1, not allowed. And then shoves her into the wall and makes it so Kai'Sa can't even play the game. This was when they were behind, by the way, versus Gen.G. And they get Soul after that.
And he's someone that has been criticized. He's someone that hasn't had the best of times when it comes to AL at moments throughout the summer split. So the fact that he's stepping up now in these incredible moments is so important for AL, especially now when they are just one game away or one series away from getting to those playoffs.
So you have to believe him. You have to believe in that team.
You have to believe in that team, and you have to believe in what Tabe called at MSI the lighthouse for the team. Tarzan shining on a lot of champions, shining on Qiyana, and yesterday I love the fact that the preparation was so well made. They know that it's not a champion for the LCK. It's definitely a champion for the LPL, and we want to keep an eye on that today.
Tarzan, have to believe he's the best jungler in the world, like a lot of the times. And his team definitely believes that. They pull as many resources into him. And so you want to be able to see him on the Qiyana like you saw in the replays, or the Zed that we saw in the prior series. And after the Chinese fans saw what happened to TES just earlier on, they are hungry for a performance here today. Tarzan needs to be the guy to give it to them.
The true king of the jungle.
Yeah, and the fact that he has that support is actually the really standout point to me, especially on the Qiyana. Like, the rise, the repositioning to put him into better positions so he can just pop off on that pick. It's so sick to see, and it's the fact that he can do it regardless of what champion it is. Sure, it's the Qiyana that popped up, but anything he wants, he can play well on.
Small surprise here before we head into the game. Rest is starting for CFO. We're used to seeing Driver in the driver's seat, haha, in the first games usually, but what is the plan here?
It's always going to be the differences in champion pool. Now, going into MSI, the differences were Driver played tanks, Rest played carries. Now it's changed just based off specific champions, and the one that I've seen the most is the Renekton for Rest, and Rest is going into Flandre. So Flandre, a lot of the time, is going to be playing Sion or far more often tank, so perhaps they look at him and see great carry opportunities for Rest, who in this split, he's had some great performances, so I wonder how we're going to be able to see him come in, and if it doesn't work out, they can always pull in Driver. So it's nice to see the flexibility from the team.
Yeah, especially because Flandre seems to be the only person that can pilot the Rek'Sai, so maybe going towards the carries will get him off of what has been the comfort. The 2 games back-to-back, he was performing so well on that pick, so it makes sense trying to swap things up for CFO.
Looking at this series, I honestly don't know what to expect given the way CFO has been performing so far. Any thoughts on that matchup, guys? I wouldn't be surprised to see it go either. I hope we get 3 games of this. That's all I want.
We're going to be skirmishing team fight after team fight. I cannot wait to see like what picks are going to be cooking, especially in the mid lane, like Shanks versus HonkQ. That it's going to be something of wonders. So I don't know, and that's the beauty of it.
I see 3-0 here on the side of the APL. It didn't start that way today, but let's see if anyone's legend can save the day for their audience here at the JDG Arena. Casters, over to you for best of 3.
Oh man, this is going to be an incredible best of 3. Welcome back to the Caster Desk. I'm so excited to see these two teams match up. Again, the stakes here are not sky high because it is the 3-0 qualification. It's just to show who has been the most dominant. And really for AL, that is the team where it feels the most true because they've taken down HLE, they've taken down Gen.G. These guys are terrifying, but CFO are a team that just continue to surprise us.
CFO, they have gained a lot of international fans this year. They are the only team that has come to all of the international tournaments with first stand showing up really well. Same for MSI. And this actually is going to be a rematch for MSI where AL did beat them. And AL will be looking to regain that MSI form. I mean, with AL's first 2 games here at Worlds, they certainly look like they are going straight back to that form and looking really good at this tournament, taking down, as you say, Gen.G and HLE, some incredible competition. And so AL, can they keep up this momentum that they have built here at the tournament? For CFO, though, I thought they came into their series, or their game versus T1, with incredible preparation. Their pick ban was very good. They banned the Bard, and I don't know why FlyQuest didn't do that.
Was that what you mean by preparation?
No. It actually was really good, though. They double banned Owner, and then in game, really good execution for their lane swap.
Yep.
Going for the 1v1 lane swap of Draven, super strong 1v1er, to just go curb stomp a Rek'Sai. I love that version of it. And actually drafting for Doggo here to just have it such a heroic, Draven game where he ends up solo killing them very easily.
And really setting up for him from level 1, right? Splitting the map, it was a stroke of genius, a pick that really paid off. Even when we saw it in draft, it was kind of questionable. It's hard to play Draven, it's hard to pull it off. They made it work. But here as we get deeper in the draft, we already see Kai'Sa taken away. Obviously a champion who, if kind of left to do what she wants, can be a massive threat in those dive compositions. Poppy, Orianna, Azir, pretty standard fare in terms of bans overall. Need to see what both sides are cooking. The other player I have my eye on the opposite side for AL is Kael. This guy is so good. I obviously had a super huge montage game in the first match, but just continued to look incredibly impressive in the second.
Yeah, it's funny because everyone is flaming Jarvan for the bad win rate, but Kai'Sa also has a really bad win rate at the tournament so far, and people kind of love to jump on those trends, even if they aren't necessarily the champion's fault. Again, sometimes it's the team's fault. But here we go. Rest with the driver hover of the Sion. And again, talking to Vestian, one of the PCS casters, shout out to him, by the way. He was talking a lot about how Rest and Driver have made those efforts to really converge and cover their champion pool issues so that people can't really take advantage of them as much in Fearless mode. But just a shout out there, not the lock-in. And they're going to go for the team fight for the Wukong here. Junja still is just so critical for this team. And Wukong, such a big one for them.
Yeah, Wukong looking super solid in our first series of the day. Now we have the immediate Neeko Yunara response. Yunara, I think the creme de la creme of scaling 80 carries in the current meta. Obviously the ultimate, the ability to get that dash just makes her so much safer than a lot of the other picks. And Neeko, while we didn't get to see those hype engages in our first series, I imagine Kyle will be looking to replicate that first game performance.
Yeah, let's see if they can accomplish that. How do you feel about Yunara now? Because I feel like this champ is still incredibly powerful, even after the nerfs, and people have been able to build around it so successfully, and opens up so much room for some of these scaling fights later, especially into shorter range clumped up comps. I think Yunara with a Neeko does a really good job of creating quite a strong lane, especially from their level 1, but we'll see if that does prompt a lane swap. Whenever you're talking about strong level 1 lanes, then maybe you get swapped around on.
And I think it really does. This is something that AO, I imagine, will be able to do well, but it kind of goes back to what we saw in our first series, which is, I think, the ability to play drawn-out team fights. Knowing when to leverage those important cooldowns is crucial, and Yunara is a champion who, absolutely similar to Zeri, is ult-reliant, wants access to that ultimate. So the patience, knowing when to use it, the setup from your teammates coming through is crucial. But speaking of setup, we've got the Aurora, we've got the Corki, who is this very stable champion for Doggo. Not the flashy pick like the Draven, but a champ that we know just usually wins out in most lane matchups, is technically a flex, although I do imagine we will see it in his hands.
And again, is a popular pick when you're facing, hard engage and Neeko's. We saw in the previous game, Neeko, or previous series, the first game of that series, Neeko was unable to ever catch the Corki. And so Doggo gonna have that dash. That is always so nice. So we'll see about it, because Hongq and Junja being on an Aurora Wukong combo is also deadly from them. Really good dive opportunity, really good flank opportunity. Wukong is one of the favorite champions for a lot of junglers to play into Yunara, funnily enough, because does have a good time getting on her and sticking on her. But let's catch up here. They're trying to whittle down on the support pairings with that Corki, taking away some of the hard engage. Kaiwing is a hard engage guy. All right,
he is hard engage.
He is definitely not looking for.
I mean, the advancement this year was that he started to pick up more ranged champions, and it was a bit feast or famine domestically, right? But we did see some good Bard games. We've seen some solid Karma games. So, but at the end of the day, we know his bread and butter.
I want to see that guy on some Nautilus.
Me personally,
you know?
I'm glad to give him credit for branching out, but I know what I want to see.
Yeah. All right. So Xin is banned on the other side as well, trying to take away some of the premier opposing jungles to the Wukong. See if they actually care about the Jarvan themselves. I think most people don't feel it deserves bans
I'm done.
anymore.
I
still think it's good.
After the last series, I'm done.
I swear
I'm over it. I believe you.
It's fine.
I don't particularly want to see it.
Okay, fair enough.
Taking their time, of course, still have a top laner to lock in as well.
So I think we're getting another bug. The Trundle ban, it's a Trundle ban, I've been informed, is not showing up. So
that blue square is a Trundle ban, just for anyone watching at home.
Yeah, so they indeed do not care about the Jarvan themselves either. And doesn't look like AL are concerned with it.
Okay.
Well, Maokai with the Rise. Interesting. Okay, well, you know, there is going to be some decent Merc Tread value on CFO. Merc Treads are going to definitely be a good buy for them, but we'll see.
The one good piece of news is that Wukong obviously usually just goes for the Triforce, so you're not getting as punished as you would against a Sundered Sky jungler for having double AP there. But still a tricky one.
And like the Bloodletter's Curse is a really good, item for AP heavy teams, obviously, and a lot of Maokai players do build into that. You can go the Leandries plus Bloodletters build, then you shred. Your saplings are going to shred as well for the Rise, for the Nico and stuff. But it is a lot of Merc Tread value for the CFO squad, and they go and they lock in the Scion here, the massive front line. That can be the huge engage and also can just be a huge blocker to Nico and Maokai. You always want someone who can like mark a Nico and block a Maokai ultimate.
That's a Nami.
Okay, so we do get the Kaiwing Nami. That was also
the difference in our excitement was very, very tangible there, Kobe.
That was also one that they added to his repertoire.
Yes. It looked good. He had a great game at MSI.
Yeah. And so the Nami ultimate here as well, also good peeling. Kled as well, though, follows it up. Flandre locking the Kled. There you go. There's some more AD threat.
These are wild compositions to wrap your head around, but 1-3-1 certainly stronger for AL. We can see how powerful they could be on the sideline with the Kled, but we have so much beefy front line on both sides. The Tidal Wave, the Maokai ultimate, both tools for disengage. I think this is going to be a masterclass in team fighting.
Dude, also, this engage is so good. You have Kled to empower Nico engages. You have Rise Realm Warp possibilities. You can Realm Warp the Nico in. Maokai ultimate plus Kled ultimate. Lots of avenues to apply pressure.
And I like the spice we're seeing. This is game one.
Yeah.
They're already cooking. They're already showing us some new stuff. Although Rest on Scion naturally will be feeling a little bit more pressure because his substitute, his comrade in top lane, will be watching backstage, I'm sure. Has trained him, has prepped him for this moment, but that's a lot of pressure.
It certainly is. Scion going to play a big role in standing in front of that engage. You block Kled, you block Maokai. Scion wants to be a brick wall.
And yeah, patience on these cooldowns, effective use of these ultimates is going to be key. I think especially for the side of CFO, they don't have that scaling hyper carry option. They have a ton of bursts. Champions are going to use those Triforce as well, but the later the game goes, the scarier that Yunara gets. So we get into this one, CFO versus Anyone's Legend to see who will be the second team to move on to the quarterfinals. CFO just continue, again, to surprise. 2015, the last time we saw someone from the then LMS, now LCP region, move on to quarters. AL going to look to shut it down here.
I see a lane swap ward Dracos. I see a lane swap ward up there. Rest was able to put that lane swap ward up on top side in the side brush, and the Sion has moved into position.
Wanting to stay away from that Nico. I think interesting choice here. Obviously, you expect Rest to lose out pretty hard to Flandre early on, but normally when you have Corki alongside a ranged champion, the Phosphorus Braum, though it has been nerfed in recent patches, usually gives you a lot of control.
Doggo did pretty well in the 1v1 last time around.
Yeah, that's
just
fair.
saying.
That's fair. Wait, do they have 3 top laners? Do they actually have 2 different AD carries?
Exactly.
Which one of them will be going bot with Kaiwing?
They've got Doggo for the ranged champ top laners as well. Draven last time around was very successful into the Rek'Sai. We'll see about the Corki into the Kled. And having Nami as your support for your sustain down here for a Sion is actually really nice. Sustain plus Sion as a duo, not too shabby. And Doggo here trying to push Broken Blade, or excuse me. I see a
It's
Kled.
okay. I see a Kled. It's of course. Look. I'm just glad it wasn't me. I think you'll get the pass for forgiveness. I don't know if I would have. An honest oopsie. Broken Blade, obviously a big enthusiast in counter picking with this champion.
Flandre though pushed under tower. You know, he's been accustomed to it though.
Yeah. Stranger losing out there. Just holding on is the name of the game. Honestly, for both of the lanes that have been swapped around. Now Kaiwing doing what he can with the ebb and flow. Nami, of course, high mana costs, but really powerful abilities in the early stages of the game. The W especially. That said, good lane control so far. And Shanks and Hongq just trading blows. It's level 3. Good response back.
I actually want to talk about a general philosophy, because since you cannot stop pro players from swapping ever.
Yep.
Like, no matter, I don't care what your rules are going to be, they're going to swap around. Is it a bad thing if we just return to everybody? We're going to have some action.
Hold on. Kyle, we're having a conversation, bro. Hongq. Ooh, the slow.
So is it a bad thing if we return to a state of League of Legends where it's less important to have a main role and you should just know how to play League of Legends anywhere?
I would love that. That said, I got players in my region struggling to play the one role. I don't think we need them trying to play 5, Kobe. So maybe one step at a time for the rest of us.
Fair enough. But you know, hear me out. Back in the way old days, in the before times, when League first came out, we literally didn't have role selection, you know, and people just had to play wherever you got.
Yeah.
And so now with all these lane swaps, well, we're going to get
Hold
another
that
game.
thought. Tarzan on the way down. Twisted Advance should be pretty easy here. Q backwards, some additional damage onto Rest. Is forced to flash. Hope the extra damage. Nice backstep from Rest.
Okay.
Anything else, but it's a flash for flash trade. Junjo on the top side. Flandre ready to remount. They have to be careful about not letting him stack that courage. Flandre now running the shotgun blast back. He remounts. That's why you gotta be careful.
Click on that Kled. I want to see how much real HP that sucker had. That is so insanely close, playing on the edge. Kled's players always have to play as close to the edge as possible, but he remounts just barely.
The shotgun blast back. I think they thought he didn't have it, but gets him just out of range. Allows him to stack up that courage. Carl coming back in the nick of time. 33 HP. 33 HP.
So anyways, back to if you kind of just use Doggo, if AD carries are expected to be able to lane as solo laners, right? Which you are now, and you're just supposed to use AD carry champs, ranged champs, should everybody just not be prepared to play any lane, any number of champions around at any time? Here's another look at attempting to dive the Kled while dismounted though, and you're always trying to watch out for the remount, but he flashes away. I see
Shotgun
39,
auto.
33.
Oh! It's just the Valk animation. If Doggo, I think, walks forward there and just autos, but then if he doesn't Valk forward, Flandre can backstep. That is the difference of like animation frames in terms of that kill actually coming through.
So close.
And I gotta say, while AD carries are looking good on the top side, I do wonder if people who played against Kledmore would have been able to pull off. They would have had the perfect courage calculations.
Perfect courage calculations. It's definitely a skill you need in League of Legends.
League of Legends. And in life. Well, it really has you saying a lot of weird stuff when you get into abilities.
All right, well, we have returned to normalcy, so we will postpone our
300 gold lead for Rest, and only 100 gold lead for Hope, and experience pretty close on the top side, and Doggo with an experience lead as well. So again, CFO initiating the lane swap, less dramatically one-sided than it was the previous time, but still working out very well for them.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we are going to get Maokai pressure on bottom side. So everybody still has flashes, should be fine, but Tarzan's got some time to work with, so.
Kaiwing, very close to the wall there, immediately going to get knocked back with the Arcane Smash and just deleted.
Maybe should not be fine. It's just flash in from Maokai. You're not going to do anything because the Fog of War, he just had an instant flash W root and insta-kill onto Kaiwing. Really nicely done from Tarzan here. This guy can play any champion in the book. This time around, it's Maokai. Point and click with the flash. Gets the kill, immediately gets the objective. And as I said up before this, he had the full time because all his camps are cleared. So this is as efficient as you get. He spends that time immediately getting a successful gank, successful objective, and can just go back as the camps are respawning to keep up with perfect clear speed.
It's going to be good. Also accelerating him to that Bloodletters too, just to make sure that any bit of MR that comes through is shredded, whether it's the damage from Kyle or Shanks. And it's a nice start, right? They took away the Pantheon. They took away so many of the early, reliable ganking junglers. But point-and-click CC is point-and-click CC. That Twisted Advance paying off. And Kaiwing, while we like to see him branching out, this is one of the downsides of these range supports is they are super vulnerable. Early stages is CFO now swapping back to the top side. 30 seconds until the grubs spawn. They will be first to make the swap happen. So do have a bit of a pressure advantage. No TP for Rest, however, or Flandra.
Okay, Maokai with level 6 as well as Wukong, so we do start to worry about those punishment, jungle punishment plays, especially as we are only 5 seconds away from the Void Grub fight. Very impactful ultimates from each of them. And Kled is still bottom technically, but the ult can close a lot of distance, so could clear the wave, start walking up, and might still get here for the later grubs. But as of now, the first one is cleanly taken without Smite by Jinja, so he still has Smite to secure another one. Just Q Smite that one, 2 for sure. 2 for sure, 3 for sure. Kled's not coming, Kled's not coming.
And that is CFO being first to that top wave, right? Getting pushed first. So Doggo and Kaiwing could move down first, as well as Shanks able to, Rest able to wander up. Now it looks like it might cost him a plate. Certainly did, but able to secure the objective without any blood. Able to get all 3, which has been pretty rare. Usually at least you have to give up 1. Now, looking at a small gold lead for AL, yes, but CFO maybe hoping to reap some of that back once they're able to get in range of those tower plates. Doggo completely unafraid. Level 7. Again, that time in the solo lane really working out well for him. And while Rest, the early gold lead is slowly dwindling, he's still holding up okay against Flandra. Kyle. Get a bit of damage down. Using the clone to scout out just to make sure that the dive isn't coming, but no one else is coming in the area. Junja ready to go in. Root there. Doggo. Junja going up. That's the tidal wave to zone off Hope. Hope immediately going to ult. Transcending. Now the Realm Warp coming in. First rotation coming in for Shanks. The follow-up knock up there to stop Shanks from getting any damage down on the Doggo. They are going to be able to walk away.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, pretty good from both sides, I'd say, because it was a good instant flash from Kyle. If you don't flash the ulti and you even just the time that you're knocked up in the air, they burst you down. So right as he goes in, Kyle, good flash to survive. Heal and flash used though, so it is going to be 2 summer spells for 2 Doggos, both of Doggos for both of Kyle's. Actually as well as a teleport for Shanks used there in the end too.
Looks like Hope debating if he can actually recall. Likely has a bit of gold in his back pocket, but we'll need to stick around as Doggo is finally going to force that wave out. Crucially, Hope didn't burn any summoner spells, so should feel pretty comfortable in the next Drake fight. 1:30 away from Hextech if AL want to contest it.
Okay, so Shanks, no teleport, no Realm Warp. So gonna have to walk his way around Summoner's Rift like the rest of us. Just like the rest of us plebs, non-Rise players. Meanwhile,
this is what
He usually,
what is your personal vendetta against globals and semi-globals? There's a Sion who's going to drive into a fight and a Kled who's going to mount. Kled doesn't walk at all.
Yeah, this is probably not the game.
We'll bring it up later.
Probably not the game to do that. Is going to be a convergence down here towards the bottom side, though. Like the link up there between Kyle and Tarzan once again. Those two, when AL were at their peak, it is about how great they work in tandem together, both for vision plays, controlling the map, and even ganking together. But looks like no further trade there.
Not quite yet. Kyle resetting to the top side. It's the little Rise icon at the top of your screen. Oh, Nico, the bane of play-by-play casters. Now it was a reset as well from Hope to the bottom lane. Is going to get that first push out. So better overall setup around the Drake for the side of AL. Great vision, good push in the bottom lane, but CFO setting up a play on the top side. They want to punish Flandre. Kyle is here to cover. We saw it last time. The difference in a tiny bit of courage might be all it takes for AL to hold on. 3v2.
Nico in the bush.
Kyle ready to cover. Trying desperately to clear the way. Flandre has to be careful not to take too much damage. He gets demounted before the dive comes in. That would be the big threshold. So CFO plays stymied on the top side of the map. In the meantime, furious pings going down onto this dragon. They recognize the window of opportunity. They've opened up for AL to take the second Drake of the game.
Yeah, good defense from AL. Keeping up with these swaps. Good read from them. Good defense, but looks like they're going to be contested.
Shanks zoning. Good damage. Phase rush as well, just to stay at arm's reach. Tarzan taking his time, although the objective resetting. CFO going to be able to get mid-prio relatively quickly. Tarzan, again, one of the downsides of the Maokai is he really does not solo objectives well on his own. It takes a year. So Rest able to stop it at the very least.
And we're back to having Corki versus Kled topside in the 1v1. Doggo, again, is one of the AD carries, really confident in that. Nami will soon join him, so Nami's going to apply the extra pressure here. Can they knock him off the mount again? A little bit more poke. Go for the tower plates.
More auto, a little bit of extra money for Doggo, get him closer to that initial Trinity Force power spike. And we saw in the previous game, Kanavi learned firsthand what happens when you walk face first into double Trinity Force. All of your health instantly disappears. Really only Hope completing that initial item. And finally get the setup around Drake.
Yeah, you know, seeing the Nami finally join as well on top side, they're able to finish off the bottom side cross-map objective play for themselves. During the reset, though, okay, this was a triple reset for the side of CFO. So Junja, as well as Hongq and Doggo, all coming back with fresh purchases. And Wukong Trinity Force is one of the biggest spikes you can get in the game. Single item for that champ is massive.
Definitely is. We got Mandate for Kaiwing as well, so staying away from Redemption, instead opting for a bit more burst damage coming in these fights. Not quite how scary as it was in previous iterations, but still powerful addition to any damage output that they want to have. And sadly for Doggo, did just finally get the last stack on that Cole, so can really at any time go back and buy that Triforce, and he will just immediately do so. So this is a scary time to fight. If you are AL, Proto Belt not completed for Kyle either. A little bit more pricey.
Honestly, though, I mean, I feel kind of good for either side. It just depends on the engage. If you have good positioning for frontline, I feel like frontline is going to be massive here because of the nature of Kled and Maokai ultimates and how wide the variance on those can be for a team fight if they get blocked by a Sion or countered with Nami Wave. So we'll see about the setup for those team fights, and choosing the location, the terrain of your fight is just massive in this game as well because of them. Here we go.
Ulti in, tanking the tower. Shanks caught out. Decimating Smash not quite going to come through. Shanks, one more stack of the Cyclone as they start to spin right on top of him. Rum Warp there, but Junja, crushing blow, just takes him down.
Beautiful surgical dive there from CFO on top side. Mid lane as well, the pressure, but...
Forced to ulti, but almost able to threaten to kill onto Doggo. Is forced to use the barrier in the end, but they get the heal out from Kaiwing too.
So nicely done from CFO. Even though your tower is traded on the bottom side, you make the early move, you get the kill there, and mid lane was able to apply a little bit of pressure as well, but still fairly even. Towers just traded.
Oh, hold the thought. Doggo stepping up. Massive damage on the Foss Bomb. Here comes Honkyu. Tarzan's got nowhere to go. Twisted Advance to get him out a little bit extra healing, but Honkyu snipes the kill.
Plus, I get the extra pick. While they're doing Rift Herald, they get the kill free. Here, onto Tarzan. Tarzan, no flash either.
I mean, no ult for the Yunara. They just don't do enough damage. Kyle forced to rocket belt out away from Doggo. CFO using these spikes beautifully. And I gotta say, they've just been a step ahead. CFO continue to impress.
Really, really nice kind of swipe there. Able to pick up the Maokai ultimates, kill the Maokai himself, get the Rift Herald. They can just rotate on over, reset with Rift Herald. That thing, the mid lane actually is going to be able to sustain through a Rift Herald charge, but you only need a tiny bit extra on top of it, and they will be able to bring, you know, Trinity Force empowered autos pretty quickly. So CFO in a pretty good spot here versus AL, who took down Genji and HLE at the tournament. CFO, of course, their game versus T1 was just so well planned and executed.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of people are really looking forward to this 2-0 matchup here.
Yeah, and again, CFO, a team that has been to every international. We've seen them improve. We get
This
to
year,
watch, yeah, First Stand, MSI getting better and better, and it feels like it's just continuing to see that growth here in Beijing. CFO need to be careful about the setup around this Drake. They are already 2 down. They cannot let AL get soul point.
And I want to shout out something in particular with the growth of the CFO team. Honkyu, this guy is so young and has really just grown so much confidence. You saw in their game versus T1, he made a critical, well, we've got some tense
Kobe, you're not allowed to make
shadows.
points. That's what we've learned. Every time you try to say stuff, they go for a fight.
If you remember back to their series versus T1, the Otacon fight,
yeah,
I really felt like Honkyu's flash with Rise to start it out onto Faker was like, it took so much confidence and was really the thing that kind of started the entire cascade of events for CFO. And I feel like Honkyu has just really stepped up for this team. So much excitement for him ever since he was young, but it was like, okay, well, you know, is it actually going to turn into something you can count on the big international stage? And I really think he has delivered. Let's see if they can again in this game. You know, he has one of their 2 kills. The Aurora is just such a big champ here, and here we go. They get their damage on the tower, and the Rift Herald's going to finish it off.
CFO and Honkyu pushing in the mid wave are going to finish it off. Opens up so much of the map for them. Honkyu wandering in, hoping to catch out Hope. Kyle off to the side. Ulti out from Honkyu. Zoning away. Kyle getting his flash before the big fight is going to be big, but here's the response. The charge now coming out. Ulti from Tarzan. They see a window of opportunity. Tidal wave response. Vlandra into the back line. Jojo immediately backing up. Doggo for now untouched. Vlandra zoned away. Forced to flash away from the bubble. Doggo stepping up. Junja, the reset on the Cyclone just in time. Vlandra's got him on a rope, but I don't think that's where he wants to be. Honkyu with the follow. CFO take the fight.
CFO are flying high. That is everybody still alive. 4-4-0. And they own Summoner's Rift.
How many teams crumble in that moment when the immediate re-engage comes in from the opposition? CFO turn it right back, not scared whatsoever. Ulti for Kyle's flash, knowing there's no return. Honkyu, the tiniest bit of mana, 30, almost flawlessly calculated to get him through that fight. And CFO, they were in control, but they were behind on Drake's. Now they've just got everything going for them.
Yeah, Honkyu starts it out. He forces the flash out of Kyle first, early. Okay, we're actually going to start it at the beginning here. We do get to see it. Proto Belt down for Kyle, flash down for Kyle. Then you worry a little bit with the counter engage of the Maokai ultimate, but Honkyu's able to flash out. Kyle's ultimate doesn't get anyone there. Just the clone on the front line, because he had no more mobility with Proto Belt or anything, and they're able to turn around, the counter engage, Rest is able to finish off Hope with the full chase. CFO did such a good job like kiting back there, and then going for the re-engage.
Kiting back and making sure that their damage was hitting the same target consistently. Hope instantly down to 5% HP, could not auto anymore. The second he had to take a step back, they turned right onto Shanks, knowing that if they burst him down, he can't do anything either. And that is not the damage graph I expected to see. Credit to Maokai Ultimate and an AP build, but it's also not the damage graph that anyone's Legend ever wants to see.
And that's why you go attack these Nico supports when you see them like that. I think that is a big part of it, really big credit, because they are such a squishy champion. And if you take away their mobility, when you burn the Proto Belt, burn the Flash, it makes it way harder to actually get a good engage. And we have seen the fairly ineffective LPL Nico engages so far today.
And Kyle is an excellent Nico player. We've seen this man carry games in this tournament.
Yeah, he's having an exceptional tournament. His Nico, you know, previous to this as well as the Poppy game, both insane from him. And that's why I credit Honky with going to attack him. You know, you force out the flash, you force out the Proto Belt.
And again, heads up, we've seen this at MSI, we've seen this a lot in high-level League of Legends, but attacking the cooldowns, using your strength, not just when it comes to grouped up 5v5s, but actually using those strengths to get the little advantages ahead of those big fights.
Yeah, and then they had multiple other, you know, layers to go with. Junja on the Wukong had, you know, the secondary engage for them even when AL tried to turn it. And a really big team fight for CFO has resulted in 4.7 thousand gold lead for the Flying Oysters here in game number 1.
And Honky very close to a Shadow Flame, aggressive itemization choice. Now we also have the 2-item spike coming in for Doggo. This is going to be a tough fight, even in terms of raw DPS for the side of AL. Otacon up, always an available option. Both sides were contesting Vision previously. Neither side really has any prio on top side, and it is still 2 minutes till the next Drake, so maybe a brief moment of calm. As you can see, Rest has made his home on the bottom side of the map, just trying to push out. Trading of waves back and forth.
All right, Otacon on the map too. This makes everybody happy. I mean, if you just like seeing some action. Now, CFO, again, I thought last time around, they had a really good Otacon setup versus T1. They're gonna pull it again. As soon as we start talking about it, control ward goes down. They start hitting the Otacon. Now, Tribush, there you go. Tribush is really critical, obviously, to control. And so Doggo himself comes over, plants down his control ward, and just acts as a turret here on the Corki.
And it's a good moment for Doggo because you can see if that was a Jarvan, if that was something else. Hold that thought, charge on the way in. Tarzan trying to bully his way forward. Doggo already used the cleanse, locked up for a moment. Flandra right into the back line, but Rest is here to respond. Doggo for now untouched. Flandra demounted and running. 5K on the Otacon. Honkyu popping off with the ultimate. It's a tidal wave across the entire team fight, and he catches Kyle. Crucially, but Honkyu about to fall. Invisible for a moment. The side step. Otacon might finish him off. It's a Raw Morbid coming in for the meantime, and Shanks, but he's not quite sure where he wants to be. Shanks into the back line, but it's Shanks who goes into the tower and will fall. Otacon resetting. Tarzan and AL on the retreat, and it's CFO again making their mark on Summoner's Rift, finding the fight on the top side of the map as Junja spins after Tarzan and takes down the AL jungler.
Exquisite League of Legends from CFO!
Otacon, an easy pickup now. A replay I cannot wait to see. Again, responding so well, the entire team ready to protect Doggo. When Flandra forced his way into the fight. And AL once again behind the ball, behind the play. Close, but not able to finish out. It'll take a bit of time, but Otacon is theirs. The gold lead is theirs. The advantages just continue to grow.
Man, Honkyu surviving on like, what, 50 HP or something? All right, let's take another look at it. They set up well, control ward in the Tribush. Doggo here knows he has cleanse, so he can frontline versus Maokai. He chunks him. Then he Valks back to the rest of the team as they just knock up the Kled on the engage. Rest had a really nice answer ultimate, so they kite back, and Honkyu says, I'm not letting that dismounted Kled get away. Honkyu went in with the ulti, hops back out, barely past the Otacon, waits for the Otacon spell there to go before him. Then a little bit of counterplay here from the side of AL. Shanks wants to go finish Honkyu, but he's too deep. He can't get out of there inside the tower. And then it's just Hope and Tarzan left alive with the remnants of their team.
And again, CFO so good at capitalizing on the split-second decisions, these tiny moments. AL, it looks like they're all going at the same time. No, Shanks is a little bit further back, so they don't hesitate to dive in. Doggo knows that the damage from Tarzan and Kyle on one flank isn't enough to kill him, so he is in the face of that Maokai at the start, laying down damage, and now it's starting to feel like AL, this one has just gotten away from them.
That's exactly it, Dracos. The coordination from CFO is much better than the coordination we're seeing from AL so far in this game. I mean, I also just love that Honkyu goes for that kill to finish off the Kled. You know, Aurora, a burst champion, ults in, takes it to the other side. Helps for the clip that he lived in the end as well.
Yeah,
that was sick.
I mean, Honkyu sometimes you see Aurora and you don't entirely understand why this champion is so powerful and so high prio. This is not one of those games. This man is getting summoner spells left and right. It feels like his ulti is always off cooldown. For AL, I'm not quite sure how they're going to approach this Baron, but if they let it go, the game might just not have anything left for them.
Yeah. I also love, by the way, when my AD carry will have summoner spells and use them intentionally in a way to get out spells from your opponents. So Doggo, in that one, he's positioned really aggressively. He chunks the Maokai, knowing I've got the safety of my cleanse, so I can play super aggressively. And yes, I'm using a defensive summoner spell, but my defensive summoner spell allows me to position super aggressively and then still get away with it. Because then when the Kled ults in on him, he Valks back to the rest of the team that is over back behind the Otacon and kind of draws the Kled into the bad spot, and the team is then able to peel around the Corki for him. And it really was very good to see here from CFO. Really fun to watch. Let's see if they can do similar things around the Baron. They have been able to catch up now with the Dragons, both Dragons to CFO's name here, picking up both of the Ocean ones. And 6,000 now, the gold lead.
Yeah, and Flash is available for the entire top side of CFO. Still a bit of time for Kaiwing and Doggo, but also for Hope. Kyle, again, a player we paid so much attention to, has been limited in this game. It is always him getting caught out as CFO using so many of their cooldowns to make sure that he cannot play the fights. Might be a different case as we get closer to the next major objective. It's still Baron, but Junja not afraid to push in a bit on the bottom side, try to protect Rest, make sure he can get that extra wave.
All right, CFO, good macro, push in all 3 lanes. 1-3-1 split push. They've got the rotation possibilities from the Sion through the jungle here. Rest kind of hovering after pushing that lane. And the rest of the squad goes to set up around the Baron. Their turn is pretty good.
Honky
off of
waiting.
Baron.
Vision over the wall already. Doggo steps up into the bush to cover as well. The second the control ward comes down. Just need to be a bit careful, but
his cleanse is back up.
Confident that he can just Valk back, and you see Wave pushing in on the bottom side. CFO really don't want to over push.
I love that. Oh my goodness. Doggo moves in, pushes the team out, clearing the ward while the rest of the CFO are starting the objective back up again. Honkyu threatening the flank, hovering there on the top side too. Their bot lane has been pushed all the way back though, so they do kind of want to take care of that. So Sion's got a couple extra waves he's going to have to work with to re-push there for Rest on the bottom side. So they relent on their Baron pressure for now.
No greater advantage traded here. Obviously the ideal scenario is you get Baron, but after that you're playing for smaller cooldowns. A TP perhaps from a side laner who needs to come make sure that they have the tools in the 5v5. CFO not quite strong enough, not quite enough threat on the Baron to force that TP out. Flounder was able to just back and be where he needed to be, as now we see the reset from Rest, moving back into mid lane. Another attempt from CFO to at least get some vision down to contest what AL have laid.
Okay, I'm curious. Chat, and be honest, how many of you predicted CFO to win Worlds? Be honest. I want to see how many actually predicted them before seeing this, before seeing what they've been able to do so far. Because it's just looking so good. What? After their game over T1, obviously I'm not going to say, yeah, wow, they're going to be world champs now, but CFO are certainly impressing.
But you'll imply that they're front runners. And honestly, again, I think that you can cast, like these 2-0s, you're in a Swiss situation. You can get favorable draws. And CFO, they beat T1. First match was favorable, right? It was a pretty easy match for them. This match is supposed to be incredibly hard, but they are making it look easy against AL, who've been, alongside them, the best performing team in Swiss. Kyle Shanks Tarzan in the area, ready to cover. Hope 3 items. Has access to the ulti. CFO committed to this objective. Hope's ulti is going to be a big cooldown to keep track of. 6K, objective getting lower. Tarzan ready with the flash to go over the wall. Rest zoning on the side. That's a TP, and Honkyu immediately going to kick the fight off. Hope immediately going to ult, but Honkyu manages to find a way out. Tidal wave for the disengage. Shanks now going golden. KIL now going in, manages to find the pop on it, but it's just not enough damage. But Hope remains untouched, crucially. However, they just cannot find a kill. Pushback coming in. CFO holding the line, forcing AL away from the objective, but the worm still stands.
Ooh, these clones from both sides providing the escapes here.
Honkyu.
So no. Stops the recalls, dismounts the Kled.
Ooh. Continuing to step up. Tarzan is incredibly low. They can just force this. They know that Tarzan needs to reset, but do they feel like they have the damage to burst this down quick enough? The answer is yes.
They feel like it, but is it true? Rise has Realm Warp. Rise has Realm Warp. He could Realm Warp his team closer.
CFO betting a ton on this play. Kyle still waiting off to the side. They know almost all of the ultis are missing. Flandre has his, as does
Maokai Q
Shanks.
smite!
Maokai Q smite! Tarzan gets it! Flawless read, Kobe, the fight now breaks out. Flandre off to the side, Rest isolated, but Junja is still standing. AL got the worm, now they need to get to the fight. Hope continuing to step forward. CFO forced back. They thought they had the damage, but the math was wrong. Flandre in the midst of the entire team, ready to demount, continuing to go, finding a hell of a lot of courage now in this late game fight because it's Hope and AL. Realm warped into the back line, but Rest says we're gonna get something back.
There's only one survivor for AL. It's Shanks, and Hongq
goes in, takes him down.
They wipe every Baron buff off of Summoner's Rift, but still, Dracos, I will say something I've said a lot of times. Don't try and smite fight Maokai.
Nope, Q smite good.
That Q does a lot of damage. Tarzan's able to steal the Baron, but CFO have stolen our hearts. They get all of the kills onto AL.
I mean, I agree. they got all the kills. They wiped it. This Red Bull Baron power play is going to look a little bit pitiful. But you can see this is the confidence they thought they had it, but here comes Tarzan.
Yeah, okay, so Maokai, Q has such a, I mean, the jungle damage modifier on this thing is so big. Q flash smite, really good from Tarzan to steal it. But you see, Doggo immediately killed Kyle on the top side, and they punish Tarzan for his steal immediately. So they've got the numbers advantage. Then AL chasing forward, and CFO kind of kiting back behind this control ward. The Nami ultimate delays the damage follow-up. So Flandre is in there pretty much by himself until the Realm Warp comes through. And even though Doggo gets taken down, he does a lot of burst damage, enough so that Rest can then finish off the kill by flashing forward. And then Shanks tries to teleport out because he sees the teleport. Look at the mini-map closing his exit from the other side. And so he knew Rest was going to teleport up above him. So he tried to teleport out, and Hongq just finishes.
Yeah, and Flandre's so close to remounting, but Hongq having just enough damage to deny it. Hope into the backline, but didn't have access to the ulti, which means he didn't have the extra dashes. He couldn't outspace the Scion. A game of inches in that fight, but CFO, Soul Point, triple oceans already. Hope is getting stronger and stronger. Armor pen there. Shanks needs to finish that Zhonya's. Already used the Seekers in a previous fight. Despite them getting the Baron, it does just alleviate some of the gold. It doesn't put AL in a commanding state. They're still down in Otacon. All the grubs, all the Drakes. CFO, a dominant position, but AL found one way back in. Perhaps they can find another.
And that's why this is so impressive, because CFO are doing it versus AL here. AL are having such a good tournament. You know, taking down Gen G, huge. Taking down HLE, looking so good. And let's see if AL can actually bring this one back for the LPL, because currently the fans in the stadium not too happy.
And I think I can understand why. Because AL are the team, again, as you highlight, they beat HLE, they beat Gen G. It felt like this is the new generation. This is the new team you can rally behind when so many other organizations have fallen flat. But CFO looking to do the same for the LCP. Looking to make history here. 10 years since the LCP, now the LMS then, made it to top 8. They made 2 teams back then. AHQ Esports Club, the Flash Wolves.
Yeah.
It was never a question. After that, there was a huge fall off. So many players ended up going to the LPL. But now, the resurgence, the level of this team, undeniable.
I would venture to say as well.
Let's do
it. Of course,
bold statements.
This is also just the first game of the series, by the way.
Bold statements.
This doesn't guarantee anything.
Hyperbole.
CFO. Even if CFO can finish this one, obviously we've got the rest of the best of 3 to play. But I would venture to say that extremely few people coming into the tournament would have predicted CFO and KT to be the first 2 teams through to the quarterfinals for sure. But let's take a look at the finish of this game. They're doing it once again, methodically, move up their vision through the jungle. Junja is okay because he still has his clone, so he's able to get back over the wall after the Krugs, but they're setting up their vision leading over to the Baron. Again, we need to point out the Realm Warp possibilities for AL. This ability in combination with Nico can provide you with such crazy engages. If you fire off a Maokai ultimate from one side and you Realm Warp the Nico in on top of their heads, you can get a crazy explosive engage. AL still have the possibilities in this game to turn it around.
Something CFO is respecting. The second they get that bot lane push, Rest is TPing up to join them. 5-man press into the AL jungle. Both sides very aware of those choke points. Not wanting to give an angle for any of the AoE. The clone comes out, all of CFO back up. They give that respect over to Kyle, over to the Nico. Ulti from Honkyu.
AL gets the red buff. Post 25 minutes, it is actually such a big buff that that is a real objective you're fighting over nowadays, because it goes on to every single member. So red buff secured there for AL. Nicely done.
As well as getting the ulti out of Honkyu. 25 seconds still. Baron likely won't have the cooldown up and available. 3 items for Honkyu, all aggressive options. Has not died yet, not a single defensive item in sight.
Yeah, very big burst damage on this Aurora. You have to be insanely careful about your positioning. AL are going to have to ward all of their flanks, and even then it's still hard to track and mark the Aurora, but they're going to have to do it. So now we get the fun time, Dracos, because Dragon's Soul is only 45 seconds away. That with Baron both being on the map opens up all of these plays for CFO where they can try and force AL into the bad engage themselves.
Good position to be in. And I think for CFO, the early dominance they had in this game is really paying dividends, because the mid lane tower is still up. It's so hard for AL to find any flank angles of their own. So hard to get that creative Maokai angle that you mentioned earlier. So both sides just continue to poke. Doggo still walking forward with a lot of confidence, but has to give a little bit more respect as ulti now coming in for Flandre. Immediate TP coming on the backside. That's Honkyu on the way to the fight. He does have the ulti up and available. Tidal wave going in. Honkyu coming back. Ulti just in time. Wants to take down Shanks, but doesn't quite have the hard CC. Shanks manages to make it out. But Rest keeps driving forward as Hope falls. Tarzan and Kyle on the backline, but all of the damage is gone. Tarzan will not be enough. Kyle finally finds the engage, but it's too little. It's too late, because it's Junja moving in the whirlwind there. AL crumbling. Flandre comes back into the fight just in time to watch AL fall to pieces. The Quadra coming in for Doggo. CFO dominate game 1.
The Oysters look exceptional today. CFO are going to march on the Nexus Towers.
And it's going to take a second because there's no way.
The minions are going to follow shortly.
But it's 12 seconds to Kyle, it's 23 seconds to Hope. It's not enough. CFO moved better around the map, fought better, out executed. 5-0-11 for Honkyu, Quadra for Doggo. Kyle is not enough. CFO take the first win.
20-5. CFO. Huge start to the series for them.
Incredible start. Let's send it over to the AD. What did you guys think of that one? Were you impressed?
I think it's a very sad day for the LPL so far, but wow! CFO coming in clutch here in game 1. They had to work for it. It took a lot of time. It took a lot of trials. It took a lot of moves on the map, I want to say. But in the end, they take game 1.
They do. And it's funny, too, because when Rest came in, they thought, like, we'll leave the Sion open. It's not going to be a problem.
Nah.
It was definitely a problem.
I mean, a lot of this game felt like a problem for AL. They felt like they couldn't really get control at all when it came across to some of the fights, some of the early game. It was all going the way of CFO.
Especially when you see Flandre on the Kled, you're like, oh, we have to watch out for the engages. They definitely watched out for those engages. I got to see like the Rest TP come through. He was isolated. Suddenly AL recognizes it's not a good fight, but the double man ulti from Junja, he finds a great flash engage and gets 2. That was beautiful.
And I love this Nami pick in the last rotation. Like, it was a little bit questionable when I once saw it, but once you see it being able to deny the follow-up that was coming through on picks like the Kled, denying this Nico from really being able to find those big moments, and then you still have the Wukong for that turnaround play, it felt like CFO really understood what they needed to achieve in these fights.
And they always do, no matter the champions, no matter what they do. And watch out for CFO Rest, especially, and his Sion ult in this HyperX reflex replay.
Oh my god, it was actually just like a cinematic. It felt like a race because Flandre goes after, the rest is like, wait a minute, I'm following you through. And so like the one thing that he was great at being able to do is stop and isolate Flandre here. Not only does he get the knock-up, but then he queues behind so no one can actually follow up. So right off the back of that one, it was really difficult for Flandre to play the game.
It just felt impossible. Every single time he was isolated, he was not getting what he needed done. And CFO again and again, it's this strong reliance on the team fight that we keep coming back to. It feels like everyone is just playing on the same page, and it's making it so difficult for the top teams across every single one of our top regions to take them down.
And it's not for the lack of trying, because AL stayed on the map, they stayed focused on the objective. They couldn't have the initiative, but they were trying to follow. And I actually got worried during that Baron steal, wondering if they could turn the fight in their favor with that one.
Yeah, we've seen too many moments in which, like, anyone's legend is able to turn early game deficits. It didn't end up happening after it. Of course, just going through the team fights, there are so many to be able to catch. But yes, Tarzan finds the moment. I was like, is this another game that anyone's legend can turn around?
And this felt like the moment, because you got the steal. The crowd here went nuts as that steal went through, but it was this overreach from Flandre here that actually ended up causing it, because Flandre, watch here as he goes for the Q. He ends up missing it between both HonkQ and Rest, which doesn't give him enough of that bar to get back remounted. And if that had been that moment where he gets the remount, you then have a front line. You then have a damage dealer that can finish off HonkQ. They can finish off Rest, and maybe, just maybe, AL can turn it around. But instead, it's lights out for the AL.
Wow.
Yeah, it was fun to be able to see the TP come through from Shanks, recognizing as like, okay, I'm being chased down. Rest is TPing up, and nope, HonkQ's not letting it happen. So CFO, real players here. And just thinking about what the road is looking like for them all year long is gearing up for this. Everybody looks towards Worlds, and to be able to hit first stand, MSI, impress the world, and be in a position like this, no one would have seen this coming.
It also has to be so nice for players like Junja and for Doggo, who have played in the LPL and have gone like, no, we're not interested in you anymore, to then slam it back in their face at these international tournaments where they're going, no, we are a force to be reckoned with and we deserve to be here.
They knew all along, and they're about maybe to restore pride for their region, because the last time an APAC team made quarterfinals was Flash Wolves versus AHQ. In 2015.
Wow,
a decade. Oh, actually, yeah, a decade.
Yeah.
Yes. Wow. It has been that long. It has been that long.
Time goes by very quickly.
Let's see if they can do it. Of course, here it is one game. Before we toss to break, any adjustments that you want to see on the side of AL here? We see them backstage, of course. Tabit talking to his players. What do you think he's saying?
God, he just must be hammering in some of the team fights, because obviously there's a monitor that they're looking at. And so that is something that I would look at. I feel like for AL, the early game looked great for them, specifically for Flandre. Flandre is getting punished heavily because of the lane swap. So that's something they're probably going to focus on. The fact that he was able to survive the dive was nice, but he was still down like 20 CS.
Also just giving some of the Tarzan where he can have that early game impact, because it was a very, very slow early game, and it didn't really feel like AL were able to find any success on the dives, on the plays. It just wasn't quite working. So I think they need to find a little bit more of that early game aggression if they hope to try and take down CFO.
Absolutely, because so far it is CFO putting on a show on Summoner's Rift once again. They're leading this best-of-3 series. Let's see if they can close it out or if AL can come back right after this.
Getting his flash before the big fight is going to be big, but here's the response. The charge now coming out. All D from Tarzan. They see a window of opportunity. Tidal wave response. Flandre into the back line. Junja immediately backing up. Doggo for now untouched. Flandre zoned away. Forced to flash away from the bubble. Doggo stepping up. Junja, the reset on the Cyclone just in time. Flandre's got him on a rope, but I don't think that's where he wants to be. HonkQ with the follow. CFO take the fight.
CFO are flying high. That is everybody's.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
Hi.
Got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down.
Oh my God, forward by 9! You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners.
Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position. Double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Fisher flashes in, and down goes Knight.
Something new. Take a breath. I need oxygen. Give my best, and I watch us rise again. I'm ready to leave the past behind. I've shed my skin and made up my mind. It's a new time. It's a new time. Watch us come to life. It's a new time. I exhale, breathing out my sins, and I smile as a brand new day begins. I'm ready to leave the past behind. I've shed my skin and made up my mind. It's a new time. It's a new time. Watch us come to life. It's a new time. Watch us come to life. It's a new
Welcome back to Worlds 2025. CFO up 1-0 against AL. AL now on the ropes. Need to figure out how to navigate this next pick and ban. It's match point for CFO, and they looked incredible in game one.
They certainly did. I mean, I want every one of my AD carries to always look like Doggo. This guy goes aggressive, always at the right time, without then the other side of the edge where you usually have them, getting caught mid or face planting into the team fights. Like he was just so good at all the right times. Same thing for Hongq, this guy on the international stage, actually just styling on people. CFO looks so good right now. Meanwhile, AL have to step it up right now because the LPL are 0-3 on the day together with TES, and they want to get through early, but getting through the 2-0 bracket is not that easy.
It's absolutely not. And I think this is kind of one of the things that is, there's so much pressure on the LPL teams because it's been so long since they've lifted that Worlds trophy that you don't get to fall down. You don't get to go, oh, BLG or whatever. You kind of have to look at the LPL together. And if the LPL is falling, all LPL fans are upset. They need someone who can wave that banner, who can carry this region to a finals, to a trophy. Hell, we felt like they were that front runner after their first 2 wins, but after game 1 for CFO, the doubt is starting to set in, and the attention to Doggo, well, it's being paid. That's a Caitlyn ban and a Draven ban.
Yeah, I would say deserved on both accounts. This guy has been insane on both those champions here at Worlds already. And you don't want, Flandra's like, please don't let Doggo just lane swap on 1v1 me as Draven now. Like, this guy, Doggo's going to win you bottom lane or top lane.
Yeah. Again, the triple top lane threat or triple AD threat, depending on how you want to look at it.
Yeah.
For the side of CFO is terrifying. Azir taking away something, stable, standard. Again, keeping the Kai'Sa out of the hands of Hope. In general, I think a lot of these Kai'Sa comps are comfort for pretty much every team in the world, right? She's just been so powerful for so long, alongside a lot of those utility mid laners. So what will the final ban be for the side of CFO?
Also, CFO have kept on winning, even though they literally changed top lane players, still with Sion. So they can't do that. Because of Fearless, you're going to have to win without Sion.
The first game they'll have to win without Sion. Perhaps that is the secret. Orianna picked up for Shanks, so maybe we're looking at a potential draft that will...
Ooh, do we get a Hongq, like a Kali or some kind of assassin into it? Oh, I think that would be so spicy. I think that would be so sick. Pick some champion to try and kill this Orianna, who is, like one of these tier 1 blind pick mid lane champs up there with the Rise right now. And so nothing out of the ordinary so far, but let's see what CFO want to cook into it. Rumble, again, pairs really well with Jarvan. Honestly, it pairs well with all the other AD jungles too, though. Pantheon and the like. Vi is also still available for the guaranteed lockdown. Any of these, possibly because those are all up, they don't have to do it early.
Trundle, the other champion, obviously with the pillar that can be good with the Rumble, but instead it's the Pantheon. We talked about it. Nerfed and then buffed again as we come into Worlds, or slightly
still
less nerfed.
Yeah. Still very good. They walked back their monster damage, the monster damage gutting that took place, and put some damage back into them. So it's clear as fine now, albeit a little bit reduced. And still, the reason I like it so much is because not only do you have the point and click, which is always great for Rumble, you're going to have point and click stun to keep someone on the equalizer, but Pantheon's global, and then Rumble's is like, what, like two or three screens, 2 screens, full range, very long range, and so you can apply so much pressure with how well CFO have played the map. So let's get back to regular skirmishing though. Leona and Xin, a jungle support that you know well. The Leona pairs so well with the Xin, working around. That duo is very fearsome, making strong. Oh baby, do we get exactly what we wanted? Come on, come on.
Every time you look anywhere else, CFO tries to
I feel like it's Christmas. Come on, heck yeah.
Is Santa coming to town? Hongq?
I asked early, Dracos.
You asked early, bro.
I wrote it on my list.
Boy, Kobe.
I sent it up to Santa, and we get it. Yes, we get it. The Pantheon puts so much pressure too on Ori. You can just you can trade flashes, no problem with Orianna. Go in there, level 3, level 4 Pantheon, trade your flashes with the Orianna. Then by the time the Akali is level 6, that Orianna gets killed.
Absolutely. Level 6, the terrifying point. If you are flashless in that 1v1 matchup, you are not making it out alive. That said, AL, it's stock standard, but it's solid. It's powerful. Tarzan, if you get a lead on this Xin, similar to the Pantheon that we see for Junjo on the opposite side, this is a champion that can take over the game. The downside is Xin is at his best when you have these long-range carries who can't really deal with his ultimate. Rumble and Akali aren't those champions, nor is Pantheon, so we'll have to see if any more of those vulnerable options come out from CFO later in the draft. I think in terms of overall execution, I see a lot of potential in terms of what AL are bringing, but maybe not the ideal options.
Also still, what is Flandre going to play into Rumble? You know, the Ornn and the Galio, blah, blah, blah. We say that literally every time. But
blah, 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 boring stuff. Next thing.
But he could do like a Flandre Yorick, you know, like one of his specialties. So we'll see if they get a little bit, if they mix it up a little, you know, and they're like, oh, I guess Yorick is hard when you are playing towards Pantheon Global and stuff, though. It's kind of annoying Slayer. So they banned out those boring ones that we said, though.
The standard conventional options. Alistar's been the takeaway from Kaiwing, and of course that is one of his kind of his signature picks. A champion he's super solid on. I imagine we'll see another ranged, or excuse me, melee kind of engage option taken away. Maybe a Rel.
Yeah, Rel with Rumble's always pretty nice, grouping people up. What other offensive look here?
Sivir, okay. Sivir, obviously the power to both hyperscale and also with the use of her ulti on the hunt, enable a lot of these frontline divers.
Spell shield safety is kind of annoying as well. All right.
Xayah.
So we're going to get another form of safety. No spell shield safety, so we can get the Xayah ultimate safety for the Leona engage.
Feels like probably an immediate, you know, Rakan to follow. 5th pick, but they can take their time.
Oh, some defensive. Okay, so you don't ban the Braum, and you've got the Leona, then they're going to pick it up. So Braum is quite good answer to Leona because Leona just goes in. And Braum definitely blocks a lot of the damage and can try and punish you as you try and make your way out.
AL flicking through a lot of potential AD options, most of them looking like scaling picks. Varus, of course, would be a different story. I think we still want to see... It's tough because CFO have so much raw power, but the amount of reliable hard CC isn't there. Braum, obviously, with Concussive Blows has a lot of potential, but it's not as easy as something like a Leona and a Xin.
Merctread's value is really good again, too, by the way, with double AP with Ziggs and Orianna, and Leona being stuns as her CC.
A lot of magic damage, very magic damage heavy.
I mean, you're always going to have a lot of magic damage. The key is, when you have a lot of magic damage, get knockups on your team and not stuns. That's usually the key of avoiding tremendous Merctread value. So, you know, Zin's got a knockup, Orianna Shockwave is a displacement, and Bessa ulti as well, so... Got a little bit of that. Meanwhile, Freljord synergy, anyone?
A little frosty,
good engage.
Bot lane.
That is some good engage.
This is nice too.
More offensive look, though.
Heavy debate. They opt for, I think Ezreal's kind of the, you know, the safe choice. Obviously just helps you get away, but instead opting for the Lucian alongside the Braum can be a lethal duo.
Yeah, I love the mobility. You know, you're facing this AL squad here. Mobility looks very good to get away from Leona, Ori, and Mbessa engages. So definitely like the Lucian here with Braum, a classic combo. The new classic, I guess.
Yeah.
Or
is it the original classic?
Original?
Well, there was Thresh Lucian, there was Lucian Braum back there, then there was Lucian Nami, and are we back to Lucian Braum?
I'm not tracking Lucian's partners, okay? You know what? If you want to go talk to Lucian...
Senna went in the Lantern and Bro went wild,
if
bro.
you,
I don't
want to
know
go talk to him about it. But anyways, the new bald hotness.
Until we get Isaac back. Until we get Isaac back.
Yeah, Isaac is the original bald hotness.
Original bald hotness.
Yeah.
Of course, for both of these teams, a lot of short-range champions. Outside of kind of the Orion and the Ziggs who have a little bit more range and the Culling from Lucian, there's a lot of champions who want to be up in the face of the opposition. Essentially, yeah, like 8 out of the 10 champions we have in this game, relatively close range. We're going to have some super scrappy fights, but often when you have these shorter range compositions, early leads matter that much more. Remember, game 1, pretty close up until that 18-minute fight. That's where the entire game blew wide open. Whoever takes an early fight like that is really set to take control of the second game in this series. Again, reminder, both these teams 2-0 took down the opposition in best of ones pretty effortlessly. Now in a best of three, decide who will join KT in the quarterfinals.
So I do see one possible problem for CFO here. And this is going to be pretty good for AL. AL's comp, they have really good wave clear. Okay, let's take a look at this. You know, one of the big reasons, obviously, is that champ you just saw on your screen, Hope there with the Ziggs. But AL have really good wave clear, and CFO do not have any long range aside from the culling, which is poke and not siege. So this CFO team, this comp, does not siege very well at all, and so it revolves around objectives, neutral objectives, and winning the team fights. I don't think that's necessarily an inherent problem. You know, you don't have to have team comps that are, you know, great at just sieging by themselves because there's so many plentiful objectives in the current meta.
But if you end up in a stalled out neutral game, having that wave clear can just make it so difficult to set up on a play first, which is what CFO were so good at in game one, always being first to the objective, always having their waves in a better position. It's going to be much harder this game.
Yeah, and it just means it's going to be necessary for them to have these team fights, this objective play, since the wave clear is going to be quite good on the side of AL.
Hongq early on. Orianna obviously, you know, decent in these early levels just because her passive gives her so much damage without needing to use abilities. Hongq will do what he can to hold on, but keeping our eyes on where Junja is going. You mentioned it before. If you can just get that Orianna's flash, the second Akali takes over to level 6, she has so much kill pressure in the 1v1.
Yeah. They definitely go for early ganks. You don't want to fall behind in experience to a Xin, though, for sure. Xin, very good for dueling, renowned for the aggressive plays. Doggo, by the way, nice little chunk there with the level 2. Gets a pretty nice unanswered trade in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Hongq soaking at the moment. Rely on the Dorans, and for now, the second wins, which, by the way, I think I did see second win nerfs for Alive, and we're going to have some pretty big changes to meta, you know, post-Worlds and stuff, and looking towards next season. But for right now, you get a lot. You just get so much sustain with that combo. Resolve secondary plus your Doran's shield, which is also getting nerfed and changed, is a big reason why you get to play some of these some of the melee matchups.
Of course, Hongq, I guess, leveraging what's strong in the patch. Probably already was happy to do so, but a good indicator that you're playing the right stuff is if you see it nerfed on the next patch. Hongq forced to use the Shroud here as Shanks doing his best to stay at arm's length, but okay, does get the cannon. Does Q lower, wants a cannon of his own. Is he willing to risk his life for it? The answer is no, -1.
Yeah, it's not looking great for him right now, and if both junglers gank, then it becomes hard. Level up, though, is good.
Shanks slowly but surely running out of mana.
Okay. Chilling. Both the junglers just getting their Raptor wards for second respawn of Raptors for their opponents. And pretty standard.
Lane, Junja wandering in. Again, often with the Ziggs, you know, you can take control of the lane early on, but Braum is just so good into these melee options. It makes it hard for Kyle to do much, and Junja can commit to the dive, moves in, Central Charge doesn't do a whole hell of a lot. 3 markup, that's 4 on the concussive blows. Kaiwing now moving out. Tower angle flawlessly traded. No one nearby to punish.
Great dive again here from CFO to start it out, taking out the Ziggs. Minion wave is going to bounce back away from AL as well. This is so good for CFO and very efficient as well. Junja, even though Kaela is chasing him, Junja can recall now. He's not going to be too delayed on his second clear. And immediate swap from CFO. I like this too. Sending Doggo and Kaiwing up to the top side.
Trying to be proactive on the map. Looking to get Rest back down to the bottom lane. He's getting closer to 6, which will mean it'll be easier to clear the waves, and still ahead.
Yeah, he'll just teleport down there to answer the quick push from the Ziggs, who used his teleport to get down there to quickly answer. So do really like this from CFO. Just immediate kill into swap on the other side, catch the wave with the teleports.
And those are the little things that are important and have been giving CFO the edge, right? The heads-up maneuver to shift to the top side instead of going back bot, because Hope, despite going down, would have been in a really good position because he would have just gotten so much CS, been able to crash that wave if Doggo and Kaiwing had to just walk back.
Yeah, just answer it with Rest teleport, and now Flandre, since Flandre's going to walk, you know, you are going to have the Flandre teleport advantage, but I don't know if that really is going to be super useful. We'll see, though. Nice ward, by the way, when they go for the long play. That ward in bottom lane to see the timing on the way back. And teleport out is answered from Shanks. Skywing, you're on a ward, buddy, so they aren't going to get too much there.
Another reset and swap from CFO. They did get more experience on the bottom side. Flandre still a ways away from 6. Rest ticked his on the bottom side. Reset goes back top to clear the wave. Loses a couple of creeps here, but it means that CFO have their bot lane in position around Drake.
Okay, Tarzan's running over to contest. Leona's pretty far away. Leona and Orianna will come, but it is later.
Tarzan ready with the wind becomes lightning. Shanks level 6, so is Hongq. 800, Smite gonna finish it. Kyle wants to keep the fight going. Junja isolated off to the side, but it's Hongq immediately diving in on top of Tarzan, trying to stop any fall. But now it's a 3v2 in the river. Hongq absorbing so much pressure, likely gonna cost him his life, but he manages to take one with him. CFO grabbed the objective, likely to take down Kyle as well. 1-for-1 trade thus far on top of the Drake. Flandre doesn't hit the ult! That's so close, pixels away. Kaiwing, they managed to go right back in. Kyle holding on for an extra second. Feet of warfare there. Kaiwing right in the back of the pit. He's a dead man walking, doesn't have a flash. They're gonna take a bit more time and clean him up, but my God, what a start to game 2.
Was that anti-synergy between Zig Satchel and the ultimate from Flandre right there? That like spread the water, parted the water so they
I'm so glad we have replays, Kobe. I have no idea.
Yeah, but it ends up, and it's first 3 kills over to CFO, so they get the feats, and that was without, of course, the Rumble, since Rumble had used teleport, and CFO are -1 on teleports in this game. Let's take a look at that replay. So they finish the dragon, get it low, Q smite here from Junja, and then AL know that they're gonna have the extra person here. You see Ziggs on the minimap coming down, and so that's why it's critical that Hongq 2v1s, as you are highlighting, because the extra person from AL is going to come clean. 2v1 from Hongq. Hit the ult. He even started emoting as he was taking it back. Anyways, here's the moment we want to see, because I'm pretty sure Satchel Charge splits them apart. Yeah! It's anti-synergy. No. The Satchel splits them and makes it so Flandre's entry into the pit is delayed, and that allows Doggo to get the 3rd kill for the feats.
Impressive stuff. And again, at the end of the day, AL getting an extra kill. As CFO started the fight with 1 from the tower dive bottom, but they get the feats first, and that's what's crucial, and they get the Drake as well. And you don't want to call back to game 1. You kind of want to let that be the past, but the little moments where the team isn't on the same page is so often what cost AL the fights. That's a little oopsie. You're still getting kills, you're not trading down too far, it's only a 700 gold lead, but this is the thing that AL need to improve. They can't afford those moments where they're not on the same page.
Well, well, well. Okay, Tarzan gets chased out of stealing the red, but they should be able to at least... Oh, they're going to finish the burst on this one.
Finish the burst. Rest ready to contest. Doggo waiting off to the side. Coling up and available. That's Junja coming down from the stars. Tarzan isolated face first with Rest. It's going to be a tough fight, but in comes the public execution on the backside. Down goes Rest. Kyle going to take the kill. Another one going to fall as Kaiwing gets taken out. Hongq versus Shanks in the bottom lane, but it might not matter. Tarzan's running for his life. Junja ready to finish that one off. Doggo gets it with a piercing light. Hongq will escape in the bot lane 1v1.
Okay, so +1 on the kills for CFO. The Pantheon ultimate allows the chase. Junja is able to force the fight. They get the extra kill. They're not going to get the extra grub, I don't think, yet, because the teleport from Leona... No. Yes?
Maybe.
So yeah.
Yes.
So Leona is able to push them off, so they delay the grub for now, so nobody gets the last one.
1-for-1, the
Not
grubs, as of yet. Reset coming in first, though, from Tarzan means he's likely to take that one. Okay, we take a look back at how this starts.
So Junja is able to ult over here. They focus onto Tarzan, but the ulti from Tarzan does delay their kill onto him and requires the flash back in. Meanwhile, they did get the ulti there from Flandre to go in and get their kill. CFO, though, as 3, still stronger. They get the extra kill, taking down Tarzan, removing the enemy jungler so they could go get the 1 grub, but Tarzan then goes back to collect the final.
Good for AL to have that boon, that extra stack towards the necessary feats. Important to know, though, this is Kaiwing getting so much value out of the Braum. You see so many teams struggle when they don't have that immediate reliable engage, but he's just getting concussive blow after concussive blow, and it makes these skirmishes so impossible for Tarzan and Flandre to play, because while the initial burst is good, you're going to get CC'd. There's no dodging it.
Yeah, definitely some good value in the Braum pick, especially for later on in the game. The team fights, very effective counter engage. All right, back into the regular lanes though, with having Akali match Orianna and Rumble match Flandres and Bessa. So Lucian in mid lane always feels pretty good at the moment. You know, with just Essence Reaver, a lot of burst potential there. Going for some heavy trades, trying to push him out. Meanwhile, HongQ up here, Akali versus Ori in side lanes always feels really good, keeping up the pressure, keeping up the threat. Of course, while the towers are still up, it's not really that scary.
Also going for Roa, because, I mean, good understanding from Shanks. Oftentimes people will criticize Ori's over-prioritizing Roa, as we see Multi coming out there. That's just a shockwave. Would have liked to get a little bit more. Now at least he's getting prio. But of course, against assassins, against people who are going to dive you, the tanky option makes sense.
Speaking of dive, are they going to dive bottom? Because Flandre is out of energy, and Pantheon is walking bottom at the moment.
Doggo. Pursued out. Flash away from the wind becomes lightning. Good that AL get that cooldown. Now they can shift their attention topside. They see the TP coming in. Want to punish HongQ. HongQ, though, knows that Shanks has no ultimate. There's not a lot of damage here quite yet. Also, Zig's ult was used in the mid lane, but with 4 people on the way,
no Shroud.
Go in. Knows that he has to commit at least a little bit to get away. Wave being held. Instantaneous knockup. Nice backstep coming in from HongQ. Redemption coming in. Healing there. They'll finally cut him down. In the meantime, a push back in the mid lane for CFO, but well played by AL.
Okay, Pantheon has ulti, so Kaiwing's trying to make time right now. They could Pantheon ulti up with the dolly.
Push in. So they want to keep playing by Kyle so low. Just barely able to escape the spear. The extra damage might have finished the job.
Ooh, good job here from AL. They get their dive off. They also escape. Double globals being used on them. So that was a teleport plus a Pantheon ult to the top side. And AL were able to escape. Can't lock down the Leona. Can't keep him under tower. And AL escape.
Doggo will grab another plate. The commitment to try and re-engage on the top side does guarantee he has some free time mid.
Braum attack!
Hope.
Super blast cone.
Casual fly in.
Super blast cone. Braum coming in with the Q, but doesn't result in anything. So, honestly, I thought the redemption from Kaiwing I thought that thing was actually going to allow HongQ to, you know, some further antics and survive, but good for AL to be able to finish that kill and get out, because the game had been kind of slipping away from them once again. They do have their 2 grubs, but being down 2 dragons as well as a little bit of the gold does cause some worry.
That it does. The thing that they always have to be aware of on the side of CFO is the little mistakes will cost you dearly, right? Because if the Ziggs team is ever in a position where they control the map, you'll just start deleting towers, especially with the grubs. So there is a lot of potential standing gold as we get later into the game for AL if they can find that big team fight win. But for now, CFO seem pretty comfortable. Unfortunately for HongQ, hasn't been able to complete you know, a major item yet, has had bits and pieces kind of stopping off halfway for a Null Magic Mantle. Once he starts getting those early items fully completed, he's going to have a lot more 1v1 threat.
Yeah, and you know, we were highlighting HongQ, or excuse me, Doggo. We were highlighting both of them.
There's been a lot of highlights.
But in Champion Select, we were talking a lot about Doggo, and he's going to be the one you have to worry about a lot right now, because Lucian, with a sizable gold lead here, just puts so much pressure out from mid game in mid lane. Going for quick trades, you know, using the culling to try and force people out, get some big chunks, and then lead over into the side for the objective. Dragon number 3 comes up pretty quickly in this game, and with CFO stacking them pretty effectively here, they're going to be able to draw AL out into the team fight that they're looking for, and you have to ward your flanks here for AL. You do not want to let the assassins get a free line to your carries.
No, you do not. And additionally, Chemtech, obviously, not everyone's ideal soul, not everyone's favorite soul, but when you have an Akali, Pantheon, and a Rumble, it's going to do a lot of work. You are going to get a lot of value out of it. Kaiwing doing what he can to clear vision. Just throwing cheekies, winners, bites. Walking up, queuing people. That's the life. Yeah. But AL first on the setup here. Mid-wave still relatively even. Hope has now hit that threshold where he can just kind of clear the waves from enough of a distance that Doggo hasn't been able to, well, at least without the culling, get too much damage down. Continuing to fist fight with Rest, the shielding still making it quite easy. The red buff also keeping him topped off as Doggo dashing into the mid lane. Kaiwing and Kyle there to cover their respective carries. Now, the objective in the sight of both teams is this Herald. AL the ones to start it. Flashes up just about everybody in this game. Tarzan's still waiting a bit, as is Doggo.
Careful for Shanks. He's on the top side by the Akali, and Pantheon could ult over the team into his head. If the Pantheon ults on the Ori plus the Akali pressure up there, it makes the positioning through River really dangerous for your low mobility carry.
Also, you have to keep in mind that Shanks has ticked over to level 11. It was slightly before Honkyu. Honkyu has just now gotten his, but the level 2 on that Shockwave can be devastating. So something that CFO have to respect is Rest isolating Flandre.
That was, I believe, I don't know if we saw it, but Flandre flashed.
Flandre flashed, equalizer down, and of course, no way to cancel the Ambessa TP, so I like the decision to chunk out there. However, the all-in, the commitment on the bottom side does make AL feel pretty comfortable going for that Herald. Will grab it for themselves, and Herald plus a Zig Satchel means at least one dead turret.
Okay. AL get another topside objective. So 2 grubs plus the Herald here. Some extra tower destroying power for the team that has the Zigs, as you pointed out.
Yep.
So multiple tower destroying facets to this AL squad. And if they can use that to cash in on some of the outer tower gold before the Dragon, well, before the Dragon Soul fight, because the current Dragon is already up.
Current Dragon's up. 18, I did not see 8 minutes. I just saw 18 seconds. I was like, dang, 18 seconds of the Baron. We've been in this game forever.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a look at this this possible Dragon fight then. If you use Rift Herald mid lane with the Ziggs there, that is a recipe for tower destruction for sure. So AL, use that mid to get your mid priority, and then you can just have an easy setup for this Dragon number 3. And while Honkyu is pushing topside, CFO can just make the decision to give up Dragon number 3. They don't have to keep stacking them. It's the choice right now for CFO between, do we keep our Akali split pushing? I mean, the tower's going to go down early, so I guess he could just get the tower and then still have time to teleport in. Are we going to see it?
Not wanting to risk, I think, the full-on 5v5 without the setup, respecting Shanks on this Orianna, respecting the AoE damage that can come through. So instead, prioritizing the side lanes, giving up mid lane in exchange for top lane. Will they concede the Drake?
Oh, he's teleporting. Here we go.
They do want the full fist fight. Kaiwin kicking things off, already exhausted. Off on the backside, it's Rez who's getting deleted, but he manages to go golden for a brief moment. Honkyu trying to immediately follow up. Tarzan isolated. Follow-up is there, but the ulti's keeping him safe. Honkyu immediately into the midst of the entire team as Flandre is forced back for a brief moment. Junja flashing in. Shockwave yanking him right back as Honkyu continues to live, but it's hope on the backside. Honkyu alive once again. Flandre re-engaging. The shield keeping him standing. Flandre in the midst of the entire team. He manages to make it work.
What a fight! AL clutch it out there. They're going to get the Dragon on top of all of the extra kills.
Impressive stuff. Exactly what AL needed. A gold lead, the momentum in their favor, stopping the Dragon, stacking, taking a fight off CFO.
Holy, okay. They get the extra flower petals. They get the Drake on top of it. Wow, what an amount of damage there. And the flank round the backside. I mean, Rest went super early. So AL got so much extra damage into Rest and forced out Rest's arm guard there super early on in the fight. Kind of made it a little weird for CFO to fight here. So let's take a look. AL had good positioning here. Through the river, they got the double control wards, and Rest walks up. Tarzan immediately onto him. Him and Flandre get that Zhonya's out early. Then you look at the bottom side, Hope there had Ziggs satcheled away. So Ziggs was so far from the rest of the team, and he's walking over the Dragon Pit. Then, as they go in, they got the knockback there. Honkyu gets chunked so low, not quite finished by Hope, but then the rest of them can finish it. And Flandre with the re-engage just tears them apart.
And again, credit to AL. It's easy to forget after that first game where they were so outclassed how incredible this team is at team fighting. Good patience, using their range, collapsing on the flanker, making sure that Rest didn't have that perfect angle. He got a great equalizer, but he was taken down in the process, and it made it so much harder for Honkyu to play out that fight. You could see, I mean, honestly, really good job with the Xin ulti, with the flash, to make sure that all of his cooldowns weren't able to find the kill.
Yeah, and Shanks there with the peel for the team as CFO were trying to chase through the jungle. Good Orianna play there. I believe he got a key shockwave.
He did, yeah. He managed to get the pullback on the Pantheon stun in. So excellent stuff from him. 4-0-4 his scoreline now as well. Almost a 2,000 gold lead. The shockwave is a scary thing now with this kind of advantage.
Okay, AL here in the must-win game. Now retaking some control for themselves. They have really good wave control with this lineup as well. Ziggs bomb allows so much for your macro. Not only does he take teleport, but the bomb with the extra wave clear here, they can set up for the bottom side of the map easily. You know, top side tower goes down, and so Otacon on bottom side. They've already taken care of mid tower, so get your mid priority and then rotate your resources over to the Otacon area, push in on that last outer tower, and make it a bit more risky here for CFO now. Things are gonna get much more difficult to play this comp.
Definitely are. We mentioned some of the weaknesses earlier, right? The range advantage for the side of AL means that in kind of, if you just line up these 5v5 skirmishes we often see, the poke is going to be a problem. The culling from Lucian is good, but not enough to balance what the Ziggs and the Orianna can do. The pressure is there. AL able to respond, clear out the vision that CFO set up just moments ago. Both sides knowing how crucial this Otacon is. That's the ulti coming in for Junja. Sees them in the pinch. Wants to go in. Tarzan using an ulti, but on an immediate shutdown. Honku trying to find his way onto Hope to make sure that no more damage can follow up. Flash forward, stun from Kyle, and they take down Honku. 4-man stack from CFO, though, still standing, still strong. 2 down.
They got the jungler, so I was wondering if they're going to go to try and do Otacon. It's still an objective that takes a lot to kill, though, and knowing that, okay, they are going to at least start it up here. There's no smite on the side of AL, but Flandre does have ulti. So Mbessa ulti, and if they bring Ziggs over...
Kaiwing has TP, is immediately going to TP back to the fight. They need to be careful, though. Their resistances are getting shredded. Hope is going to hit like a truck. They're trying to zone Kaiwing out of the fight for a brief moment.
Burn it.
4K,
the patience, they let the patience.
Getting lower. Altin coming in from Flandre, immediately takes down one. TP coming in the meantime for the rest of AL. Flandre flashing back to get away from Doggo. Wants to turn the fight back. Doesn't have the shield up in time as Doggo gets one back in return. AL holding the bottom lane. Standing strong. They will not concede the Herald. The patience starting to run thin. And it looks like we're going to have to go one more time because Otacon's not out of this one yet.
Otacon has no patience for these teams. He resets again, but it's critical. If the person that has Otacon aggro, the closest one to the Otacon, is outside the circle, then it resets at just a critical time there, and CFO were unable to finish it. So really big for AL. Flandre used his ulti. The Mbessa key here, they killed him, but the Otacon goes untaken.
Holding on, neither side able to grab the objective, but it's so damn close.
Wow. Okay, how far back are we going? We're going back to the scuttle start. Yeah, so this is the very beginning of it. Pantheon engage was great, right onto them. They get the instant follow-up from the Braum, got the triple knockup, I believe. Then the burst damage, so from AL, they actually do finish off the kill onto Honku before he can ult back. If they had been able to get that, it would have been really one-sided. But look at this patience. Because Rest is outside and Doggo is outside, it resets as Flandre goes for the re-engage. So Flandre snipes the Pantheon. They're not able to finish it. Then the teleports come in to get the full reset. I honestly want to see if we're setting up for it again. Are we getting back to set up for this?
One more time. Junja ulting again, rinse and repeat. We've seen this one before, but this time it's Hope who's been isolated. Hope trying to flash away, Rest off to the side. Hope blocked out the satchel, not nearly enough to keep him standing. That's the ulti from the Ziggs. Not having a whole hell of a lot of effect. Honku ready to retreat if need be, but Tarzan knows that he needs to follow. Equalizer to split the fight. They don't have Tribush control. CFO, it's not a great angle to start. Rest is incredibly low, but they do have the man advantage. Instead, the Drake now set in their sights. Shanks moving in. Level 15 on the Orianna. The shockwave will hurt, but CFO refused to group. Doggo waiting over the wall. Coling to split the fight. Need to keep Tarzan away. 2K getting lower. Tarzan steals it, but Honku uses the Mega Blast Cone to get in. Instantly, he's suppressed by Flandre, denying the engage back in return. But AL get what they came for. They take the Drake.
Tarzan is a beast. He's able to get the Drake. They started up the Otacon again. I don't think they should. Well, they're going to continue doing it. Are teleports ready? No. Teleports are not ready for the Akali or for Rest. So AL, they're going to force it.
Goes out from Kaiwing. Junja wants to try to find Wayne, but AL have control of the Tribush. That's Doggo caught out, able to flash out to safety. AL continuing to chip away at these summoner spells, but their focus isn't on the objective. Junja gonna walk forward too. They're risking so much just to attempt to steal. Finding kills back now. He's knocked up, he's taken down. Tarzan grabs another. Patience resetting on Otacon. Rest about to fall, holding onto his life. Surely AL get the objective.
Good focus from AL to go for kills and not over tunnel on the Otacon. Tarzan constantly looking for anyone stepping up from the side of CFO. They get the kill onto Junja, and they will finally, Dracos, get the Otacon.
That's the patient composure we were missing in game 1 from AL, playing for the kills, not giving the opportunity for any cheeky fast plays. CFO now, after the Otacon is taken, do respond with a tower of their own, but AL, despite a small gold deficit, now have the Otacon in their favor.
Tarzan with the steal. The W smite steal here. Wind becomes lightning, and Dragon becomes AL's. Braum ultimate here is pretty good over them, but Flandra's ult is even better. They chunk out Honkyu on so quickly. He has to immediately ult himself out, and he didn't have teleport, so they knew they had the extra advantage. They set up again on the Otacon, eventually fish around.
Honkyu! Shuriken flip back in. Tarzan wants to keep going. Honkyu laying down a bit more damage. Dash out with the perfect execution. Ulti coming in from Hope. Honkyu zoned away now. AL, do they want to go for Baron here? They don't really have the best situation for their waves and bottom side, but they might not care.
Really good focus from AL on attacking this Akali. Flandra and Tarzan have just had their eyes set on him, constantly getting these big engages onto the Akali. Even in the times where they don't actually kill him, chunking him out so low and forcing the ultimate out in a defensive escape ultimate from Honkyu. Really taking away the potential of that champion to apply threat. So AL with a really good look here in these fights, and it has really allowed, you know, Shanks on this Orianna at level 16 now to scale up so nicely. See if AL can really bring this one home, because pushing us to a game 3 here in this series, I think everybody wants that. You want to see some good League of Legends here, and the Baron is on the table now.
One of the things I will point out, Doggo liked going for some of these utility items in the previous game. We saw Experimental Hexblade on the Draven. We're seeing Black Cleaver on the Lucian. Obviously additional movement speed, additional HP, recognizing that there's so many dive threats. Doesn't want to just get one shot.
Yeah, worth saying, even with the Otacon being taken and the Dragon being stolen by AL, and even with this tower going down, they're still slightly behind in gold.
Doggo chasing, poke damage on the Kyle. Be careful not to overcommit here,
Pantheon
but Junja might just be on the way, and he is. It's the Pantheon. Right to the back line. Aegis assault to block, and he fall off damage. Decent equalizer to kick things off, but Tarzan is relatively untouched. Honkyu in the midst. The team almost immediately gets taken down. Ulti from Flandra. So many low health bars. Flandra, Tarzan, and Shanks tear through CFO.
AL are gonna get that Baron. I don't think there's anything Junja can do about it. Flash not coming off cooldown. AL will strike back here in game 2.
The re-engage is just so lethal. The confidence to start from CFO is good, but AL play it beautifully.
Chasing into Orianna Ziggs, Dracos, is a minefield. It is so much damage. All right, so Flandra is going to get a Guardian Angel after that one too. You mentioned his ulti for the turn, but here it is. The look, they go for Braum ult and they Pantheon ult over the top to go for the engage. Rumble ultimate didn't get a lot of value this time either, and Tarzan is able to ult and then turn right back around. Look at all this damage from Shanks and Hope from the left side, and Flandra just ults right back in. Blender there as they chase them through and clean up the Baron.
And the thing is, if you're not keeping constant threat on Shanks and Hope, they just get to rain damage down. And the little bits of CC here that come through from Tarzan, from Flandra, it's just too much to deal with. The squishy members of CFO. AL in firm control, leveraging this Baron to its fullest potential here. Red Bull Baron power play.
Shanks with the 5k damage in that last fight, and Shanks is, if you consider a stacked up Dark Seal a real item, which is like, it's kind of a real item, and he's got the Blighting Jewel as well, for it's like, it's kind of like a half item there. He's pretty full, and with the Baron buff, AL, they're not gonna let you breathe for very long. Taking down mid tower inhibitor, under fire as well. The Dragon is on the table, so after inhibitor, they're gonna go towards bottom side, take down that turret.
And there's not a lot of counterplay from CFO outside of forcing an engage, but it's AL who will force it first. Tarzan getting us ticked off, immediate knockup. Down goes Rest. CFO gonna retreat, holding the line for now, but again, AL have more range, better siege tool, more threat. CFO can only force a fight. It's their only recourse against the push, against the pressure that AL are putting down. Junja gonna kick things off. Wander still has the GA. Aegis assault to keep him standing for now. Will retreat. Ball pulled back as Honkyu tries to get a little bit more space. Dash back, but he still gets clipped. Doggo now running. Wind becomes lightning as he's caught out. Forced back into the fountain as AL determined to take us to game 3. Beautiful team fighting across the board. Honkyu shut down and denied time and time again.
The shockwave pulls him back in at the end for another kill onto Hongq. Wow, what a series we've got today, Dracos.
I'm glad to see it. CFO, hell of a time in game 1, did what they could in game 2, but AL finally seeing what made them such a force to be reckoned with the first 2 days of this tournament. Let's send it over to the analyst desk to see what's in store for us in game 3.
I love League of Legends! Oh my god! This series is serving. Honestly, I'm happy to see AL come back so strongly here in game 2.
And you know who was leading the charge? Flandre himself, so I wanted to be able to, as the official member of the
No way, you have it?
The OG Snake. If you like this one, I'll give you that one. I got a nice Snake jacket here. You can take it.
Thank you.
Everyone
Emily,
gets a hand
if
at it.
Emily is watching this, she's screaming right now. Oh my god. Number one fan.
Right
Thank
when
you
you
for the
think
drip.
the man's not playing, like, carries, can't do it. Game 1 picks up, of course, the Kled. Game 2 dominates. Honestly, he was really a centerpiece for this team.
He was so good. The fact he was finding these opportunities to constantly get into the back line, disrupt everything the CFO was trying to set up. And even, like, it just felt like there was so many moments in this game where CFO had started to teeter away, started to pull away, but just Flandre constantly being in the moments he needed to in these fights was huge.
What did it come down to for you guys here?
Oh,
for AL.
Those team fights.
Those
It
team
is always
fights?
the team fights.
All
I
right.
feel like you can like not watch a game, close your eyes, wait until the end of the game. If you just say AL team fights, you would be correct. This one starts with Flandre picking off Rest on the side. This team fight worked so well because they're able to catch Rest immediately. And so I was like, okay, that's how it opens up. As the team fights play out, as you would expect, even though at first I was like, okay, maybe this is Hongq's RQ knows his R2, and then re-engaging on the fight when it looked kind of iffy, Flandre really takes over.
I think it's that. It's the moments where they find to re-engage because it is such an upfront burst-heavy composition that's coming through from CFO. When you look at, like, the Lucian wants to try and get through with the Culling, you've got a lot of that follow-up damage coming through from Hongq. So as long as you can survive it, you can suddenly turn it around. And again, I think that's why it was so crucial of an understanding for AL as to when they had those moments to turn those fights back around.
Yeah, absolutely, because you had to play around the sneakiness of some of CFO's CFO's champions here. I'm thinking about the Akali. You mentioned the Braum. You mentioned the Culling, also being able to chunk them before the fights. I want to take a look at the Baron here, 27 minutes in game, because they take full control from this point onwards.
Let's take a look at this because CFO was hard forcing this fight. And like you said, very similar to the last fight, it was looking good for CFO because they were hard finding them. But then Flandre comes through. The ult was immaculate. They clean out instantly. And so CFO, they're a team that tries to scrape back into the game. And it looked kind of okay because you have like options with it. You allowed quite a bit of damage. But no, they just got stamped out.
But I mean, they just made that play on the bottom side of the map, just beside the Dragon, right? Where they actually got the pick, and suddenly they started to bring that game back in their favor. I mean, you can look at that goal graph on this graph there. That, like, you saw how ridiculous it was, this back and forth constantly trying to vie for this attention, and it was just that at the end AL were able to pick it.
You look at the goal graph, I'm looking at the damage graph here on the side of AL, because the discussions we were having, who do we want to highlight? Do we want to highlight Shanks? Do we want to highlight Tarzan? Do we want to highlight Flandre? In the end, they all did such an amazing job, but it's the clutch moments that Flandre was able to find that made the difference in those fights.
100%. And even if you take a step back, I looked at the Otacon and I felt like CFO, when they were trying to find ways back in, I thought the control from Anyone's Legends was really good. Junja was just really trying to claw for it. It's like, okay, no, we have great vision. You're not allowed to enter the tri-bush. Also, the pickoff that Flandre had on Junja, when it felt like it was just a clean Otacon initially for CFO, it was he didn't allow it.
It's just his presence in that fight as well, where he steps up, knows the TP's coming in, so he can separate out the support. Then he manages to go in. Like, and again, I think this is what has been such a rock for Anyone's Legend throughout their summer split, was that Flandre can perform in these more tank-oriented picks, like the double Rek'Sai that we've seen so far in the tournament. But he has those carries in his back pocket, and now he gets to show that on the Embassy he can pop off as well.
And it's just funny, because while we were watching that game, and I saw Pantheon with his Q max and everything, I was like, okay, this should be an easy Drake pickup. Like, you have Q on Pantheon, you have Smite, this should be easy. No, Tarzan still is able to take the Smite. So I was like, do I ever doubt Tarzan in a Smite fight at this point?
Absolutely not. He has been stellar so far, and so have both teams, honestly. Here going into Game 3, which is what I wanted to see between those two teams. What have we learned so far from CFO and from ALN? What's the expectation moving
CFO
forward?
are scary as all. Like
they
this
are.
team is insane. Like the fact that like anyone's legend is so good at controlling and dictating the pace of the game from start to finish, thanks to players like Tarzan having great team fights. But CFO have matched them every step of the way, and nothing about that win was easy. CFO multiple times were nearly able to swing that game back in their favor. So realistically, all I've learned is that you cannot down CFO in any of these games.
Yeah, and it's not as if it was like clean on both sides, right? Really early on, when Flandre is looking for an ulti towards the Dragon Pit, and then of course the lack of synergy with Ziggs W, you're like, okay, well that sucks. Like the fight could have been a lot easier for you. So it gets scrappy, it gets a little murky, but like whoever comes out at the end, in this case it was Flandre and the boys. It could just be CFO. They look evenly matched. It's such a fun series.
I mean, I'm mostly excited about the fact that, again, it is a best of 3. It is Fear Left Draft, which means that we're going to see some wacky picks. We're getting deeper and deeper into those teams' champion pools. Who's taking Adventure Guess, please? And something you want to see from each team.
I would love to see the Kiana for Tarzan, and if that's the pick that gets it across the finish line, I think that's fire, but I don't know. What have you got, Raz?
Well, it's funny. At this point, we already see CFO taking blue side, and it seems like there's no change in top lanes. I would have expected to be driver.
Yeah,
but
me too.
Especially if you have the ability to watch the games completely in the back and see with no fog of war with the coaches, so you would have had all that information. But no, it seems like Rest is still in there, so that's fair.
Do you want to back?
I want to see Rest on a major carry.
What do we have here?
I have to go back to my boy. You know what? You persuaded me. I think AL takes it.
They had an amazing Game 2 here. Let's see if they can take it all the way and fly to quarterfinals. We'll come back for Game 3 right after this. Let's go!
Careful not to overcommit here, but Junja might just be on the way, and he is. It's the Pantheon. Right to the back line. Aegis assault to block, and he fall off damage. Decent equalizer to kick things off, but Tarzan is relatively untouched. Hongyu in the midst. The team almost immediately gets taken down. Ulti from Flandre. So many low health bars. Flandre, Tarzan, and Shanks tear through CFO.
need oxygen. Give my best, and I watch us rise again. I'm ready to leave the past behind. I've shed my skin and made up my mind. It's a new time. It's a new time.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025 after AL strike back in Game 2, bringing us to this fated Game 3 winner. Moving on to the quarterfinals at 3-0 in the Swiss stage. And Kobe, this is like the last chance we're gonna get, I think, for the rest of this particular day before this game starts to take a breath, because the team fights have absolutely delivered in these last 2 games, and I doubt Game 3 is gonna be any different.
Action-packed, just the way I like it. And Game 3 here, this one should be a treat. CFO versus AL. CFO are keeping rest in for all 3 games. Remember, this is the 2-0 bracket. So you do move on to quarterfinals. If you win, you are not eliminated if you lose. And let's get into that draft to update it.
Poppy immediately taken out, as is the Azir, feeling like pretty tournament standard bans, although Kyle obviously did have a very incredible performance on it. Bard going to be the next ban. Rare to see it this early, to be honest, but we are getting further in, right? This is the first day of best of 3s we had, the first time we've kind of returned to Fearless after those 2 days of best of 1.
And it is a good ban versus Kyle, so some respect shown there. Meanwhile, the Kiana ban, also a good one versus Junja, so respect on both sides.
A lot of like a handshake, a little tip of the hat from both teams. What's the last one going to be? And I feel a lot of tension in these picks, Kobe. Even though, as you highlighted, the loser's absolutely not out. Still plenty of opportunities to qualify to the quarterfinals. These games have been so close. Kai'Sa will be the final one, banned every single game by CFO. Something Hope is, of course, exceptionally good at and plays very well into how AL like to fight.
All right, what's the last one? Are we leaving up the Taliyah? Because after Orianna and Ryze, Taliyah is kind of the all-arounder mid-lane champ. I really do like building Taliyah comps as well. There are so many things that can set up the seismic shoves well. Gives you that mobile ultimate, looking for global plays. Stuffs a lot of the like dash champions in the current meta as well. I don't know if it's necessarily first pick worthy, but we'll see for CFO here. Meanwhile, the jungle pool does get whittled down a little bit. Vi and Jarvan are kind of the 2 main premier ones still up.
Trundle
so
as
we'll
well.
See. There she is.
All right, Taliyah, of course, as you highlighted, super flexible champion. Semi-global pressure, fills that role of a control mage, has decent setup, decent follow-up, and denies so many of the dash-focused meta champions, which is most meta champions in most metas, right? Mobility kind of king here. Is the Alistar now going to get picked up, banned from away from Kaiwing in previous games, and now would be Kyle getting his hands on the pick.
And the Trundler. Tarzan Trundle locked in. Watch out, could possibly go for some early invades. Let's see, is gonna pose a problem as far as picking a tank for the top side too, and that's kind of annoying when you're on blue side. You're generally gonna have more of a tendency to pick tanks or like Renekton or something blind. Something blind, yeah. So if you see Trundle and you're like, well, can't blind.
Gotta blind something.
Tanks anymore. Well, I mean, you can still if there's a Trundle, but it just makes it way worse. So.
No, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. And I think that the struggle here too is you already have one, a mobile champion. Taliyah obviously has the ultimate, but generally a mobile champion against a Trundle pillar. You have an Alistar who will get interrupted by the minefield, but it's gonna be a little bit tough for Honkyu if he does fall behind, or if AL are first on the play in this one to really get the same impact that he had in that first game on Aurora, right? A flawless game from him. Game 2 also tough. They shut down the Akali so well. So need to see what the Taliyah can do even in the face of a pick like this Trundle. lock in here in the first rotation is going to be the Vi. So stock standard, really impactful level 6. Maybe see some Q flash plays early on.
Yeah, this is our classic combo. Vi ultimate into seismic shoves, just guarantees that one. Or as you say, you can gank before level 6 and do your Q flashes. By the way, we did have a Q flash come up. Okay, yeah, LeBlanc lock in has been gaining a lot of popularity after the distortion buffs. I think rightfully so. The one thing that is annoying for LeBlanc is point and click CC though.
True.
Because LeBlanc likes to play mid-game and stuff later as this annoying like semi-poke champ herself going in for distortion combos. And if you have point and click CC, then you can actually put a stop to that. And so if you have Vi, for instance, or, well, Vi is actually weird because it's delayed. And so the LeBlanc can like pull you back into danger. So
it can be dangerous. But the Ruthless Predator on the Renekton, if you dive in.
You can flash Renekton W stun her, yeah. Then those are some options. You have to be a little bit careful on your choices when you're playing LeBlanc and the enemies do have point and click.
And obviously,
I guess the Vi has to be careful too, because if you distortion and bring the Vi ultimate back into a bad spot, then you gotta be a little careful.
It goes
with
both
that.
ways. It is no doubt an important consideration. And I will say we've seen this Taliyah LeBlanc matchup once already. We saw it yesterday. Jojo Pune on the Taliyah, Caps on the LeBlanc. Early on, Caps really got shut down, right? It can be really tough against the Unraveled Earth of the Taliyah to play the lane phase. But as you go later, if you're forced to play side lane against LeBlanc, it's a champion who has so much damage and who has such an easy time dodging the vast majority of what Taliyah does when she doesn't have someone else to help her set that up.
All right. Okay, so no Draven for Doggo this whole series. Dang. Some people were definitely kind of looking forward to another one of those.
Some people wonder who they could be.
But not going to be an option for that or for any of those swaps to get him some 1v1 time. Meanwhile, they're trying to take out these carries for Hope. At least, okay, just that one. And take away the protection ban here. Jace can be really annoying for Renekton.
Yep. Heavily whittled down the 80 carry pool, hence a lot of the more creative hovers we're seeing from Hope.
I do like this long range follow-up and poke damage to complement your LeBlanc pick. Jhin and LeBlanc is a really, really fun combination for your 2 carries. It's not a lot of DPS, but because they early picked the Trundle, they don't have to worry about pure tanks, and they don't have to worry about tank stats anyway, because they have a Trundle ultimate. So even though you have LeBlanc and Jhin that aren't great at killing tanks, you have got a Trundle, which is.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the opposite idea of the Kai'Sa, right? Rather than a Kai'Sa who follows up on the dive by diving in as well, Jin's the guy who gets to set up the dive by staying in the back, gets to open often with a curtain call and play cleanup in these fights. It's a nice angle to be. Now, I was curious if we were going to see the Smolder. Instead, it's the MF. So really wanting some lane priority here. MF, notorious bully early on, builds the Bloodthirster.
Seraphine is also notorious lane priority.
Yeah.
And works well. You make it rain with Misfortune, and you can actually like throw out the double cast from Seraphine, and since Make It Rain is so quick, then you can make it rain as that is going out.
Yeah.
And turn the double cast quickly
From
into the
slow
stun.
into snare into stun. Yeah, it's a super powerful setup.
But not going to be the case. We don't actually get to see it this time around because you could have gotten swapped around. Like, you know, they can red 5, you know, pick something that's good for swaps here for AL and then just swap away from that. So reduces that possibility a little bit. And CFO just go with the more standard Nautilus to get the engage. Flandre Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai is a pick that, I mean, we've seen Flandre on it before, right? Even if you fall behind, the champion can still be so obnoxious to play against, especially, again, Honku feels like the guy who has to be playing so safe. Doggo as well in the context of this series. And CFO with what I would describe as, honestly, like one of this year's most standard drafts. It's good for a reason, right? These are all picks that have been good at different points in the minute. They're all very safe picks, whereas AL are cooking a little bit more. You know, you have the LeBlanc Jhin combo, you have this Trundle Rek'Sai topside.
I gotta be honest, I do like the cook. I do like the LeBlanc Jhin
I am
combo.
also liking the cook, yeah.
Because with how bloody these have been, you know, and it's definitely AL can definitely force tempos, can definitely force aggressive early game, can definitely, force these scattered fights where LeBlanc and Jin can just thrive. LeBlanc goes in, annoying distortion, burst combinations, Jin W's follows up, and you have Tarzan here on his Trundle who can move in aggressively off of any of those plays and kind of be the point man here going into enemy jungle. So I gotta be honest, I do like this cook from AL, even though the CFO side is like you're saying, definitely something we're used to seeing, is a really standard team comp as they go. I just, I don't see a huge amount of value out of a Miss Fortune ultimate. Maybe I'll be, proven wrong on that, and they have a Vi ult and a Nautilus ult, so, they can point and click on a couple people and make sure, but we'll see here, the deciding game to see who will join KT in the quarterfinals, be the second team to make it through.
Beijing alive with sounds of Xiao, Fuel for AL. They cooked a bit of a draft. Need that support now. Of course, again, for both sides, it's about qualifications, it's about making out of Swiss as quickly as you can, get the luxury, the time to prep for quarterfinals. You won't know your matchup, but you get to learn the meta better. You get to pick whoever you want to scrim against. It's a huge boon for either one of these teams. We're keeping our eyes on this level 1 because you highlighted it, right? Very stock standard. Both teams know exactly what CFO's composition is going to do. They've played as it, they've played against it so many times. So for CFO, are they going to try anything new, any creative level 1 pathing? Their initial invade spotted out. Shanks and Honkyu already starting to trade in the mid lane.
Standard lanes as well. Rejoice. Does mean that we get a lot of possibility of action, especially in a Nautilus Alistar lane. Both junglers are currently starting bottom side though, and clearing toward the top side matchup anyway.
Immediate barrier.
Ooh, 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 don't you love Miss Fortune early game?
Is quite oppressive.
Oh.
They are being reminded of firsthand as another barrier is going to come out in response. He has to be careful not to get low against the Jin, but overall you can see why they would pick it, right? Smolder for the composition, maybe some scaling angles. Might have been an argument, but in terms of winning this lane early on, the Nautilus MF is damn oppressive.
Yeah, love the early Miss Fortune damage. You can make use of the passive, double tap, make use of your Q burst with your press the attack, and
Alistar has like half an ability at level 1. Nautilus has a passive and a Q.
Yeah, it allows them to get the push for sure. As we said though, both junglers are pathing towards that top side matchup instead. Trundle a little bit ahead, though he's on vision, so will be fully tracked.
Of course, slows down a bit as he gets to the multi-target camps, but just doing his best to keep up. CFO using their prio to allow Kaiwing to roam up towards the mid lane. On Q level 3, as is Shanks.
So you see that ping right there too, through river. Even though they don't have vision on Kaiwing, bottom lane, this is just good comms. Hey, they pushed us in. Could be a Nautilus support towards mid. And the immediate yellow ping, the retreat ping through river. So even though the wards didn't quite spot him.
Kyle. Initial engage, follow-up CC is there. Heal forced out from CFO. Hook to re-engage on the Kyle, but just trying to even out a trade that is wildly in favor of Hope and Kyle.
Yeah, nice job by AL duo lane. Take advantage while Kaiwing's making his way back to the lane. And the Alistar sustained coming in quite nice for them as well.
You can see in the top lane though, Rest trying his best to bowl Leaf Laundry out, not like give him any chances to trade autos and heal up with that Rek'Sai passive when he's underground. Nice flick from Honkyu. Big prio in the middle lane again, as expected in the early levels. Kyle, nice headbutt back to stop Kaiwing from freezing the wave as well, so that's going to mean a few less CS for Doggo to walk home to.
Meanwhile, the first buy is the Cole refillable for Doggo. So we are going to be a farmin'.
I like how I was hyping it up. I was like, it's going to be fist fights. It's going to be great. We'll be here for a little while.
And Miss Fortune is very good in swaps, like mid and late game swaps because of the strut. So refillable gets a lot of value because you can strut back to lane very, very quickly. So Doggo there with the refillable, and then of course you always get that mid game where it's real nice. You get your BT, and you kind of cruise into mid lane.
Yeah, part of her kit that's been nerfed multiple times because it was so good. Back when it was like MF Thresh in early 2020s. Still incredibly powerful to have that strut, that additional movement speed, and Doggo pretty comfortable, right? Cole Dorrance, a lot of baseline sustained in this 2v2 matchup, keeping up pressure thus far as Kaiwin starts to come in. And Tarzan pretty close in terms of overall clear. A few more CS. And it's calm, it's quiet. Level 6, I expect to be the big break point. See Junja with ulti be able to be more active on the map. A similar story for Doggo, Kaiwing as well.
So also, rushing into Executioners versus Rek'Sai, everyone's always complaining about Rek'Sai's sustain. Does Executioners make a meaningful dent in that lane? Or is it still like, oh, the sustain is still annoying?
I think it's still annoying, but presumably 40% less annoying.
But like then Rek'Sai like backs off, and you can just go underground later and like get your sustain later.
You want to check? You're in the game.
I mean, we'll check
find the number later. We'll find the number later.
As they get more time to use it. I feel like it's just kind of like you're.
The question is it worth delaying?
You're throwing like a single bucket of water on a raging
fire,
brush fire or something.
But you can say you're helping.
Yeah. But we'll see. As of now, they're both just farming contently. So.
Yeah. Is it performative anti-healing or is it meaningful
exactly. Again, it's still going to be like, oh, there's a Trundle in the game. You can get some value there. There's an Alistar in the game. You know, there'll be some value there.
Rest clearly very focused on the lane, right? Because it is 800 gold delaying your Spur Spike. You're not building a Chempunk Chainsword, so keep an eye on it as we go further. Monkey and Shanks just continuing to trade. Junja getting closer and closer to that level 6, as is Tarzan. It's Junja who feels comfortable to start this Drake on Vision, admittedly, but spot lane unsurprisingly has Prio. Again, this is why you see this Nautilus MF. There are concerns as to how it's going to function in the overall composition, but the early lane phase is incredibly dominant, something that Hope and Kyle are respecting.
I mean, you're not going to get away with this. Ocean Dragon slows as well, so it can be annoying to disengage from. Teleport comes down to fully commit, though, for CFO, and that's going to scare off the rest of AL. So good job fully committing. CFO, get it. Is the entry back to mid going to lose anything? I guess like one melee off screen dying, another one dying.
Like 3 total.
Okay, so they lose a tiny bit for the teleport down to the other side.
So that is Honkyu's TP advantage spent. Shanks will now have his up sooner. I think he did use it earlier just to get back to lane. So a potential window of opportunity, but again, no fights yet.
Yeah. And I mean, you apply the Executioners, and then like Rek'Sai backs off, and you can kind of wait for it to fall off even before you go burrow again and stuff. But we'll stop talking about that one. We'll have some better. We'll have some better interactions.
You're so upset.
Not upset.
You're not convinced.
It's not upset. I'm just questioning.
I think the Zeka not building tier fundamentally shook your faith in professional players. That's my theory.
Are we going to get a mid-scrap, though, on support room timers? Because the grubs will be the prize either way.
It's true. AL first to start it. Tarzan feeling quite comfortable. It's not really a great position for CFO to contest. They have level 6, they have MF ult, but way better vision setup. They might be able to get one. That seems the most likely trade. AL immediately going to back away. I think that makes sense. No reason to commit to the fight once CFO are able to arrive. Just be happy with 2 that you basically got for free.
Okay, content with that. So 1 objective feat point for each side with the 2 grubs for AL. Honestly, seems like it's still going to be the calm reset there. We do have the LeBlanc rotated to bottom, though. So this is going to make it a little bit more interesting. And they're still sending Misfortune Nautilus back down here. So CFO are not answering the AD carry swap to mid. No. And it's just going to be the Jhin versus Taliyah in mid. So control wards are fine for the Jhin down there on the bottom side, keeping the bottom side a pretty easy save. But pings for a top side play, everybody else is going to join. So Taliyah ulti is ready.
Flandra backing up. Burrowed under the ground using tower a bit early. TP coming out. CFO just immediately back up. I like that discipline. Didn't want to risk giving anything away to Shanks. LeBlanc getting those early kills, just not worth the trade. Doggo instantly ults wave, knowing Shanks is no longer there, and will take the opportunity for a clean reset. But in the meantime, AL still managing to get a little bit more gold out of this one. Ginger flashing out to avoid the chains, locking him down. So AL winning out on the trade, despite losing the TP.
Okay, turret plate in mid lane. Nice movement from Honku to dodge the chain, but as you say, you know, the flash from Jinja. So maybe you can put some pressure there.
Lose a plate mid, lose a wave bottom. Very close trades, very close exchanges.
Yeah.
Neither side able to really generate a greater advantage quite yet. Doggo very close to that first item completion. Didn't feel the need to stop off for boots. Again, courtesy of the strut. Getting that Bloodthirster means he's going to be able to be a lot more aggressive in these mid lane trades.
So mid game, AL's comp is going to have a lot of burst damage. If they can get kills, then I like it. If they don't, then there is a high chance that they run out of damage for later. Unless the Trundle can get really big too. The Trundle can have some pretty big value there, you know, as well. But if LeBlanc and Jin don't get any kills, and CFO might have a pretty manageable situation. We'll see though. Of course, no kills for either side as of yet. And we'll have to wait another minute for the Dragon. But
Shanks stunned, but a nice pullback means that
Alistar behind. Alistar headbutt.
Through. Kyle not quite able to get the angle. Rest flashing out, immediately gonna pop the dominance. Tarzan coming to the wall. Rest very likely to fall. Q healing. That's the cold to meet, keeping him standing for an extra second. He wants to dash out, but down he goes. Shanks with first blood.
Very nice overstay there. Kyle still behind an enemy jungle. He is warding up. Bottom side.
Just a big rock. Not enough to finish off Flandre. Flash out as well. Good job surviving on the bottom side from the AL top laner.
Yep. Rek'Sai lives. Renekton does not. The Alistar here, Kyle making the difference, sticks around, keeps the Renekton locked up so that the LeBlanc does get a kill. Dracos, well, that's exactly what we were worried about. Now the LeBlanc, this
what was
burst
the
damage.
threshold? Did you want 1 kill? Did you need 2 kills before AL got scary? I think 1 might be enough, because that's a Luden's opinion.
Yeah, exactly. Ludens plus your 2 stacks on your Dark Seal. I'm scared. That's some good burst damage. No flash on the Renekton either now. And Renekton will be a bit delayed on the first item on the Black Cleaver. Here comes
Tarzan running in. Junda does have the Sunder Sky, just barely able to get away from that giant water bottle. This is the worst part about very serious games in League of Legends is sometimes someone just picks a goofy skin and you're like, here they are, fighting for their life.
Yeah, it's like one of those. It's one of those water bottle rockets that are for you to set off. And anyways, the timing on that is actually important. You know, Junja goes for a little bit of a shorter release on the Q, so he doesn't get interrupted. But topside,
knock back on the Flandre. Has access to the tunnel, but not quite. Oh, he's going to be able to get in range, even with the healing reduction. Able to get enough help. Waiting over the wall, though. Who could it be? It's the Vi. It's Junja. Flandre living for an extra second, but it'll be Honku grabbing the kill. Of course, in the meantime, the counter punch is coming through on the bottom side from Anyone's Legend. Tower under siege.
So they do increase the gold lead here. Again, they attack side lane. This time, CFO are the ones to kill enemy top laner. The race for the tower, though, they're usually won by Trundles with Trinity Forces.
Yeah. Trinity Force people in general, and then above that, Trundles with Trinity Force. And that's the thing, right? These item spikes coming through due in part to that first kill on the top side means Shanks and Tarzan got theirs a little bit quicker, able to provide that threat, and now denying CS in bottom lane.
And you give the solo, you give the gold to the LeBlanc here. Quickly funnel this burst damage. So Shanks cashes in. Topside, they didn't even actually get to finish Answer on the next wave, and there's still a full...
Doggo chunking out Hope. Wants to get a plate of his own, and kind of important that he does get something else back as he's running relatively low on mana. The Bloodthirster keeps the health up, but can't give him the additional resources in the top lane. Honku zoned off, as you highlighted, right? They're not able to finish that tower.
Yeah.
And I think this is kind of the most frustrating position to be in from CFO. You do still have your mid lane tier 1, but when AL have push, when you see LeBlanc disappear into Fog of War, the game just gets so hard to play.
Honestly, too, the champ is so annoying when it's good, and the champ is so annoying when it's fed. Just got level 11. It's rank 2 ultimate for Shanks. You know, 2 stacks on the Dark Seal in addition to the burst damage from Ludens that we talked about. So that plus Jin possibilities of picking people off are definitely there. However, so far this game has been mostly trades. It has been mostly answers, pretty equivalent from each side.
Maybe both sides comfortable in their scaling. But of course, you can see here on the Coinbase gold grind, Shanks doing pretty good. Got a lot of money. The additional Hextech alternator on top of the Sork shoes means, well, the first person he sees is dead.
You know who else has burst damage? Misfortune. Doggo's also doing pretty good for himself. And he got his Bloodthirster. He even has durability with the plated steel caps here. So this Misfortune that we're wondering about, we just saw him get a big chunk combination with his ulti versus Hope. And the ulti's almost back up again.
Need to see.
But not quite.
AL getting ready to contest this. Flandre in the bottom lane does have access to the TP if he needs to come. Shanks hopping over the wall looking for a bit of that poke. TP now coming in for Flandre. Skirmish line set up. Eyes on Doggo for that ulti. HongQ dividing the fight with the wall, but Tarzan interrupts him with a pillar. Flick back onto Kyle is good. Flandre looking for the multi-man knockup. Doggo still standing, holding off that ultimate. 2 more seconds, but there the bullets go. Doggo grabbing the kill on Kyle. AL retreating, but they're not leaving quite yet. The curtains have been called. Doggo backing off, slowed for a brief moment. Junja splitting his attention, wants to finish the Herald, but Tarzan there, ready. A Q smite potential to come through, but Tarzan has no flash. CFO secure the Herald.
Doggo is the bigger carry here. They just melt through the front line. Alistar ult, don't care. They have a Taliyah. Put the rocks down, get the shove back, isolate the front target, just burn through them. Here we go.
HongQ. Knock was there. Flandre's trying to do pretty good damage with the Tiamat. Shanks on the way in as well. HongQ surely is just going to fall. That's the ulti from Flandre to get another one down. Joji wants to make it the hell out, but he can't. Tarzan flashing forward, the body block. The Vault Breaker breaking absolutely nothing, and Shanks gets another.
Game 3 here. AL answer back, trying to keep it close. They do so. They get 2 kills for themselves. That is feats of warfare collected. So even though CFO are able to section up here. Again, good Taliyah wall, keeps the Trundle out. They kind of zone right there, put down the rocks. Kyle gets burned down. Doggo finishes off with the ulti, and then they get their objective, but it's in the follow-up play. Yeah, and this Jingle, there's not a lot of opportunity for, replay, so it just kind of delays here. And we're just going to finish the Rift Herald. But then afterwards, once CFO feel content and they feel like everything's chill, top side, re-attack. Nice job there from AL to still look for those opportunities to make use of their burst damage. They get Rek'Sai ultimate to finish off the kill. The LeBlanc here up to 2 kills. That's 5 stacks now for Shanks, continuing to increase some of this threat here. So really nice answer. Rift Herald, it's decent, and it should basically guarantee mid tower, which is really nice. You can just the mid tower is already so low that you can just pop it mid as long as you guarantee it gets the engage off, which it very well should, unless Trundle is there and can foil you with a pillar. Then that should mean that the Rift Herald will guarantee mid, and top side is guaranteed here from HongQ. So tower collection time for CFO, Dragon collection time for AL.
Of course, when you look at both teams, the gold is very clear where the teams have advantage. Doggo 1.4K gold lead for himself. More healing reduction coming out. Second full item is going to be, and then Shanks 2-0-1. 400 gold lead doesn't seem massive, but he's really going to start hurting here as Kaiwin's able to block most of the damage with the Celestial opposition. Now the Herald charge going to come through. Waiting, the interrupt isn't quite there. Instantaneous ulti coming in from Doggo. CFO don't hesitate to pull the trigger, and it might just be 2 quick kills in the blink of an eye. Shanks trying to give him more damage down, but Junja is still standing.
That is so well coordinated again from CFO. Just as they kill the tower, Junja's already pre-ulting on Vi. They get the lockdown for the Misfortune ultimate, and 2 towers taken for CFO.
And this is so incredibly important to break open mid like this, to decrease the amount of passive map control AL have, because we know how important it is, how good LeBlanc can be when you have the vision advantage, but when CFO take control of the map like this, Shanks doesn't get to look for those creative angles.
Ah, man, it's just CFO have been really good in preparing these plays, these set plays they set up. Okay, so initially, I was talking about the Trundle pillar. That's why it looks weird, and just like weaving them around there is because he knows, and that's what they're playing around. But then they burst the tower down without that, then they ult right in. Under the Misfortune ult, Tarzan just gets completely one-shot. Really good
damage.
stuff.
Yeah, I mean, really good. You need to be instant on that coordination. And now armor penetration coming in as well. So even the stats that Tarzan does steal will be a little bit less effective. Second item also on the way for Junja. And Shanks is going from the strongest member to very quickly to the last hope here in terms of overall gold advantage. It's not, huge differences across multiple lanes, but 3K lead for CFO. If they can keep setting up Doggo for success, I think the path to victory is pretty damn clear.
CFO, time and time again, really impressing with their plans, and then of course the execution as well. So let's see about the Otacon. This one obviously has been a game changer, and AL still definitely within striking distance. But I have to say, they really do need to get, into a poke position or into some fog of war here to make one of these snap plays and take advantage of having a 2-item LeBlanc. You've got a 2-item with upgraded boots now, so extra magic pen here as well for Shanks. Like, this is the time where you really have to make use of that piece of your puzzle. And if they could do that preemptively before an Otacon fight, then that would be huge. But currently, everybody on CFO has their summoner spells. So you kind of have to do 2 layers of work of like, we got to force somebody's flash and then really, to really open up a kill angle here. Yeah. Shanks is doing the trailing split push play.
But this is risky, right? If he shows, they'll immediately start Otacon, and they already have. Important to note, Kailing also has exhaust. If he holds it, if he can use it on Shanks before that burst damage comes through, so much of that impact is going to be mitigated. Doggo walking in, he has the Bloodthirster, not afraid to tank some of his damage. Big chunk onto Hope. It is the Jhin, he can't stay in the back line, but we'll have to be careful. TP coming in from behind of CFO.
Camp that Telly.
Ball breaker ready to go, trying to jump in onto Flandre. Flandre immediately retreating. Wall splitting the entire fight. Hongq knocked away. Curtain call coming out. Last bullet not quite going to connect. One more coming in for Hope, but he can't get anything done. Ulti from Doggo doesn't do too much work, and it's Riverest who might be in trouble. Kyle backing away. 3K on the objective. All comes down to the smite on the Otacon. Ulti in to make sure he gets the pin. It's getting lower and lower. Who gets it in the end? AL keeping the fight going, but no. It's Tarzan in the clutch who manages to take the Otacon. Flandre with the foul up. The double. Make it a triple. And Shanks to run down Kaiwing as AL get everything.
AL, they put their flag in the dirt at Otacon. They clean up the fight. They clean up the objective. Let's take a look at it again. I mean, they did such a good job pushing Rest out, forcing him back, and then the Jhin W hits, and they're able to get the kill onto the front line and secure the Otacon. Okay, so Taliyah Wall goes down, but so Kyle got stunned over the rocks as he headbutted, so he couldn't get his combo off, so that's why Hongq got to live initially. Tarzan flashes away out of the Misfortune ult this time, and they burst down Rest, then kiting back. The Otacon is getting so low, so Junja goes in, he ults onto Tarzan to try and get it, and it's just a fair smite fight there. Tarzan coming up big, landing it. Wow, the rest of AL were able to finish off the kill the front line, and follow through with the fight.
And now, this is what makes AL's composition so terrifying. Once they're in the driver's seat, there's just no safe place on the map. You highlighted it beautifully, right? The ulti from Junja to make sure that he could get into the pit. Didn't need to use it for a kill, but in the 50-50, in a battle of pure skill, it's Tarzan who comes out on top in the smite fight, and AL who dominate the exchange. It was CFO with almost 4,000 gold in their advantage. Doggo almost 2K individually. Now starting to even up here as AL looking good in this mid game.
They certainly are. Dragon number 3 on top of the Otacon for AL. And now, the stacks that we were keeping track of for Shanks is fully stacked. He could upgrade it into a Medjai's to have the real painful LeBlanc game come through. 4 kills to his name already. And now is where you really have to conserve your CC and use it on the LeBlanc when the LeBlanc comes in, because it can just get so annoying if he keeps on going for these distortion combos and chunks people out.
Yeah.
Let's see what CFO can do to try and regain some control here, because AL just took such a massive lead in objectives.
The Otacon is such a huge advantage. Again, small gold lead, but the Otacon in terms of effective stats, in terms of XP, we've talked about it a lot over the course of the year, is huge. Soul point as well. 4 minutes till that objective. Only 50 seconds until the Baron. Jhin not normally the best at taking those objectives, but honestly, Trundle and Rek'Sai are going to do a decent amount of work to help them secure it. CFO knowing that if they lose another big objective fight, it's going to be so difficult for them to come back into this one. And Shanks, for the first time, gets to do the LeBlanc thing. Moves in with support. They lay down vision. He can hide in the darkness, but instead it's Junja hiding in the darkness. Nice start onto Tarzan, but he's staying standing for an extra second. The full channel on the ulti as Doggo gets the kill. The pillar doesn't quite connect. Now it might be Kyle in trouble. Shanks waiting over the wall, trying to take down Doggo, but Doggo has the healing to stay standing. Shanks not able to get the kill down. Flandra, they want the follow. Doggo finally drops. It's Hope who finds the last shot. 2 more bullets left in the chamber. Might be able to get something done. Flandra retreating. AL on the way out. CFO continue to work their way back into the red buff jungle, but AL happy to have 2 kills picked up.
Jin got it.
You gotta respect Hope, man.
Yeah, you do. Okay, so he hits another W, but really, Shanks over the back of the Krugs wall is what kind of pulls that back and saves it for AL. Even with AL losing the first member due to the pick inside jungle, because they have Shanks on the bottom side, this Jin and LeBlanc burst damage we talked about, the re-engage, really good for AL, and they just poke and prod. That's so annoying to try and trap him, so annoying to try and keep him down. Honkyu tried his best to follow and get the kill, but he couldn't track down Shanks. LeBlanc escaped out the bottom side with a little bit of HP left after just assassinating 2 targets there, taking down Junja, taking down Doggo. Really nicely kind of salvaged there for AL. And this is why we say it's so annoying to play against Fed LeBlancs like this. How do you get her back under control? Yes, you have Vi ultimate. Yes, you have the Nautilus ultimate. Those are point and click, but they're also kind of delayed with travel time. So there is a little bit of, you know, ability to play around it still there. So we will see, but AL looking pretty dang good now since they've got the Dragon Soul possibility coming up in 2 minutes. Baron's on the map, so you can play with Vision a lot. Already having control on Baron and then threatening towards the other side of the map too.
And I think one of the big differences here is it's just so difficult for CFO, as you mentioned, to answer LeBlanc. Unlike last game, right, when it was Honkyu on the Akali, so many great tools, such good diligence to make sure Honkyu could never do anything. Shanks has that freedom to go in and come right back out. So if you waste any cooldowns, you're going to lose out as Doggo caught by the pillar. Immediate ghost comes in from Kai Wing. Dredgeline will not connect, but always have to give respect to the pillar, just locking Dogdo down. Dogdo down.
True. I mean, I had worse slip-ups this tournament.
Nah, those were great.
Let's take a look about this Baron, though. I mean, empowered Scryer's Blooms are always fun to put a lot of extra pressure. And when you have those empowered Scryer Blooms, honestly, it really benefits LeBlanc. Those things clearing out extra vision, there's more pockets of Fog of War for LeBlanc deadly burst damage to come from. And I have to, you're going to have to be like, all right, we're just going to on-site Vi ult and Nautilus ult this LeBlanc. You know, we got to actually get a kill on her, but then she's got an arm guard. So there is an answer for those delayed timings on those point-and-click CCs.
And she got a book.
That's the Medjaz we were asking for,
Dracos. We were asking for. That's confidence from Shanks.
You can just play around. You can play around the answers from CFO. Okay, we did also mention flash W's from Renekton.
Yeah.
That's pretty hard to do also, but, you know.
I think the big thing here is...
Hey, that's an elixir as well. Shanks is going all in right now.
Shanks spent a lot of money to make sure they win this next fight.
And it's a Dragon Soul, so it's worth it.
Definitely is. I mean, it's well highlighted, Kobe, right? It can be so difficult. CFO don't have great follow-up to the buy. Rest can't even stay in range to get the empowered stun. Forced to ulti. Double redemption used. Ball breaker interrupted by Kyle. Tarzan coming over the wall. Honkyu isolated. Doggo is not in position. Hope able to play at range. AL perfectly timed bit of poke there to just chip cooldown, chip health bars down. No Weaver's Wall, no Dominus. An easy soul setup for AL.
Yep, there you go. How do you deal with the LeBlanc poke? AL, they're going to have the Chemtech Soul on top of it.
TP mid. Rest forced to backdash. Moving up to the top side, threatening the Baron. Of course, priceless moment of the game. Soul secured by AL.
I mean, CFO positioning on Baron, but like that's not scary. So you are...
What's the plan
here,
boys?
You're kind of blocked from your own base.
Kyle waiting over the wall. Oh my gosh, this is going to be devastating. Kyle goes over immediate pop. Doggo tries to pull channel, but Kyle has the interrupt. Curtains calls, and now it's Shank and Flandre to follow up. CFO being routed, forced back. Hongq still standing. Doggo still alive for a brief moment, but it's the tag team of Top Jungle to tear him down. Hongq knocked out as well, and they don't need a Baron. They want the series. AL barreling down mid.
AL want that quarterfinal spot, and they're gonna take it.
AL with one final push. The patience, once they had the lead for Shanks, there was no coming back for CFO. Rest versus the world, a few moments to watch the wave come in, but it is AL taken out in game 1, bouncing back in game 2 and 3. They've taken down HLE, they've taken down Genji, and now it's CFO as they move on to the quarterfinals.
Really good odds to make it.
Nice recovery in the series for AL.
That's gonna be it for me. We're gonna call it here. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning for the 1-1 group at 4 a.m. Well, by the time you guys watch it, it'll be like 8 or 9, whatever time it ends up being when you guys do watch it. But I want to thank you, as always, for the support you guys show on these videos. Remember to smash that like button, subscribe, and comment down below what you'd like to see next on the channel. Thanks for watching, and have a nice day.